The next bill on the agenda for the calendar for the day is House File 5237. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 5237, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to education, providing for supplemental funding for pre-K through 12 education, the second engrossment.
To the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon, Madam Speaker and members. Before you is the Education Finance Supplemental Bill. This bill reflects the work of the House Education Finance Committee and many of its members. I'd like to start with thanking our amazing committee staff and nonpartisan staff for their work, our CA, Polly Sirgvenik, our CLA, Shamata Braha, and our DFL researcher, Mars Beltrami-Runquist, and of course, our committee page, Connor Beckel. I would like to also thank GOP researcher Jody Withers. Your open line of communication with our DFL staff is greatly appreciated. And members, many of you know that we have some incredible nonpartisan staff. And I have to disagree with Representative Lilly. We have the best in education. We have Tim Strom, Christina Parra, and Solveig Beckel. And we could have not put this bill together without our stellar reviser, Cassandra Bruni. And a shout out, special shout out to House Public Information, Barry LaGrave and Brian Basham. Public information is so important because it gives our public access to all of our committee hearings, and transparency is good. I would also like to thank Vice Chair Mary Frances Clardy for her partnership in putting this bill together, as well as the contributions of all of our committee members. Your ideas and discussions helped to shape this bill. And finally, thank you to Lead Krisha for meeting with me and having a constructive dialogue around the work our committee was charged to do. Members, the bill before you builds on the investments that we made last year in our public schools. It strives to put more teachers in our classrooms, keep more of our students in our classrooms, brings student voices to the table when we make the decisions at the legislature, and takes a deeper look into the areas that we invested the most in last session. We had a $43 million one-time target to spend, and we did a lot with those dollars in this bill. I would like to just hit some of the highlights before we move on. Last year, we invested nearly $100 million in the READ Act, to make sure our students are reading at a level that will put them on the path to success and graduation. And in this bill, we're building on that with an additional $37.225 million. Since the end of last session, Representative Edelson has been working really hard with our schools, administrators, teachers, literacy experts around the state and the Department of Education on what increased investments should be focused on. The #1 request we got from administration was money for teacher stipends, either when they're training after hours or for substitute teachers when our teachers are training during the school day. So this bill has just over $31 million dedicated just to that piece. We're also investing more money to continue to provide free training for our education workforce. We provide funds to develop training for our paraprofessionals and volunteers, as well as those who teach our students who are deaf, blind, and hard of hearing. We also provide funds for Carrie to work with experts to make sure our curriculum, our schools will be reimbursed for as culturally competent. And finally, we really did provide more needed flexibility to our districts with $35 million of the curriculum dollars we had last year. We pulled that forward. It wasn't set to go out until December this year. We pull it forward, so it'll go out July 1st in disbursement straight to the schools. Schools can use those funds to purchase curriculum, intervention materials, or any other items that are listed under literacy aid. Those funds, like I said, will be available to be distributed July 1st with much more flexibility. With a few different provisions in this bill, we invest more in getting teachers in our classroom. We fund an intermediate special education apprenticeship program of Representative Clardy's. We increased access to special education teacher pipeline dollars in Representative Bennett's bill. And with Representative Tapke's bill, we made sure our parents are getting the support they need as they work in our classrooms. We scaled back Representative Norris's bill a bit to create a student-teacher stipend pipeline. This pipeline will have the Professional Educator Licensing Standards Board distribute funds to 5 of our Minnesota State colleges and universities and 2 of our U of M campuses to provide a stipend for all the student teachers they place in our school districts across the state during the 24-25 school year. PELSB will then survey the students who receive the stipend to see if the money helped remove some of the barriers to completing their teacher training, and if they applied and received a teacher licensure after graduation. You know, and as we heard during testimony in committee, student absenteeism is a large concern for our school administrators and our families across the state. So I would like to thank Representative Keeler and Representative Bakeberg for being willing to take a deep dive into data around absenteeism in their proposed task force that's funded in this bill. We also crafted a 3-year pilot program from Representative Spencer-Murray's absenteeism proposal. These funds will go to 9 districts across the state to participate together in collaboration with Minneapolis School District. These districts are Burnsville, Columbia Heights, Northfield, Mankato, Windham, Red Lake, Moorhead, and Chisholm. The demonstration project will provide the individual districts funds and flexibility to create or enhance programs within their communities to support their students, their families, and administrators with the main goal of keeping kids engaged and keeping them in our classroom on the path to graduation. The legislature will receive the data being gathered in periodic reports throughout the pilot project. Data collected by the Legislative Task Force and the pilot project will be used to identify best practices and build a framework for investment statewide. We also invest in the Minnesota Promise Fellows program, which is an AmeriCorps program that focuses on engagement and attendance of students in grades 6 through 12. And I know we all know how important having our students be civically engaged is, and to have our student voices at the table when we make decisions around education, among other things. With that in mind, we invest both in youth and government from Representative Greenman's bill and the Minnesota Youth Alliance and Representative Spencer-Murray's bill. And I know you all probably feel the same way I do. When we watch our students participate in the legislative process, I feel confident that our Minnesota's future is in good hands. Last year's bill brought large investments for our students in the areas of special education and English language learners. We fund 2 task forces that were proposed this session to look into those areas of investment. Representative Hicks brought forward a bill to take a comprehensive look at special education paperwork and how our schools are meeting the needs of our students with special needs. Representative Clardy's English Language Learner Task Force will look at a variety of ways the increased per pupil funding for our English language learners is being spent, as well as how it will meet the needs of our EL students as they progress towards graduation. Other one-time funding included is money for Pelsby to update their IT system and funding for MDE to go through the 2-year-long rulemaking process for the statewide health standards. There are a variety of no-cost items in our bill that adjust items from last year and provide flexibility for our schools, like adding our cooperatives to the Alternative Learning Center's transportation reimbursement program, or the addition of the purchase of lunchroom tables from surplus school nutrition accounts. And there's language that continues the compensatory aid hold harmless provision past 2027. There are also a few no-cost items from the governor's bill that were predominantly technical in nature that we heard when 5237 was first introduced. And finally, the TAILS targets where you'll find the VPK interactions on the funds provided last year to expand the 2025 VPK seats. There's also a fix to school districts who had an adjustment above compensatory aid formula. We will continue that discussion around the best way to distribute compensatory aid to our schools next session. Oh, members, it's a big bill, little bill with a big impact, I should say. Members, we set the 2-year state budget last session. There was a smaller supplemental budget this session, and we've been provided with the opportunity to invest in the education arena once again. I believe we made really good use of those funds in this piece of legislation before you, and I will now turn things over to Chair Pinto to describe the language in the early childhood education article.
To the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this will be quite quick. Article 10 of the bill is the one that contains the provisions from the Children and Families Committee related to the Department of Education. So later today, we'll be taking up the remaining provisions from the committee. So the first section of that article, as Chair Youakim said, advances the more than 5,000 voluntary pre-K seats up a year and gets that going. I'm sure we'll be talking more about that when we come to amendments. Then there are 2 sections that contain provisions for Representative Katiza-Wattoon to improve the effectiveness of the Early Learning Scholarship Program that we all care so much about. And then 2 sections from the administration to strengthen Head Start and last year's early child curriculum grants. And I want to emphasize Head Start has such a powerful impact on kids, such a great investment that we can make. These are the provisions relating to early learning, but overall, this is a major step forward, building on the historic step forward last year to make sure that all of our kids and young people get off to the great start they deserve. And moving to amendments. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Joachim moves to amend House File Number 5237, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A32.
To the author of the amendment to explain the amendment, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe there is a secondary amendment first.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
West moves to amend the Joachim amendment to House File Number 5237, the second engrossment. The amendment to the amendment is coded A39.
To the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A39 amendment adds some needed provisions to the Office of Inspector General that set up last session. Now, this has been something we've kind of done a crash course, just really quickly putting it together, because unfortunately, MDE dragged their feet for, 6 months now. This is something that should have been ready to go at the beginning of the session, but somehow they could not get their act together. Which, when you see the amount of fraud we've had recently, that kind of makes sense. So, what this amendment does is the underlying amendment provides some subpoena power, which was needed for the Office of the Inspector General to actually do the work of rooting out fraud. This amendment puts the enactment date on final enactment. So there's no reason, once this moves through the process, it should start right away. There's no reason to let it linger. It also clarifies that the Inspector General reports directly to the Commissioner. Now, this is important because there are a lot of personalities, a lot of territorial disputes that happen in the executive offices. And particularly if, say, the Inspector General was investigating something that interacted with a division overseen by a deputy commissioner or something like that, well, that deputy commissioner might get in the way and be like, oh, well, maybe try and explain it away, when we want to take it directly to the top, directly to the commissioner, because they are the ones. In the underlying amendment, it gives the commissioner the authority to stop payments to the nonprofits or individuals that are suspected of fraud that are referred by the Inspector General. It also clarifies that the Inspector General may not be terminated, reprimanded, discharged, suspended without pay, or demoted except for just cause. And then it lays out what just cause is. Again, this is to protect the integrity and the independence of the Inspector General, because he's doing what's inevitably going to be uncomfortable work. He's going to be up in a lot of state agencies' business, rooting out fraud, waste, and abuse. Because part of the job of this Inspector General is to, yes, investigate fraud outside of the state, but it's also to evaluate things as they move through the process and become law. It also clarifies in the fraud definition, so it says deprive people of property or money through deception or unjust means. We also want to make it clear that it also is to acquire property. So if they're not depriving anybody, but they're getting it from somewhere else, just want to make sure basically theft is covered in that definition. And last, but certainly not least, is whistleblower protections. So fraud frequently is reported by somebody who has some tangential relationship with it. So we want to make sure that state employees or people in nonprofits or wherever this fraud may be are protected when they bring it up. Because if you are willing to basically turn against your bosses, because obviously there might be some fraud going on, they should not be allowed to retaliate against you while all this business is being sorted out. So these are needed changes. They vastly improved the underlying amendment, and I very much appreciate the chair working with me, because we've had some black eyes recently, $250 million in fraud in one case alone, and that was blatantly obvious. The Department of Education could have stepped in and done it without it, but they had a litany of excuses, even though there was some cases of 7,000 meals being served in an area where there's only 4,000 kids. The Feeding Our Future scandal was egregious, and if this was law right now, there is no way it would have lasted as long as it did or gotten to the number it did. We're at 70 charged and indicted, 70 charged and indicted in one fraud scheme, and 18 of those people have already pled guilty. So it's important that we take these measures and establish this office and take it into conference and ensure that this gets through the process. Because as it stands now, the Inspector General said in committee early in the year that he didn't have the tools to do his job. He did not have the tools to do his job. When I asked him that question, he said no. That's it, no. These are the tools that he mentioned in that testimony that would allow him to do his job, allow him to root out fraud. So the department was sort of kind of halfway set up last year. This fleshes it out, and we need to do that, especially considering our recent past as a state. And I do have, there is one thing that we talked about ahead of time that I want to ask if the chair would yield to a question.
The chair will yield to a question. Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chair Joachim, the big concern I have with the underlying amendment and this amendment, assuming it goes on, is I want to make sure the Office of the Inspector General believes they can do their job. So we talked about this already. Will you commit to having the Inspector General testify in conference committee when we go? I know we don't often take very much testimony in conference committee, but because of the way we're doing this and it's so important, and the whole point is what he and his department think about the bill, I want to make sure they have an opportunity to testify in public.
Chair Joachim.
Thank you, Representative West. I do commit to having a robust discussion in the conference committee and look forward to your help in getting this past the Senate.
Representative West.
Would Chair Joachim yield to another question?
Chair Joachim will yield to a question. Representative West.
Does a robust conversation mean you will invite the Inspector General to testify before the conference committee when you are co-chair of it?
Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Representative West. Yes, I will be inviting them.
Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just clarifying here. So, members, I urge your support of this bill, this amendment to the amendment, and then also, when this goes on, we should also support the underlying amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Discussion to the amendment Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank Representative West for bringing this important secondary amendment forward to further clarify the language in the underlying amendment and for being willing to work on this important issue with me. And honestly, do look forward to continuing your help as we move this through the Senate, and I would ask for a yes vote.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the underlying amendment, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, last year we spent money in the Education Finance Bill to set up this Office of Inspector General because we realize how important it is to have that, and when we're dealing with 38% of the state budget. The amendment provides further guidance and the tools for the Inspector General to do their job. And I would like to thank Representative Feist and Representative Pinto for helping craft the language so that it reflects the legislative intent that we had when the bill left the floor last year. Thanks to the Judiciary and Civil Law for hearing the bill after deadlines and for the members' input there. And we'll be bringing this language into conference committee where we'll continue to work on it and want to make sure that we get it just right. So members, I ask for a yes vote.
Discussion to the amendment as amended. There being no discussion, all those in favor of the amendment as amended say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lee Kay moves to amend House File Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A29.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Ramsey, Representative Lee.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The 829 is a simple amendment. It is a $50,000 transfer to Pelsby from computer science funds that we appropriated last year to the department. The amendment also has a small technical change to clarify use of these funds. This language is the result of conversations with MDE, Pelsby, and advocates, and so I'm confident to say this has the support of all stakeholders. Adopting the 829 tonight is important so that the department and its partners, like Pellsby and other advocates, can continue to work to ensure that all students across Minnesota have a foundational computer science education. Thank you.
Discussion to the amendment. There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Edelson moves to amend House Bill number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A34.
To the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Edelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A4 does many things. It establishes an effective date for July 1st for the READ Act. It clarifies paraprofessionals and volunteer training. It creates that training. It also does a two-step process for curriculum reviews. Oh, there we go. It requires MDE to do a RFP process for cultural responsive guidance. It also creates an ongoing review of curriculum, which will be sustainable into the future. I ask for your support.
Discussion to the amendment. There being no discussion, all those in favor? Oh, my apologies. Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that there are several of my other colleagues that would like to speak to this as well. I'd really like to kind of take a little trip down memory lane a little bit before we quickly adopt this amendment. Oh, I heard some groaning. I'm sorry. You know, the fight that we had to get the READ Act even started was great. And it started in the sense that we heard for years, but I've only been in the legislature, this is my 4th year, but during my first term, we heard from countless teachers that they were not being taught how to teach reading. And we heard that over and over and over again. And so Representative Edelson decided to make the bold step of that we are going to revise our reading standards to make sure that our students are being taught by evidence-based reading. Now, despite my frustrations with what we call it, we have the same idea of being able to make sure that our students and our teachers are using evidence-based. I say evidence-based is actually science of reading. Fortunately, and this is why this amendment confuses me so much, we got so much pushback from using the phrase science of reading because we were told that it was not culturally responsive. We were told it was racist. We were told that actually this is something that is not supported by science, and that we couldn't use that term. And I watched as our bill, the READ Act, as Representative Edelson's bill, the READ Act, go through version after version after version. DE 15, I think it got to, as Representative Edelson was trying to appease parties on every side. A very difficult task, a very difficult task. And what we started with the READ Act that we started with, was a good start. And all of us has acknowledged that, even if we're frustrated that it doesn't say the word science of reading in it. This amendment that Representative Edelson is asking us to adopt today takes a step backwards. If you look at the amendment, members, and I would urge you to do so before we quickly adopt this by voice vote, I would ask you to open up your amendment package and look at what the language actually says. It says here, 2.17, Upon approval of evidence-based intervention models, the department must ensure the models are reviewed by a contracted third party for culturally responsive guidance and materials. We are going to be spending, and if you look further, it tells you, $1 million to contract with a third party to make sure that our materials, from what I've heard from the conference committee, are not culturally destructive. I would like to say, before we move any further, if we're talking about culturally sensitive and making sure that we promote equity, I can't imagine anything more culturally destructive than not knowing how to read. I can't imagine anything more culturally destructive than keeping our teachers and our students trapped in a system that doesn't teach them how to read. We were told we couldn't use the science of reading because it wasn't culturally responsive. And now we are going to pause the work that Representative Ellison started to make sure that it is culturally responsive. And then farther into the amendment, after the initial review of these materials, because if I'm remembering correctly, so far zero members, zero of our curriculum have been approved because it's not culturally responsive yet, never mind that it might actually work to teach students how to read. But further on, it says that there's an ongoing review of literacy materials. The department, this is 4.11, the department may partner with one or more institutions of higher education to conduct independent and objective reviews of curriculum. This is ongoing review. To partner with the same institutions that told us that we could not use the phrase science of reading. We are going to partner with the people that told us that science of reading is racist. They told us that. Why would we spend $1 million not only to contract with someone that's going to tell us the science of reading is racist, even though it's actually teaching people how to read? Why would we then continue to partner with an organization that has told us that they don't even want to have their teachers to be taught on how to use the science of reading? This amendment is a step backwards, ladies and gentlemen. This is a step backwards. And I think it's really important to remember there is a difference between making sure that our curriculum is relatable to our children, which is something that I did every day in my classroom. Every day we did making sure that our curriculum was relatable, making sure that we could see ourselves, the windows and doors and the windows and mirrors. I remember all of those things. Representative Keeler looking at me. I did all of those things. But that cannot take priority to the science of reading. The science of reading is a structural, explicit method on how to teach reading. And when that is not prioritized to then make sure that it's culturally responsive, we are doing a disservice to our students. And FYI, it's one of those things where as a teacher, I can take the curriculum and I can look at it and say, okay, here's how I can make sure that it's relating to my students. But you do not allow our method of teaching to suffer simply under this guise of the fact that science of reading is racist. Mr. Speaker, whoa, sorry, I turned around and all of a sudden we had a new speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call requested, seeing 15 hands, a roll call is granted.
And I would request a red vote, members.
The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the scary thing is Patty's the good cop in this interrogation. So, it's been frequently cited that 50% of our students can't read at grade level. That's what the READ Act is supposed to address, and I think properly implemented, it will. But if you want a clue, and you might ask yourself, well, how did we get here? How did we get to a point where we're scoring an F as a state in literacy? In Minnesota, which historically is renowned for its education system. How did we get to this point? Well, there's a big clue in this amendment and in the backstory as to why it is that it's being brought before us today. As noted by Representative Mueller, if you look at lines 514 through 521 in the amendment, it appropriates $1 million for the Department of Education to request proposals for a contract to develop supplemental, culturally responsive materials. That's what we call gobbledygook. We want to ensure a culturally responsive curriculum. Materials that are culturally responsive. Well, what is meant by that? In short, not written by a white guy. And I'm not exaggerating. It's an article from Fox 9 talking about this. The headline was READ Act, Racial Insensitivity Concerns Raised Among Lawmakers. They say that teachers were alerting us legislators to concerns that they had about what they called racially insensitive material. And their article reads that the biggest problems they cited involved material coming almost exclusively from white authors. That's their definition of racially insensitive. It was written by a white guy. Therefore, it's racially insensitive. And because it's exclusively coming from almost exclusively coming from white authors and artists, even the elements designed to help with diversity mostly include inauthentic voices, they complained. Senator Aaron May Quaid, who was the author of the READ Act in that chamber, is quoted here as saying, "I have been to almost all the schools in my district, and I have seen firsthand the improvements that students have made as this has begun to be implemented." The point here is the READ Act works. The science of reading works. We're seeing tangible results in the improvement of literacy, the improvement of students' ability to read. But hold on, we got to pause, because the book they're learning how to read was written by whitey. We got to spend $1 million of state money to take time to sift through the curriculum and ensure that things we deem to be, what's the term here, culturally destructive, don't make it in front of students. By the way, just as an aside, this is all happening parallel to an ongoing debate about, quote, banning books, unquote. Apparently, it's a really bad idea to keep kids from reading smut in the school library, but we got to go extra far in our effort to ensure that they never read anything written by a white guy, because that's harmful. Not explicit depictions of sexual activity, illustrated. That's not harmful. But if a white guy wrote Great Expectations, we got to pull that. There's a quote in here from one of the teachers. "As an educator, I could not place these materials in the hands of my students, and as a human, I hope they don't go into the hands of any student." That sounds an awful lot like a ban to me. And, we engage in these exercises. I know they fall on deaf ears, but let's just pretend. Let's just pretend for a second that the roles were reversed. Let's talk about my nieces who happen to be white. Let's say one of their white teachers were to make the case to us here in committee that it is culturally destructive to my niece to read a book written by a black author. That being subjected to a book written by a black author destroys her culture. And we should take time and resources to ensure that her culture is not destroyed by black authors. How would you describe that argument? What adjective would come to mind applicable to that style of argument? I think you might call it racist. And you'd be right. And it doesn't become less racist when you swap the skin color. And it's a black teacher arguing that their black student reading a book written by a white person is culturally destructive. If your culture can be destroyed by considering the viewpoint of somebody who looks different than you, then your culture might suck. I mean, the word fragility comes to mind. The idea that your culture is going to be destroyed because you read something that comes from beyond the horizon of your lived experience, isn't that the whole point? To expand your horizons? And isn't it the point of the READ Act to teach kids how to read? And again, when you ask yourself the question, how do we get to this point? How do we get to the point where 50% of students can't read at grade level? It might be because the adults in their life who are tasked with getting them there to the point where they can read are more obsessed with skin color and ideology and politics and woke nonsense than they are with whether or not kids can succeed in life. What we are dealing with here is an attempt to pick up the pieces from something that has truly been culturally destructive, and that's the prioritization of ideology above academics. That has destroyed our culture. And the READ Act makes an attempt to try to put those pieces back together, but oh no, we got to put a pause. We got to spend more money so we can take time to go back to the source of the problem, which is prioritizing ideology, prioritizing politics, prioritizing critical theory above the capacity of kids to read. Vote no.
The member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to add a little bit here because the portion of the amendment that we are speaking to here concerns me greatly. And it's in the area 4.12 and so on down in there, where it says the department may partner with one or more institutions of higher education. The department may partner with one or more institutions of higher education to conduct an independent objective review of curriculum and intervention materials. Representative Edelson, I believe this is the bomb that is going to kill your READ Act. It's going to gut it. And here's how it works. Towards the end of our education committee, we heard testimony by a few activists who were complaining that some of the science of reading-based curriculum that had been approved by the Department of Education thus far was racist. You heard some of my colleagues mention it, but I'll tell you what they were exactly saying. One of the examples, or a couple of the examples I heard, was there were Cinderella stories for basic cultural groups. There was a Korean Cinderella story. There was a black Cinderella story. But they were written by white authors and they were illustrated by white illustrators. And somehow that was culturally insensitive and shouldn't be allowed. I will tell you this, in my 33 years of teaching, mostly first grade, which is a foundational grade for the teaching of reading, and I would work to get my kids excited to read, and I didn't have to work real hard, because at that age, most of them are excited to read and they love it. And even the ones that already hated reading, I'd bring them to the library and I would find them books that they loved. We'd read about Macduff, the little Westie dog, or Rotten Ralph, the naughty cat, and I had all kinds of books that they absolutely loved. And you know what they didn't look at? They didn't look at the color of the skin of the author or the illustrator. Matter of fact, it didn't even, in most cases, It wasn't there. So unless we adults point that out to them and say, oh my, this book has a white author or a white illustrator, they don't care. They just want a good book in their hands, and they love those books. So this is going to actually gut the READ Act, because we've already got these groups coming in and saying, oh my, this is racist, because we already heard early on in committee that the science of reading is racist. That's ridiculous. Phonics and the foundation and the structured literacy that's part of all of that is somehow racist? No, it's not. It's what gives the kids the foundation to be able to read. It's racist when we don't teach kids how to read so that they can be successful in life. That's what's racist. And as I heard Representative Mueller and Representative Hudson say, is the goal here is to get kids to read. So we're going to find out that probably all of these curriculum that have already been chosen somehow don't meet the responsive and linguistically responsive, culturally linguistically responsive, and reflect diverse populations. It's not going to meet that, so boom, jettison. All that good curriculum, gone. Sorry, we're just going to have to teach the old 3 queuing system that's not working, that has doomed our children to a life of frustration, a life where they can't find a good job, a life where they can't provide for their families, and a life of dependency on government. That's not a life we want our young people to look forward to. We want them to look forward to opportunity, to success, and all those things that go with it. And that's where literacy comes in, because that is a huge key. So this should be X'd right out of here. Of course, we should think about various cultures and be sensitive to racial issues and cultural issues. That's not the factor here. But that we're going to somehow ban certain curriculum and all the books that go in them because somehow they have too many white authors and white illustrators is absolutely ridiculous. Just yesterday in conference committee, we talked about the book ban issue because that's coming up in the education policy conference report. And yet here, we're developing a book ban committee that's going to ban a bunch of books and curriculum that can help our kids to read. And I'll just say one final thing. I peruse the social media every now and then just to see what people are saying, what's going on. And our governor talks a lot about the book bans right now. I'm banning book bans. You know what? His main message should be, I'm for the right for students, for children to read. The right to read. This whole book ban thing that we're hearing about on social media, it's a distraction. It's a distraction from the real issue, which is our kids in this state cannot read proficiently. Half of them can't. That's 500,000 kids. I believe I read there was about 1 million students in Minnesota, so half of that. 500,000 kids cannot read at grade level. They're set on a pathway for dependency, for struggle, for frustrations. So this part concerns me greatly. I'll vote no on this amendment just because of this part, because it is the bomb that's going to gut this whole READ Act and turn it into a bunch of mush and let those activist groups take it over and say, not going to work. We're going to go with our racially sensitive whatever, and it's going to be the most insensitive thing we've ever done because it's going to doom our children to be poor readers and doom them to a life of frustration and dependency. Thank you.
Member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before joining the legislature and moving back to Minnesota, I was very active in community and corporate programs to mentor and tutor students in, well, several dozen schools. And one of the things that we also did is we looked at internationally. And there were groups studying, because when you're international business organizations, they want to help the communities across. So we analyzed, some of the techniques in Germany and parts of Europe, in Japan, parts of Asia. And one of the things we discovered is that you can have different cultures successfully teaching. In fact, my wife in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, several years of elementary school came over to the U.S. and they were ahead. So I understand there's difference in cultures, but the unifying factor is the desire for the results that their kids actually learn. I remember as a freshman hearing about issues that Minneapolis-St. Paul and some of the other school districts have. But I also saw testimony from charter schools in Minneapolis and in the metro that were successful. Same demographics, and well, actually some of the charter schools were even more, the population was primarily minority, low-income students. And they had graduation rates that far exceed the public schools. They had success because it's not the name on the program, etc. It's that the programs work. And if you look decade after decade, there are several school districts with failing. In fact, some of the statistics are going down in reading at grade level, math at grade level, graduation, attendance, etc. They do the flavor of the month or year, but the name doesn't matter. It's the results. And when you hear from teachers from successful districts that actually they don't look at the race or the culture of the student. They look at what do they need to succeed. And when you get districts with minority students excelling, you should actually look and see what are the good districts doing that actually works. Because a priority should be teaching the children what they need in life, what they need to succeed, and not listening to the same groups that have been pushing failure in too many schools for too long. Why would I ever want to give a group money from the state that has failure as its track record instead of success? In the poorer sections of Dallas, when we were helping those schools, no matter who the person was that was tutoring or mentoring or just assisting the teachers, the only thing they cared about was the results of the kids actually learning. So, you can ignore the people that have actually been teaching and been successful from successful districts on their input, and you can continue to listen to the districts that have been failing for decades. When I was on the education committee, I continually said, what about the kids that are sitting in the desks now? This popular flavor or trend or whatever you had for an idea, well, in so many years, etc. I care about the kids now because they're the adults that are going to make our society successful if we give them the skills and the success that a good program does. They have to believe and have dreams. But if they're stuck in an unsuccessful program that sounds good, they're going to grow up without the dreams because they won't have the confidence that succeeding and learning gives them. So you can crumble to special interest groups and vote for this amendment. Or you can say, no, we care about actually delivering what these students need. Thank you.
The member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of passion around this issue, and rightfully so. And I think when we pull back the layers, we have a common goal with the READ Act or the Reading Reset, and that's to address the literacy crisis across Minnesota. Half of our kids can't read at grade level. Just let that sink in. Half of the kids walking through the Capitol on tours on a day in and day out basis, if you gave them a book at their grade level, they would not be able to read that book fluently to you. That's a tragedy. Half of the kids can't read at grade level. Of course, when we're selecting text in school districts, of course we want students to see themselves in those texts. Of course we do. That's part of every single rubric that I've ever used when we're adopting curriculum. Of course we want kids to see themselves, but we have to push through the hard work to address a system change. And Representative Edelson, I've been clear. I think you've worked really hard. But when there are system changes that must happen, there is going to be pushback. Representative Hudson said something, and it really jumped out to me. The whole concept of putting an ideology ahead of academics. I've seen it in education over my whole career. What it often looks like to a teacher, what you'll hear from them is, oh, this too shall pass. We saw this 20 years ago. This is just a new fad. That's a problem. And some of it is the reason it's a problem is because we do shift and sway to the whims of ideology and not what actually works for kids. We know there is data that supports the science of reading. You can look at across the country, states that implement the science of reading with fidelity and they don't put ideology in front of academics. Guess what happens? Kids learn. Kids learn. We have to push through. We have to say to those people, yes, that's valid. We need to make sure kids see themselves. But we will not let your lack of wanting to do the hard work, or frankly, your comfort, allow half of our kids in the state to not be able to read at grade level. Just think about that. That's unacceptable. I talked about it previously on the policy bill, but we currently in the state of Minnesota have teacher prep programs that are saying we won't teach the science of reading. We have professors in teacher prep programs that are marketing their version of literacy To administrators across the state, we need to send a clear message: you're done. You are done. And if they don't want to do it, guess what? Get rid of them. Because half of our kids can't read at grade level. We sat out at that pension rally, and there were beautiful children from across Minnesota, from diverse backgrounds and perspectives. And they chanted, "Readers today, leaders tomorrow." Don't bow down. Don't bow down to people that want to squelch our future leaders. Vote no.
The member from Travers, Representative Backer.
Yeah, thank you, members. And Mr. Speaker, it is so important to read. I talk firsthand about that. Several of you know that I am an identical twin. So good, bad, or ugly, there's two of me, okay? Back in 1972, they did not understand that twins develop their own languages. What did that mean? That mean my twin brother and I entered elementary school nonverbal. Literally nonverbal. We were not supposed to graduate even from elementary school. Not because we didn't have the intellect, we just couldn't communicate. And one of my teachers, Mrs. Reed, worked with us. I am a product of special education, folks, and I'm proud of it because they taught me to read. Was it easy? No. Back then, we still didn't have the science of reading, so thank the Lord, I have excellent memory and learned that way, but I had teachers, parents who invested the time to read. Not who's the author of the book. Not if they had a specific political agenda. Just the basics of reading. That's what I was taught. And literally, folks, I would not be here today with that basics. This is what's so alarming. We're not teaching our kids the basics. These are people that are going to be here, our leaders, when I'm sitting in the nursing home or wherever I might be. We need strong leaders. And if leaders can't read, then what happens? They listen to other people instead of making up their own decisions. And there was long hours that Mrs. Reed spent with my twin brother and I. And we're not talking about just elementary. About 7th or 8th grade, things start to kick in. I was still in special ed in sophomore year and junior year. Because of that learning disability, we were the butt of the class. Though my teacher, Mrs. Reed, and my parents too, never gave up on us because we learned the basics. This is not a good amendment. We need to focus on reading, writing, and arithmetic. So please do not support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Morrison, Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. So I'm just going to focus a little bit on the policy itself. I've got notes all over the place, but let me just back up for a second as I organize my thoughts in my head. First of all, when I first came into teaching in the early 90s, we were talking about just coming out of OBE, outcome-based education. From there, we moved into the profiles of learning and into the standards. And those of you that have been through education and been through cycles, one of the things I quickly realized was there was always a new thing on the horizon. And that new thing would get watered down through channels of bureaucracy and publishers and essentially become the next shiny thing that could get sold. We all agree on the problem that's in front of us. We all agree that literacy and reading proficiency is at an abysmal low. We agree that we haven't recovered to some of the pre-standards of math and reading that were before COVID. All of that is fact. And the READ Act was a response to that, and a good response. A lot of work that went into that. But we're starting to see issues that, frankly, it didn't surprise me, but I was hoping it wouldn't come this soon. At the end of committee, when we heard the groups come in and start talking about culturally appropriate. And where we're headed now, well, let me hit pause again. The kid that I was when I went to the library as a kindergartner, then first grader, second grader, I checked out the same book over and over and over. It was a book on astronomy. And I kept reading it, and I kept reading it. And I loved that book. I knew everything there was about that book. I had read those words thousands and thousands of times. And it wasn't until I actually had to teach reading that I went back and I understood why I checked that book out over and over. And in fact, it came even more clear to me when I had my son. And my son would come to me, it was a joke between my wife and I. He would come every night as he was learning to read and he was learning language, and he'd come to us with the same Dr. Seuss book, left foot, right. And oh my goodness, we read that book. We could get through that book in 36 seconds. We had it down to a science. And he would give us that book every night, and he'd make us read it over and over and over. The reason was because as he was learning language and processing it, and if you don't know this about much of the science that comes with reading, a kid will develop 80% of their vocabulary by the time they're 6 or 7 years old. Reading is about getting to the science, getting to the repetition, getting to the phonetics, getting to the sound, and all the things that come with that. So fast forward that, we've tried to throw all these different layers under reading programs when the reality is the cultural appropriateness of a book is really about the relevance of the book to that kid as that kid starts to understand the language they're exploring. Through literature, so let's back up through that for a second. I looked at a number of studies when I saw this amendment come out. I thought, okay, let's see what's out there quantitatively and qualitatively about does cultural appropriateness and relevance actually improve literacy scores? Nope. There is no data, there is no good data that says cultural appropriateness and relevant actually improves assessment and scores, or scores through assessment. But you know what does? The teachers. The teachers who can teach culturally appropriate and they can open those doors for those kids, that is the #1 factor that improves reading scores for students. Why? We know this. A good teacher knows how to open doors up to a student's mind. A good teacher knows how to start them. You can start a student on 1,000 Nights, which gives us the beautiful stories of Aladdin and Ali. And then you can move right into Don't Go to Moby Dick. For the goodness sakes, do not go to Moby Dick. It is a terrible book. It is a documentary on how to be on a whaling ship in the 1800s. It is a terrible book. But you can go from 1,000 Nights into the adventures of Tom Sawyer. And you can start to bridge those gaps. You can then go into Charles Dickens, who, by the way, wrote A Christmas Carol because he was dirt poor and running out of money and he had to throw a story together, which became one of the greatest classics. And what we find is literature becomes the pathways and doorways for a student to expand their mind and to take and then become a culturally appropriate. It doesn't work the other way. So going back to the bill itself, I started to look at this and I thought to myself, OBE, profiles of learning, we're just throwing one more shiny new objects at schools. First of all, the section effective date on line 2.25 becomes July 1st, 2024. So we're asking the Department of Education to begin this process right away. Okay, if we're gonna have a process, let's get them moving on it. But they have to hire someone first. Schools are starting their purchasing now They're starting their materials. They're starting to ramp up on this. If you've ever worked in schools, you get the kids out, you graduate them, they move the tassels over, and the pallets start moving in within a week because the supplies are starting to show up. And we don't even have a third party yet at MDE that MDE has contracted with because they must have a third party to review these materials. So we have the teachers on board, and we've heard this from administrators. The teachers are on board, they're getting trained, they're moving through all this. The materials are starting to come in, and we're now putting one more roadblock. We're now putting another gate that says, wait a second, we got to contract someone to review these materials for cultural appropriateness. Now, there is an out here in lines 2.27, 2.3, that, hey, if you've already bought in a district that purchases approved curriculum, which is interesting because it's approved curriculum, but it may not really be approved curriculum because we don't really have the cultural appropriate stamp of approval yet. But if you purchase a curriculum before the cultural responsiveness review is completed, which, by the way, could be 6 months, a year, we don't know. How long is it going to take to hire someone, and then maybe they don't work out? So if you purchase this, you are okay, so let's, in this lines, 2.27 to 2.3, if a school district purchases the curriculum before the review comes out, and then the review comes out and there are issues with it, how are we going to solve that? Well, it's right here on 2.29, 2.28 and 2.29. The district, again, putting this on the district, is encouraged to go back and work with the publisher, and this is important, 2.29, to obtain updated materials. You think they're going to get them for free? No. So I've purchased curriculum, and now I have to go back and get the new revised version, and I have to go back to the publisher, who then is going to work through this process. And didn't we get to this problem because we were relying on the publishers and the charlatans in the first place? They were sending the material into the schools, and they were doing this through the textbooks and their materials, and we had bought into it. Because in a school district, what you do is you end up buying into a series, you buy into a curriculum, you buy into, boom. I hope I'm wrong. But what I see us doing is heading right back to the problem that we started with. Members, we do not need this amendment. Let it ride. Let it go on. Get these groups out of our backyard for a while. The teachers, I would imagine if I were to ask the question here, how many of you think our teachers are doing a great job? Hands would fire up and we'd all be rah, rah, let's get behind them. So let them do it. If they're good teachers as we trust them, they're already selecting materials through the curriculum process, through handing a kid a book that will be culturally appropriate to get that kid to the outcome of reading. Let's not put this right back into another bureaucrat's hands in a cubicle in the Department of Education who has no idea who they're going to hire on this. Go ahead and do a quick search. Go look for companies that review curriculum for cultural appropriateness. I didn't find any, which scared me because it makes me wonder does this mean a group that's already gotten money from Pelsby, like Education for Liberation, could put in a bid? Absolutely they could. We could pass this bill without this amendment and give ourselves some time, give these schools some time. Let's get the feedback from the educators. We say it all the time. Let's get it from the grassroots. Let's get it from the boots on the ground. Let's let this run for a bit. And then guess what? If the teachers start to say, hey, guess what? Maybe we could get some material that has this, they can work with those publishers. But we're reverse engineering ourselves into a hole. And when you're standing in a hole, the first thing you do is you put the shovel down and you quit digging. Vote no, members.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to thank members for all the passion they have around this, around this issue. It was very clear in the beginning that we all share a lot of common goal. We want our kids to read. It's important. Actuarial studies say that if kids aren't reading by 3rd grade, they have more likely chance to end up in jail. So we all know that's important. I'm glad Representative Krisha talked about how we do share that common goal and all the work that's gone into this. And I loved Representative Bennett's story about bringing kids to the library and getting them excited and engaged in a book to get them to read. And that's important. So is seeing yourself in the curriculum to get you excited and engaged. And we should all want to expand our horizons and learn from people who think differently than us. Maybe not calling them woke would be a start. But cultural sensitivity or knowing and how books are written are different for everybody. Representative Krisha mentioned 1001 Arabian Nights as a beautiful story. It's a story about a king who takes a woman, Scheherazade, and says, "You're up for execution now. I don't like you as my wife." She tells him a story every night and leaves a cliffhanger so that he'll keep her alive until the next day. She was such a good storyteller, by the end of the 1001 Nights, he pardons her. In our family, we talk about that book as how brave Scheherazade was and how creative she was and how strong she was that she could save her own life. So it's different for everyone. And when we talk about the beauty of this place and people being able to testify, and the committee hearing we had, that testimony was from a teacher, and it was where she was coming from. We might not agree with it. I thought it was a little over the top. I don't like people screaming at us, even on Zoom. But that is what we do here. We listen. We listen to people, and she had something to say. But we don't try to prescribe that to then the author of the bill and any author's motives, because a member of the public happens to come up and testify. So I want to bring us back to the bill, because that's really what we're here about, back to this amendment. And if you vote no on this amendment, you're voting no on flexibility for our districts with training that they've asked for. You're voting no on more training for our paras and our volunteers. You're voting no on having the time for our teachers to do that training. And members, a lot of people care about literacy and have worked really hard on this. Representative Mueller talks about it all the time. And Representative Edelson, the minute she stepped in this building 6 years ago, this was her priority, not just because of her personal story, but because she cares about our future of our students being able to read, because she knows what that did for her. And she wants to pass that on. So I want to thank Representative Edelson for all your work. I have never seen anybody, well, maybe Representative Feist too, wherever she is, be able to get people in a room that have big emotions, get them all to come together and to agree on something so that we can move forward and we can break those systems that we're stuck in. And I know with big feelings sometimes comes big differencing of opinions, but it shouldn't be differences of fact. And I know Representative Edelson will correct some of the inaccuracies we've heard on the floor today. But bottom line, members, vote yes on the amendment.
The author of the amendment, Representative Edelson.
Well, thank you. So lots of thoughts, and I just want to thank my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. I genuinely do. Representative Krisha, Representative Bakeberg, Representative Bennett, Representative Mueller, I'm going to miss you when I'm gone. What will we do? Literacy Wars 2024 might have to pick up some new people. So this amendment, I know there was a lot of things that were said about this amendment. And we are trying to do large reform on literacy for the state of Minnesota. We are, and it's hard. And I think ultimately there's lots of agreements. It's like a beautiful mind over here with all my Post-its, but I'm trying to pick which ones I want to say. So we're creating in this amendment a two-step process. Structured literacy, interventions, and materials. Materials are on the website already, by the way. And some of the districts, actually the district where the teacher had brought up the issue is actually, I think, entering it into a contract to buy one of the curriculums because we've met with the publisher, Senator McQuaid and I did. Right when we knew that they were flagged, we said, what do we need to do next? We went and we met with the publishers. Because not only can we teach kids how to read and thrive, we can also make sure these materials are representative of our diverse state, our growing, diverse state. When people open up books, a little kid is able to see themselves depicted in a way that will inspire them to greatness. I believe our state can do great things, and I believe it's not easy. And you know, it doesn't gut the READ Act. I know that was said, and it doesn't. We put in some really good parts of this that culturally and linguistically reflect diverse populations. Those things don't gut anything. Those things make it stronger, and I ask you to vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will call the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll. Carroll votes aye. Becker-Finn.
Becker-Finn, aye.
Becker-Finn, aye. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. Cagle.
Go ahead. Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye.
There being 69, oh, clerk will close the roll, sorry. There being 69 yeas and 62 nays, the amendment prevails. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mueller moves to amend House File Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A33.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Mueller from Mower.
I feel it.
Mower.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before we move on, I do have an amendment to the amendment that I'd like to put on real quickly as it is a technical amendment.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will call the amendment to the amendment. We'll report the amendment to the amendment.
Mueller moves to amend the Mueller amendment to House File Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A44.
The member from Mower, Representative Mueller.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And this amendment to the amendment is simply a technical correction. One part of the bill was referenced incorrectly, and so this is just a technical amendment. Thank you to our nonpartisan staff, Tim Strom, for catching it and for fixing it for us. If we could, I would ask members to support this amendment to the amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would tell people to vote yes. It's not quite a technical amendment, but it needs to be fixed. The money was being subtracted from the VPK levy interactions, but not taking away the VPK seats to pay for their funding. So we would have kept the VPK seats, got rid of the levy interactions, and increased property taxes, and I'm sure that's not what folks wanted to do. So please accept the amendment to the amendment, but not the underlying amendment. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment to the amendment, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? The motion prevails. Representative Mueller, to your underlying amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. I am thrilled to be able to offer this amendment number 33 here. This amendment affirms that our students have a right to read. And I want to talk a little bit about the film that just came out last year through the LeVar Burton Foundation called The Right to Read. And it was a film that that kind of followed the NAACP and several other teachers, including the Sold a Story author, as they were talking about how important it is for us to hold on to the science of reading. With the film, there is a discussion guide that goes with it. And at the very end, as they kind of walk through what is the science of reading, why is it not being used, what's going on, how can we make sure that we are holding fast to the science of reading, at the very end, the very last discussion point says, "It smells like freedom." And many of you have seen me wear my button, "Education is freedom." And I'm reading from the discussion guide. It says, throughout the film, Kareem emphasizes that literacy is a civil right issue. As a fundamental skill necessary to succeed in the information age, reading, writing, and literacy should be something every person can do at a proficient level or above. If you can't read, you can't access the full benefits of our society. As we know from decades of scientific research, the reality is that the majority of people can learn to read, but many are not being taught. If we have the tools to teach everyone how to read, everyone should have access to those tools. Civil rights guarantee equal social opportunities and a public education under the law, regardless of race, social economic background. High quality and effective literacy instruction should be guaranteed by a public education in the U.S. for all children. So the very first part of my amendment is an unequivocal statement that children have a right to read. And if you look at your amendment packet on 1.10 all the way through 1.14, it is that we are going to say that we have, this is the Right to Read Act. Children have a right to read. And they have a right to be taught by teachers who have been taught in the science of reading. If you go to the Right to Read movie, I think it's .org, my computer decided to turn off, and you go and look at the statistics, you've heard them all before. And you've heard all the repercussions of what happens when you don't know how to read. And as we have talked about with the previous amendment and with this, that this is the #1 equity issue of the day. Learning to read is what will propel you to success. So my amendment establishes a policy statement recognizing our children have the fundamental right to read, and that is obtained through the science of reading. My amendment restores the requirement for the teachers of elementary education to demonstrate their knowledge and skill in the teaching of science of reading. And I looked up again through the the nctq.org, their most recent research about how important it is for us to have a proficiency test. Their recommendations to state leaders is to require a strong reading test for anyone teaching students in the elementary grade, because they said that a licensure test is an essential tool to build a nation of readers. Elementary teachers, it says in their report here, elementary teachers deserve a fair and accurate assessment of what they do and do not understand about the science of reading so that they can quickly fill in those gaps. And we are removing that. We have removed that. My amendment restores that. It requires the Professional Educator Licensing Board to conduct an audit of teacher prep programs to verify compliance with the science of reading requirements. And we've already heard how there's such resistance to that. Colorado is an example of how someone has, how their Department of Education has told their teacher prep programs, if you're not gonna abide by the science of reading, you don't get funding. It is that important. So let's start with some information and let's do an audit on our preparation programs. And then, because we have heard so much about how our teachers, our schools, are overregulated and underfunded, this provides $42 million of additional funding, along with the funding that is in the underlying bill. The $42 million is reallocated from the fiscal year 25 expansion of the VPK, and it's already, the VPK is already funded in the expansion of fiscal year 26. This would just, we're reprioritizing it. And I'd like to say that, you know, when we put forth our reading reset bill in 23, not only did we have we did not include the other 64 other mandates that have been crushing our schools that we've heard so much about, that have cost billions of dollars. So historic investment, JK, historic mandate, so not actually historic money to be able to use. That we, on this side of the aisle, had a $250 million investment to actually go to our students, to go to our teachers, to go to our classrooms, and that if you add up last year's investment, the additional investment that we have, plus whatever investment that we're trying to do in this amendment, it still doesn't equal $250 million that we would have invested in our reading reset bill in 2023. We are still underfunding this because our priority apparently is digging big holes in the ground for palace of politicians. That's where that money is going. We could put $735 million in a palace for politicians. We can't teach students how to read, though, apparently. The language that I have here does not replace the changes proposed in the underlying bill, but works in concert with it. I talked last or 2 weeks ago about how, you know, this was a good start, that it just needed a little bit of polishing. I had some pushback that it didn't need polishing, but JK, we're actually polishing. So if we're going to polish, then let's do the right investments here. Let's invest in it, and let's draw a line in the sand right now that we are going to give every child the right to read. And Madam Speaker, I'd request a roll call, please.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, members, and I would ask you to vote green.
To the member from Hennepin, Representative Edelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Okay, so I'm going to ask my members to vote no on the A33. The reading reset, the right to read. We got a lot of name changes going on over there. I think the READ Act is a good one. I think we should stay with it. So The Right to Read actually was a really good movie. I enjoyed it. I don't think we should fangirl it so much that we actually call our bill after it. But, you know, there's problems with this amendment in many ways. You're taking from VPK. That is 4th and 5th graders making sure that they have a good foundation laid to learn how to read. It doesn't feel like a good pathway forward, so I think we should not go for that. Teacher licensure exams. Being a good test taker does not mean you're a good teacher. It just doesn't. And we've been having this conversation around just exams and all of those things. I mean, I'm a person that has dyslexia. You know, I'm a terrible test taker. It doesn't define who I am. It doesn't mean that I'm not a smart person. I would never want teachers that aren't really good at memorization to not teach in our classrooms. So, and then the last thing, the higher ed audit report, we're doing that. We're doing that, and you know Representative Mueller. But your bill says to do it by September of 2024. That's just a few months away. We're about a quarter of the way through the higher education. We're fixing it. I agree, actually. Representative Baker, that is a problem. We do need to work with higher ed, and we need to hold them accountable to make sure that, you know, we're not having issues where we have this educational autonomy happening in higher education where they're costing our districts money. So we are dealing with that, and I completely agree. We're on the same point on that. So I'd ask my members to vote no, because I think every bill needs polishing. You are right, so, you know, congratulations on that one. But this is not the right polishing. Thank you.
To the member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to rise in support of the Mueller amendment and especially point out the part starting in 5.1 in the amendment, line 5.1, the board adopting rules requiring applicants for Tier 3 and 4 teachers for elementary education to pass an examination or performance assessment, 2 ways to do it actually, of knowledge and skill and the ability to teach the science of reading. So I'm going to date myself right now, tell you when I went to college to be a teacher was in the late 1970s. And I also, after I graduated in 1980, I went to a year of graduate school for special education. And I know I have fellow teachers on the other side of the aisle here too, and we know what that was like. But I will tell you this, even way back then, the education that I received in my basic 4 years and got my elementary school degree along with a preschool early childhood degree, that was not adequate for teaching of reading. If I had not gone to graduate school and taken on the special education components, I would not really have known how to teach reading. It was that special education instruction as a teacher that taught me that. So therefore, teachers are totally dependent upon the curriculum, which is a whole nother subject I'm not going to get into right now, but that's why we have to have good curriculum. But we should be assessing this key knowledge because it is the critical factor for teaching. Because if a child cannot read, a child cannot learn any other subject adequately, including math, science, history, anything. So why not assess teachers? We should. Some teachers people aren't good test takers. I will agree with that. Some students aren't either. But it doesn't mean we just dump the tests. So if third graders aren't good test takers, should we just dump the third grade reading tests and say, you're good to go. You sat in my classroom all year or from first grade or kindergarten up through third grade, so you're good to go, you passed reading. No, we don't do that because we know better, because seat time does not equal mastery. And so our teachers' seat time in a teacher prep program does not prove mastery. I bet you I wouldn't have been able to pass a reading test after graduating as a teacher way back in 1980. After 1981, when I went to the special ed graduate classes, I think I could have. I'm assuming things have changed since then, but obviously they're not being taught totally correctly because teachers are saying that they don't have the skills that they need. So In this amendment, we bring back the test, the assessment for teachers, and it could be a paper pencil test. It could be a performance test where you perhaps sit in an interview. We can do things more than one way in assessing. We do that with our students. We can do that with our future teachers as well. But don't just dump the assessment and that evaluation, because this area in particular is way, way too important. So I will say something about the VPK, because I know this pulls funding from the governor's project, which is what he got into the bill, and Representative Mueller, I think it's $50 million, I believe, that was set aside for, or pulled out for this VPK to expansion to start earlier. Well, if we're pushing kids into an early childhood program in our public schools that are already lacking quality, good education to get kids reading because they're trusting that curriculum that's faulty, and it goes way back into the preschool years when you're learning phonemic awareness and alphabet letters and all those kinds of things, then we're just pushing those kids into a system that's not working. So why not focus on getting that system fixed instead of bringing more kids? I told you when I spoke up last that 500,000 kids in this state cannot read at proficient levels. Well, every time we have a classroom of kindergartners and pre-K come in, we're adding to that, because half of those will not be able to learn to read proficiently unless we get this fixed. So I do support this amendment, and I especially like to see that assessment that shows that our future teachers are proficient in teaching the science of reading. Teachers want those skills. I don't think they're afraid to prove it either. They shouldn't be, because they're good teachers, and they want to show that they're able to do this. So I do support the Mueller amendment and ask for a green vote on that amendment. Thank you.
To the member from Morrison, Representative Creshaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I support the Mueller amendment as well. We just had a quick point, and I want to make sure I sharpen that point just a bit. We talk about the fiscal year 25 VPK funding, and that will really only impact about 5,000 kids. The Mueller amendment will actually impact tens of thousands of kids in all the school districts. So one of the things that we do down here is we have to determine how best to spend the resources and to move those about. So Representative Mueller, your amendment has it right. We're trying to get the literacy skills up, and we're trying to make the most amount of impact that we can, and I believe this amendment does that, and I would support it with a green vote.
To the member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too would support the Mueller amendment. Just a couple things. Representative Edelson, I look forward to working with you on the higher ed pieces of it, and I'm glad that we have a common ground on that. But I just want to paint a little bit of a perspective of what it looks like from the school district side when a school district hires a teacher from a higher ed institution that doesn't focus on the science of reading. That means that training cost now comes to the district. And it's not only the training cost, but it's the professional development time and cost for the teacher who we hire, but it's also the kids, because that teacher has to be out of the classroom for that professional development time. So if we don't get this right at the higher ed institution, it is going to push this problem downstream to our school districts. The other thing I wanted to talk about was the enactment date. And I'll be honest, Representative Mueller, I was kind of like, oh wow, September 1st, that's fast. And then maybe the snarky side of me came out, and I said, well, they should have to do it too, because we got over 65 mandates last year that we just had to figure out. And some of them had enactment dates, I mean, that came very, very quickly to our districts. And it was just like, figure it out. Or, you know, what we'd hear from the department is, we'll put it on the comment sheet. We'll put it on the question and answer document. And months and months and months. So, you know what? I think it's okay that we provide some pressure on higher ed institutions to figure it out. I'm okay with that. The last thing I would talk about is the early investment in VPK, and I would 100% agree. I've been in education long enough that I actually remember when kindergarten was every other day, or it was different structures. The district that I started teaching in, we invested in all day, every day K, so that we could get that ball rolling right away. So I understand that. But that only works if you're using a curriculum that's rooted in the science of reading. So you have to make good use of the time that you're using with those kids. And Representative Krisha actually stole my thunder, because in my district, in 54B that I represent, 2 of my 3 districts do not benefit from the VPK dollars. So $50 million, that translates statewide to about 0.5% on the formula. So I would just ask you to think about your own districts. And is your district cutting? And could your district use about 0.5% on the formula? And I could go down the laundry list of districts that are cutting across the state, but there's a ton of them. This is what we should have been doing throughout this session. We should have rolled up our sleeves, and I'll talk about this more later, but we should have rolled up our sleeves and said, boy, where did we go wrong in last session? Where did we allocate funds and we missed it? We should have rolled up our sleeves. We should have said, wow, we need to reinvest, or we need to reallocate. That's what this amendment does. It reallocates funds across the state so that in just my district, all 3 of the school districts that I represent will receive money, not just one of them. And the district that gets this VPK dollars, they do great work with it. But when I think about the fiscal condition of our school districts across the state, we can't be putting things in buckets here and there. We have to do the work, the hard work, to be able to support our districts. Otherwise, what happens, and I'll say this again later, what happens is the school boards do the hard work and they cut teachers. And my district is hiring. I actually hired a teacher this morning. So unfortunately, my district is benefiting from your district's loss, because I'm getting really good teachers. But we should support this amendment and support the science of reading. It's a good amendment. Thank you, Representative Mueller.
Further discussion on the Mueller 833 amendment as amended. Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members, so much for our discussion on this. You already heard Representative Bennett talk about what I did want to say for the test. And Representative Edelson, I was also one of the people that could not do paper pencil tests very well. Definitely wasn't one of those people. Had to retake the teacher, what it used to be called the praxis test, 200 years ago when I went through my teacher prep program. The praxis test, I had to redo that because I was not proficient in math and struggled with that. The pedagogy test, I remember taking the pedagogy test and being absolutely terrified about it because it was 120 questions in 120 minutes, and it was just absolutely terrifying. So I understand. I understand the reaction of, oh my gosh, I'm not able to pass this, quick, let's get rid of it. But removing an independent mechanism, an independent measurement that ensures that our teachers know what they're doing. Because as we've heard from so much testimony, that just finishing a 4-year school here in Minnesota is not preparing them. We're already hearing that. We're hearing that from the people who come to our testimony tables and saying, I wasn't prepared. We hear it when they say that I wasn't taught how to teach reading. I wasn't taught how to do classroom management. Like, we're hearing it. So just because they graduate doesn't mean that they are ready to go. And we do this with no other profession. We really don't. We don't do this with lawyers and doctors. But I agree that a paper pencil test is not the only way, which is why, as Representative Bennett said, that I have or a performance assessment of knowledge, skill, and ability to teach the science of reading. We have that flexibility in there. But I will tell you that we are only one of 2 states that does not have a reading test for elementary school teachers. We are one of 2. And before that, we had the Minnesota MLTE test, and that was labeled as acceptable. It was labeled as acceptable, and now we got rid of that. The other part that I'd like to address is that for the audit of the teacher preparation program, gathering data is one thing, but what my amendment does is actually put a little teeth into it. And if you look at 5.30 down to 5.32, it actually says the board must place a program not in compliance on immediate probation. A program placed on probation must develop and implement an action plan to comply with this section. Gathering data is great, but if we're not going to do anything with it, if there's no repercussions for not actually doing what they need to be doing, then what does it matter? We need to make sure that we're actually holding these teacher prep programs accountable. By not doing the investment in the science of reading, instead of putting money in so many other things, and we have so many other things that we've invested in other than this foundational skill of reading, what ends up happening is that when we don't have kids that know how to read and they continue to get farther and farther behind, we now have adults that don't know how to read. Citing statistics from the Right to Read film.org, 54% of Americans between the age of 16 and 74 read at a level below that of a 6th grader. There's a lot of chatter going on, so maybe I should read that again. 54%. That's over half of Americans between the ages of 16 and 74 read at a level below that of 6th grade. Adults who struggle to read are more likely to be unemployed, underemployed, incarcerated. In a study by Gallup on behalf of the Barbara Bush Foundation, says that low literacy levels among U.S. adults could be costing the economy $2.2 trillion a year. The repercussions of not knowing how to read are astronomical. And it's more than a price tag. It's the dignity of these human beings to be able to live a life of prosperity, of opportunity, and growth. Members, you've heard it all before. We already have decided how we're going to vote. But for the public that's listening, I think it's really important for you to understand. While instruction on learning how to read may be bipartisan, the investment is not. We had a bill that would have been $250 million. And even with the extra money that has been offered by the majority party, it is still not enough to address this foundational issue. Please vote green on this amendment. Thank you, members. And thank you, Madam Speaker.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment as amended. chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
One more time.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Good.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 yeas and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment as amended is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson P.E. moves to amend House Bill number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A22.
I recognize the author of the amendment to explain the amendment. It's the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A22 amendment moves to strike from the bill the proposed statewide health education standards mandate and redirect the proposed funding that was in here for rulemaking to be used for cannabis prevention education. I want to start out with the dollars that were attached to this for rulemaking. It was $627,000 of one-time money, which is a significant amount of money for rulemaking procedure. It's several times the normal. I don't know if it's because the Department of Ed expects to get sued over this. Probably is my guess. So maybe that's why it's so high, $627,000. But we can use that $627,000 in cannabis prevention because that's going to become a big issue for our students down the road. But the heart of the amendment is to remove the statewide health education standards mandate. This is once again another mandate on our schools. We passed 65 plus mandates last year on our schools, and there are many new mandates in this new education bill this year. One of them is this. It is a statewide health standard. The current law right now already provides that, that schools have to do certain policies. We have toolkits and guidance, and they can follow state guidance or they can choose their own path on health education. But this bill is going to mandate a Department of Education dictated set of health standards across all of our school systems. And that's just wrong. It eliminates local control and it brings about more and more controversy and politicizing of our education system. And we've had enough of that. We've had enough. It's also, I want to point out that the state law requires ethnic studies to be added into all of our standards, including these health standards. So this is about bringing some of the ethnic studies type curriculum into our health education of our students. As a member of the committee, I can tell you we had many testifiers, two of them out front Minnesota, gender justice, on this particular health section. And it sort of shows you the politicizing that's occurring within these standards and within the bill. So I ask that we remove this new mandate, additional mandate from our schools to the mandating health standards across the state. We get rid of the rulemaking process, and we put these dollars into cannabis prevention education for our students. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To the member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask members to vote no on this amendment. There is already a statute in law, 120B.215, that requires very specific education in our schools regarding cannabis consumption, especially that it's prohibited before you're 21. I know this because the cannabis bill had to make a stop in the Education Finance Committee because of that language. But more importantly, this bill removes the funding to start the very lengthy process of rulemaking to create a standard for health. So members, we have graduation requirements that are set at the state level. We then set the standards to those graduation requirements because we want our diplomas to mean something equally across the state. Districts can add more grad requirements, but this is a base of grad requirements. All of those standards for our graduation requirements are set at the state level, except for health. This is the last one. So we start the rulemaking process, like I said, which is very rigorous. It lasts over 2.5 years long, and it's right in statute. In fact, I think it's on page, I think it's 21 of our bill, that just tells you who has to be part of that rulemaking process. There has to be a parent there. There has to be teachers, school administrators, members of the business community, post-secondary faculty, and we are adding students to that list. The Minnesota Youth Council, a member from the Youth Council, because our students should be here when we're creating law around them. So our standard graduation requirements should be standard and evidence-based. Currently, a school board gets to decide what students get taught in health. And one thing about listening to students across the state, they've all said they want accurate information and they want more information than what they're currently being given. And the cost is there because we have one-time money in education. Standards take 3 years. So this is the cost for the 3-year part of rulemaking. It's right in line with the other standard renewals that we do. And the money's there to make sure that you have the SONAR process, which puts the standard draft out for development so people can all make comments, and all those comments are gathered. It's for the administrative law judge that looks at them. It's a very lengthy process. And it was mentioned who was supporting this bill. I wanted to mention a few other people that were supporting this bill. We had NAMI, our mental health professionals, MINCASA, those that, the folks that advocate against sexual assault. We had pediatricians. We have medical doctors, are all saying this should be standardized at the state level. And this is just a base. Once those standards come out, if a district wants to provide more information, they can build on top of that. But as I said before, this is the last state graduation requirement that doesn't have a standard set at the state level, and that is what we are doing right now. And districts are already mandated to teach health. We're just telling them it has to be set at a certain standard as a base. So with that, members, I'd ask for a yes vote, a no vote on the amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Anderson, for bringing this amendment forward. And this is an interesting conversation when we talk about cannabis education. I sit on the Commerce Committee, and to go back to talk a little bit about what happened in Commerce this year is Commerce was the only committee to get a negative target this year. You know what a negative target means? You got to find money from someplace else to be able to fund additional operations. And the area that we were looking to fund was the Office of Cannabis Management. And so what had happened was the powers to be went in to look for places to get money. So they went back to last year's appropriations, and they started stealing money from the cannabis programs. And I use the word steal money because my good friend Tommy Rukavina used to say, you know, O'Driscoll, they're stealing money from the kids. Not too many laughs anymore, Representative Newton. Not a lot of people remember Tommy Rukavina on the floor like you and I do. And what happened was when the kids were getting the money stolen from them, I raised that in committee, and I said, well, why are we stealing from the kids? We were told by Democrats last year that the way to deal with cannabis and marijuana use is to go out and educate the kids how bad this is. But then the next year, what do? We cut money from the program. We don't want to educate them too much, take away customers apparently from this new emerging market here in the state of Minnesota. So Representative Anderson, thank you for finding money to be able to help these kids in these education programs. A negative target, we're cutting in prevention programs to fund the Office of Marijuana here in the state of Minnesota. You can't make this stuff up, folks. You can't make it up. It's unbelievable that this is happening. Billions and billions of dollars, as my friend Tommy Rugavini used to say. And this is the best we can do? Shame on all of you, Tommy would say. Shame. And then he'd go into a dog story, and then we'd be off to something else again. Again, for those of you who remember Tommy, I miss him. I was up in Hibbing one time on the school trust lands, and Tommy had left the legislature, and he was a commissioner up there. And we're having lunch with the school trust lands folks, and Tommy grabs his lunch, and he sits across the table from me, and he goes, "You know what, O'Driscoll? You ain't half bad." And I said, "Well, how come I'm only not half bad? I'm not a good guy completely." He goes, "You're still a Republican." I miss that guy around here because he stood up for kids. School trust lands. He would be beside himself today if he knew what was going on. Stealing money from the kids on marijuana education and prevention. So again, thank you so much, Representative Anderson, for bringing this amendment forward. This is important. I've also asked, and we'll get a chance to see if we get that money back in the Commerce Bill. Stop stealing money from the kids. Members, a yes vote is the obvious vote on this. You can't say in an odd number year, oh, it's important, but in an even number year, it's not that important. Let's rob the piggy bank. Let's give those kids a bunch of stems and seeds in that bag. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. Tommy would appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Creshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And will Representative Bakebird yield for a question?
He will yield for a question. Representative Creshaw.
Representative Bakebird, let's do a little role playing here. I'll be the suit from St. Paul. You be the administrator from your school district. Do you really need new health standards with all the things that are going on? Or locally, do you think your folks can handle this?
Representative Bakebird.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, we don't. That's the simple answer. And I think the longer answer is we go through a robust process when we are developing standards at the local level. And I do, this is the last standard that is not statewide. And we've heard that a lot, but let's flip that and say, why is that? I wonder why that is. And so what I would say to the suit in St. Paul, I would say, are you going to answer the phone calls of the upset parents when we're having a conversation about sex ed and they don't agree with what the teacher was teaching? Are you going to have that conversation? No, the answer is no, you're not. So when we develop things at a statewide level, it creates issues at the local level when it's rolled out. We saw that time and time and time again last year. And actually, I was just talking with someone outside, and he asked me kind of why I was here. And I said, honestly, it's because oftentimes I'd be sitting in my desk implementing the stuff that a suit from St. Paul passed, and I often thought, do they have a clue what goes on in schools? And the answer is, many of us don't. You don't understand the day-to-day, when we pass a bill, what it means on Tuesday morning at school. So we don't need statewide health standards. We need the freedom and the flexibility to adopt standards at the local level, because these topics, they're difficult. And what Minneapolis wants is not what Mankato needs. So the local school district should make that determination, not a suit in St. Paul.
Representative Kreshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And the reason I can't answer that phone call, Representative Bakeberg, because I don't know if you know this, but I'll be chained to my desk because I'm not leaving my office, but I won't have access to a phone. So until they kick me out, unless there's the cold weather rules, which means I get to stay longer for this, incredibly big hole in the ground. But no, you're absolutely right. And the other thing that I bring this up is because we've already been through an incredibly political rulemaking process on the social studies standards. My goodness, how much more are we going to put our local schools through? How about none? I mean, with all the things that are going on, and the cannabis laws, those of you that want to celebrate it, great. It's going to absolutely devastate our students and our teaching. We have no idea the tidal wave that's coming in there. But again, I'm sorry I won't be able to answer the phone because I won't have phone service while I'm chained to my desk. I probably won't have a desk. I think they're going to take that out too. So I would support the amendment.
To the member from Hennepin, Representative Katiza-Watoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to rise and quickly touch upon the funding for the Office of Cannabis Management in the Commerce Bill. That bill was in Ways and Means on Thursday of last week, and while actually I agreed with Representative O'Driscoll in committee, and we talked about it, Chair Stevenson said he would work on finding some agreeable language as we move forward. We did introduce an amendment in Ways and Means to include substance use prevention for youth under some existing language in the bill. So we do have that issue. We're still working through it, but now there is language in the Commerce Bill that addresses it, and I just wanted to clear that up. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Katiza-Watoon, I'm really glad to hear you say that. Would Representative Katiza-Watoon yield to a question?
She will yield to a question. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative, do you know what dollar amount is being restored in the bill that you just spoke of, the funding for the marijuana education in the Commerce Bill?
Representative Katiza-Watoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the amendment that I brought to Ways was just language. There was no funding for that specific event, but it was including substance use prevention under an existing section of activities that can be covered with existing funds.
Representative Scott.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that answer. I still think that we should be going for the Representative Anderson amendment. Thank you, Representative Anderson, for bringing this really important amendment. I want to take a little walk down memory lane. Just last week, we had the marijuana bill fix, right? Supposed to be fixing all the bad things that happened last year with that. And of course, one of the things that was brought up was that you all legalized it for youth, basically. And as another refresher, we were told that it was still a petty misdemeanor, but a petty misdemeanor, we learned from Representative Boland, is really not a crime. But we were also told that, that we knew that we were, the Senate, one of the Senate authors said, yeah, we knew we were legalizing it for youth because the best approach is to educate the kids. So then, in the cannabis bill, in the cannabis fix bill, they removed the funding for it. And now Representative Anderson rides in on a white horse and saves the day, and we're going to fund it. And I'm really glad to hear and to see that that's what we're doing with this bill. It's, as been said by Representative Bakeberg and others, on a subject like this, it really is super important to have local control. The districts are not the same. And quite frankly, with all of the unfunded mandates that you gave the schools last year, they need a break. They need a break. During COVID, I remember I carried a bill that put a pause, I think it was a 1 or 2 year pause on I think the math standards or something, and we did adopt that. Members, the school districts are under just as much pressure now because of all the 60-some mandates, unfunded mandates you put on them. My school district is $30 million in the hole, $30 million. Let's take some pressure off them and take pressure off the public. Public is tired of all these crazy political fights, from the social studies standards, and then you want to do the health standards. You know, there's only probably one thing that could be more controversial than the social studies standards, and that would be the health standards. So again, thank you, Representative Anderson, for this amendment. And I do have one question for the chair, Representative Youakim, if she would yield. Madam Speaker, if Ms.
Representative Scott, can you just repeat that, please?
Sure. I just wondered if Chair Youakim would yield to a question.
She will yield to a question. Representative Scott.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Youakim, I see that this amendment also addresses the fact that there was $627,000 in your bill for rulemaking. And I'm wondering, do you know what the average cost of rulemaking is in similar cases?
Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, it's about anywhere between $450,000 and $600,000. I think this one's a little extra because it's brand new. Usually, it's about $450,000 to do the renewal that we do every 10 years. So this is more than a renewal. It's the beginning of the standards. I could look back and see what the FIED standard was. That was the last one that was not set, was set at the local level that we just switched to the state level, and then also extended the time period for it to be implemented because it was hard to implement it during COVID. So yeah, we're right in the ballpark. And like I said before, you might have been off the floor. We have one-time money this year, and this cost is over the 3 years or 2.5 years that the standards, between 2.5 and 3 years, that the standards will be propagated. So it was rolled into the front end.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, and I don't want to go to the back here and ask nonpartisan staff, but I was informed that the rulemaking in a case like this normally costs around $200,000. And I see Representative Anderson shaking her head and in agreement with that. And so I was just curious why in the world this would cost more than 3 times more what the normal average is for rulemaking. Would Representative Anderson P. yield to, Patty, I can't even say P because there's 2 P. Andersons, yield to a question.
She will yield to a question. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Anderson, you were shaking your head on the cost of rulemaking. Can you fill us in on what you know about that?
I just know the numbers in that 250 range, and I don't know where to find it off right here. So maybe we can find it by the time we're done talking about this, Jody.
Representative Scott.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Anderson. Yeah, I do want to find that out because it just seems like a really high number. Folks, let's do what's right by the kids. 50% of them can't read. Maybe we should be focusing double time on that. Members, please vote for the Anderson Amendment.
To the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Speaker. And I rise to ask you not to support this amendment and to just reassure you. Unfortunately, you were told that we did not think about kids and that we did not prioritize children when we worked on the cannabis bill. And I want to set the record straight that we did, in fact. do that, because a regulated market is a safe market. And so we have a number of different investments we have already made in addressing youth use and substance use disorder from last year's bill. I would encourage folks to just simply go back and read the bill to prove it. Cannabis education programs are really vital to making sure that youth understand the impact of cannabis use. I don't disagree with that, but we do not need to gut holistic health standards in order to fund this, because we already funded it. And I have to say that gutting holistic health education in the name of cannabis is quite interesting to me, because we know the reasons that youth tend to go to substances. We know that trauma is the real gateway drug that our society has failed to address in an adequate way. We know that youth tend to use substances when they aren't fully informed and educated and supported in understanding how it affects their body. So the investments that we have already made in this can continue to grow with Representative Katiza-Watun's suggestions and the work that we'll continue to do in this. So please, I encourage members and the public and anybody who's worried about youth and our intervention services and the investments we've made to just read the statute that we passed last year. See for yourself. We have, in fact, funded these things. We are not abandoning children. We are not abandoning the responsibility to be good adults and make sure we are putting together quality intervention services for youth. Thank you.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I rise today and thank you, Representative Anderson, for bringing this amendment. It is, I think, a very good amendment and needs to be addressed by the body. As we saw last year, the goal to get the cannabis bill pushed through, when that came to the Education Finance Committee, I voiced my concerns about, what are we doing as this is going to do harm to our children. And as adults, as state representatives, we should work to not do harm to our children. When I asked that question in my Education Finance Committee, the response was, that no, there was not going to be harm. And my response is, we know there's going to be harm because they are funding it in the education bill. They were funding it in the cannabis, that we needed to have this education for our children. So the government, this is a scenario where they're creating the problem, legalizing cannabis. Then they said they had the fix to the problem by funding it. And now they are removing the funding. This is not okay, members. We need to be looking out for our children as we have been passing these laws through the legislation. The health standards is not something that I have heard any districts are asking for. They are still reeling from the 65 new mandates that came down on them last year. And they are not asking for any more health standards. Madam Speaker, would Representative Bakeberg yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Bakeberg, you had testified in one of our committees as a principal, if you could repeat for the whole body to hear, in your years of working in the schools, before, how many cases had you had any incidences of students using marijuana, and what did that increase this year after it was legalized?
Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. So previous to this fall, I have dealt with one cannabis issue for 20 plus years. This year, I dealt with 8 from the start of the school year until it came back to the legislature in February. So obviously significant concern, and it's a pretty common trend as I've talked with other administrators just around the normalization.
Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Bakeberg. That is certainly something that all of the members here should take note of. In 20 years of education, 1 incident of there being marijuana, going to 8 in just a few months. Members, this is alarming. We are the adults in the room. We do have a responsibility to protect our children. I ask for your support on this amendment, as we cannot keep on creating laws that then is causing additional problems. We need to be responsible, and we should not, again, add another mandate onto our schools. Thank you.
The author of the amendment, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment would solve many issues, or at least not create new ones, I guess is a better way to put it. It would not create a new mandate on our schools after we've created many mandates, and there's just reeling. It would stop adding controversy and politics that we're foisting from this legislative body into our local communities. Things that we're foisting onto our administrators. That's what this bill does. By having state-mandated MDE, very controversial as the ethnic studies was, I'm sure more controversial ultimately through a rulemaking process, it creates problems. It creates a situation where parents are pulling their kids out of our public schools. They're pulling them out. It creates a situation where our principals and our administrators are the ones that are stuck dealing with and explaining to parents how they may or may not agree with what is being taught, but there's nothing they can do because the state has foisted this upon them. It's a very similar thing to what I heard from my own local schools in January. My own schools, the school boards, the superintendents that were dealing with the new disciplinary issues that were foisted on them from this body. That was the biggest problem that they were having, is telling parents who had kids that were being harmed and bullied and physically hurt in the schools, telling those parents there's nothing they could do about the fact that the abuser is back in the school the next day. So it's these sort of controversial things that this body is putting on our schools that make the parents not want to have their kids in schools. And that's just wrong. We used to have an incredible education system here throughout time. There was recently a U.S. News and World Report thing that came out last week, and it listed the top high schools in the country. And I think there were 6 or 8 in Minnesota. Unfortunately, about half of them were charter schools. But there were these top schools, and then there was a line on the bottom that said Minnesota schools, high schools, are 36th overall. 36th. Now that's just U.S. News opinion. But I remember when we were number 1, constantly number 1 or number 2. And we've lost that, absolutely lost it. So I ask that we support this amendment, let our schools have a little bit of local control. And Mrs. Speaker, I ask for a roll call. Thank you.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
There you go.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bennett moves to amend House File Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A14.
The member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. And I would, before I start, I'd like to ask for a roll call, please.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, let's try this subject again. This amendment would say that a school board that continues to meet academic standards for health education is not subject to the statewide health education standards if they have a locally developed health standards as of June 30th, 2024. And the amendment goes on to state that the standards must include at least these subjects: cardiopulmonary resuscitation, automatic external defibrillation training, vaping awareness and prevention education, prevent and reduce the risks of sexually transmitted infections and diseases, and mental health education standards. These are the issues and components that are required within this new health standards mandate section, and also they are currently in law at this time. So I would be willing to say that most of our school districts already have these standards, and if they do, and if they are meeting these various elements as of June 30th, 2024, then this would allow them to continue with their locally developed standards. And members, we trust our parents, our local school boards, and our educators to use the model policies and guidelines that our state already has made available for students to develop local health standards. And if it's different from one school district to another, that's okay, because that means they're addressing individual needs. Health standards have been kept at the local level for a reason. I've heard this is the last of the areas that don't have state standards. Well, I don't know that state standards are already always the best. Sometimes they can be, but in this case, health standards should stay at the local level. We tell districts, for sure you need to have education in certain areas, which we have here, and allow them to go at it. Because they work with parents, with educators, with school board members, community members, experts, to develop individualized healthcare standards that meet the needs of their students and their parents and their communities. I have not heard from any local parents or educators or school board members or community members from any of the 5 school districts that are located in my legislative district about inadequate health standards in our local schools. That does not seem to be on the radar for parents, students, and educators. Health standards are on a whole different level because of the sex education component mostly. And we all know that that area moves into moral views, religious views, non-religious views, personal views, parents' views. It's a subject that belongs at the local level so it can be met in the ways that the students locally, parents, school board members, educators deem correct for their community. And that's going to look different in Minneapolis, in Bemidji, in Albert Lee, in Keister. Don't you love that name? One of the communities in my area. It's important but it needs to be at the local level. So I would ask for support for this amendment that allows school districts who already have these standards that are working, that have met the various issue areas that we already require at the state level, and let them keep those standards because they're working just fine for our local schools. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Katiza-Wattoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Representative Bennett, I appreciate your conversation on this and your commitment to these issues. We had some really good conversations in committee, and I think it is important that we continue to talk about this. So as Chair Joachim already went over, health ed is the only subject that is both required for graduation and not standardized at the state level. I want to thank Chairs Pryor and Chair Joachim for including this provision that will standardize health education in Minnesota, which I believe is a crucial step to ensuring all students, regardless of their location, receive a consistent education related not only to their own health, but also the well-being of their family, their friends, and their community. This amendment creates an exemption from future statewide standards for school districts with local standards. And as Representative Bennett mentioned, school districts are already required to have localized health standards in place. Districts will still have the option to go above and beyond these future statewide health standards, as well as the opportunity to develop the courses and instruction. Members, I would ask for a red vote so that we can ensure that every student, regardless of the size of their school or the location of their classroom, has access to health ed that is clear, consistent, and factual. Yesterday, we talked a lot about doing what's best for our kids and not what is in the best interest of parents or teachers or principals or school boards. Our students are asking for this. They came to committee, they testified in this. In this provision, we are adding students to the table of the rule-making standards, and so they are going to have a voice in what they are learning. I would urge you to vote no on this amendment. Thank you.
The author of the amendment, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I guess what we're telling our parents and educators locally, or school board members and so on, is we don't trust them. We don't trust them to do it right. They too have the opportunity right now to go above and beyond if they so choose. Some districts have done that. But I'm just going to close by echoing what one of the superintendents in my district told me a few years ago when this whole subject came up. And he said, if the legislature passes this, health standards at the state level, you're going to start a war locally, and there's a huge target on my back. So that's what we're going to do to our superintendents, to our administrators, and our teachers, and have local wars over this, putting them in the sights. And instead of being able to focus on literacy and math and science and all those areas that we know are important, they're going to have to be focusing on all these disagreements and struggles. So I would ask for a green vote. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no. Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Zalesnikar moves to amend House File Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A15.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, this is an amendment that's talking about what many of you have heard if you've had children in childcare, that's called Parent Aware. And Parent Aware is a system that parents use, similar to if you're looking up on Yelp where you want to go get food. You probably do that when you're here because we're here late. Or if you're going to stay at a hotel, you look at items by 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4 stars, and the ones that have 1 star usually mean lower quality. That's the connotation that the public is used to making decisions by. And in the child care lane, we have for family child care, we have Parent Aware, and for center-based, we have Parent Aware. But right now, we are in this trajectory of expanding voluntary preschool that's attached to public school. And what I was surprised to learn when I sat on this committee now in the second year is that there is no Parent Aware at the school system. And that is not being disclosed to parents that are looking for childcare. Because what happens is when you are looking for childcare, and these are kids that are 33 months, going to the preschool now at the schools. So when parents are looking, they're going through the lists that everybody gets at the county. Here's a child care provider in your county. Did you know that if it's a school-based pre-K, it's an automatic 4-star? It's just an automatic. They only have to sign a statement of assurance. They're automatically granted just by being a school-based program 4 stars in Parent Aware. So I've spent a lot of time with family and center child care providers, and shocker alert, they don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair either. And I've used all these different models as a working mom, and they're all great models. My question is, a statement of assurance is not exactly the same playing field we have when we have a costly Parent Aware program. In order to get 4 stars, it costs providers a lot of money and time. And it's an automatic 4-star at the schools. And when you're in family child care or freestanding center, you also have surveyors show up unannounced. They don't call you and say, hey, by the way, we're coming tomorrow. They're going to come in, and guess what? They count the books, they count the blocks, they watch what's happening, they make sure the food is labeled in the proper place, the refrigerators are checked for temperatures. There is a complete just trust what's happening at the schools, and then don't even go in and verify. There's no surveys going on. And I'm told that that's okay because the schools have principals. The schools have superintendents. I don't know what that has to do with a 33-month-old child, because the schools have traditionally been K through 12. And now they're expanding into the voluntary pre-K, which is defined at 33 months. Early childhood development, it's going in a whole nother lane. And I'm not opposed to it, but I think we need to be transparent on what we're gonna tell parents. Because parents have an idea that 4 stars means you're gonna get this here and you're gonna get this here. And the reality is this system looks at inputs. It's not looking at any outputs. It's not measuring things. And we've already talked about the fact that 50% of our kids in schools can't read. So the fact that they're 4-star, what is that tying to? The school they're going to may not be a 4-star. It may be a 1-star. It may be a 2-star. But we don't do that in K through 12, and therefore we're not doing it in the pre-K. My recommendation is that, and I've said this at committee, there should be transparency, that the schools should start at a 1-star rating, that there also should be a clause requiring the uniform rating process begin on August of 2024, and this automatic rating process would end. This statement of assurance. The fact is that the model in which the child care providers are working under is much different. And to assume that quality is not happening in these other settings, and we only trust and verify in one lane, if we're gonna trust and not verify, we're gonna just trust should be, I'm for, then let everybody do a statement of assurance. Let the family child care, let the pre-K center, or the centers that have been doing this for years, let them do a statement of assurance. And then we just end all the surveys, we just have people come in, if it's a complaint, just like we would in schools, we would in family and center child care. The process is lengthy. We have a child care shortage. It doesn't matter how much we lower child care costs if there's no providers. And the reality is, the school-based program is serving kids 33 months and older. If the daycare providers that are family child care providers, I met with somebody just 2 days ago. They're a master degreed special ed teacher who now does in-home family child care. They feel extremely insulted by the regulations. And by the way, the new mandates that just came out, about 100-page for family child care and another 100-page for the centers. They are so overwhelmed by these regulations that we're cramming down their throat, and they're asking the same thing that Representative Bakebird asked, does anybody know what this job entails? Has anybody been a provider in this room? Madam Speaker, would Representative Franson yield to a question?
Representative Franson, do you yield to? She yields for a question. Representative Zalesnikar.
Representative Franson, do you think the mandates for family child care are lending itself to more quality than you experienced when you were a provider in family child care serving the community that you live in?
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Representative Zalesnikar. When I did childcare, I ended up leaving that field in 2011. So my memory is a little, it was kind of a long time ago. However, over the years, more and more regulations have been put upon family childcare providers. The numbers are dismal compared to where they were when I left in 2011. I would say that more and more is expected of family child care providers. Meanwhile, the family child care providers are competing with the public sector, government, and when government competes with the private sector, it has a tendency to stifle its competition, because at the end of the day, government wants to win. And so while government claims that they want to help, or Democrats claim they want to help child care providers, really what they're doing is making their life more and more difficult. It's becoming more costly for individuals to go into that field. It's becoming more onerous, paperwork, reporting, etc. And now we have the concern that providers have with the draft rules that the agency has come out, DHS has come out with, which has, we all are getting emails about the concerns on that. And so, Representative, I don't believe that child care providers are being treated as fairly as they would be if they were a government program.
Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you. And to the point that Representative Franson made, I urge you all, as representatives, to go back in your community. Because what you're going to hear when you're door knocking is people are getting on waiting lists before they're pregnant. And so while it's fantastic that we have programs at 33 months, and we have some great schools that are doing this, my issue is let's be transparent with the parents, because we're telling them 4-star means that's the place you need to put your kids. It's assuming then that if you're not a 4-star, you're not quality. And I've spent a lot of time in the last 2 years visiting multiple family child cares. And when their notice is on the Facebook page that I'm selling all my stuff at my family child care, whether they've been in my district or not, guess what? I went to the garage sale and I asked the questions. Why are you closing your family child care business? And guess what they say? It would be easier for me to just work for somebody else than continue to deal with the mandates that come and the unfair playing field that we have. We are not treated with the same respect. We are treated as if we are simply babysitters for children and not giving children the actual enrichment, their emotional needs, their physical needs, the outdoor time that they need. And having had a great family child care provider in the late 90s, I've really been curious as to what in God's green earth changed. Because we had so many providers and they were wonderful, and they don't exist anymore. They don't exist. The nursing home programs that had child care, they're closing. The freestanding family child care is closing, and the rules are getting off the charts. And it's very similar to what I saw in nursing homes. We mandated nursing homes, then we created assisted livings, and now we're doing the same thing to assisted livings, and we're gonna have closures with them all. And the same thing's happening in education. And guess what? The same thing's happening in public safety. Every place government has to take total control is where we're seeing implosions. In funding, in people wanting to invest in work. So members, this is a simple thing of transparency. 4-star rating. If one is going to get a statement of assurance, everybody should. If we're not going to survey childcare, that's fine. Then let's not survey the schools, the centers, or the families. Because I bet the superintendents and the principals have a lot on their plate right now, besides also doing voluntary pre-K surveys and inspections. They're worried about all the things we're already talking about here. And I think the parents need to have transparency that there is no process. They're teachers, but we've got teachers in child care centers too. We aren't lowering any standards for the child care centers. We've talked about lowering standards all the time, but we're not lowering anything for child care. So the teachers and centers aren't getting these prerogatives. The family child care that are master prepared and we're teachers, they're not getting those passes. They're having to go through rigorous steps. And in the meantime, we've lost 50% of our child care providers, and we're going around the tree the same way. So members, I urge a green vote to support this for transparency for all child care providers. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, it seems pretty straightforward and logical. It'd be different if we didn't have, in just a few minutes, you can pull up the stats on reading at, math, etc. A lot of parameters on our schools. So, the schools wants to add this. Within 5 minutes, you see how they're doing with their current students. The average for the state is less than 50% for reading. There are school districts where 3 out of 4 students aren't reading at grade level. That incompetence doesn't deserve a 4-star rating. It's not hard to find out. Parents can look it up. That's why open enrollment is so popular in some districts. There are districts that are losing a large percentage of their students to surrounding districts because they're failing. And you're going to say, we don't care to actually look. We're going to automatically give them 4 stars. That is not doing our due diligence as an oversight and protecting our kids. Just like for decades, I don't think there's been the oversight to fix the failing schools. And people watching can see it seems as if a lot of people aren't listening because they've already decided. So maybe they'll listen to you. Get on your phones, text them, message them, email them. Tell them it's important that we care about the quality that we provide to the kids. If we give a rating, that should mean something. This amendment says it should mean something. I wouldn't, if this amendment had a clause in that all the schools that are performing at or above the state level can start out at a 2 or 3, I'd be fine with that, because they show some competency in being able to run a program that is effective for the kids. But no, it's automatic. And frankly, there are a lot of parents that actually would like to have a trusted method to choose and judge. We should justify that by voting green on this amendment as a step towards actually being honest when we grant a 4-star rating. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Mauer, Representative Mueller.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this amendment and would like to direct their attention to the handout that Representative Pinto handed out for us. Thank you so much. I was reading through the department's explanation on why they should receive an accelerated rating and why they should automatically receive four stars. And it says that public school operating voluntary pre-K, these programs are eligible for the highest possible 4-star rating because they are already required by law to meet or exceed standards. And that the crosswalk showed that it would be a duplication of effort to collect document from programs that they're already required to be best practices already. Of course, we are also required to teach our students to read, but that's not happening, so never mind. MDE ensures that parent-aware requirements are met by requiring school district superintendents to sign a statement of assurances that they will be accountable for the BPK programs in their school district to meet or exceed these standards. So I guess my question would be, rhetorically speaking, my question would be, how are we actually going to make sure that they are actually meeting or exceeding these standards? I see that the monitoring includes that the oversight is done by licensed early childhood teachers. You know, we also have licensed teachers in our classrooms who were, you know, not taught how to teach reading to our kiddos. So, okay. And then that submission of biennial plan as a part of World's Best Workforce Plan and required by MDE. I have been in meetings when World Best Workforce, you know, has been created and updated, and you know, oftentimes it's a very onerous and thorough paperwork that doesn't always seem to get the attention that we would like it to be, because it's onerous and giant paperwork. But I guess the question is what happens if they are found out that they're not meeting these standards, meeting or exceeding these standards? Do they lose a star? Do they lose funding? Because I guarantee that when family child care providers or centers have that unexpected person come and check with them, and they lose that star, or they don't receive the star even after, hours and hours of development and thousands of dollars, I guarantee you that there's repercussions for that family child care provider and that center. And again, and I'm going to say this, and I've said it so many times, because all I hear about from my family child care providers and from my centers is that it is an unfair playing field to automatically just assume with a statement of assurance that our schools automatically get a chance to just get this highest rating when they go through months or years to get something, and they are continually being checked up on and continually trying to make sure that they're being done. And yet we're just going to have the word of MDE, and yet we see the word of MDE in other places just isn't. And so, members, I would encourage you, again, to vote green. If parent aware is going to mean anything, it should actually mean something to every facility that is providing child care, not just those who are struggling as a family child care provider, not penalizing those who are struggling the most right now. Members, I ask for a green vote.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, I appreciate that this handout was just cited. And I would ask members, it's been a while since it was distributed. Hopefully maybe you can pull it back out of your recycling if you tossed it in there, if you didn't get much of a chance to look. I'm hoping you're looking at it. And it was actually accurately quoted. So members, and it's good that this is in the education bill, right? We have all sorts of standards for our public schools. All sorts of standards, right? In the bill, Article 2, Education Excellence, talks about all sorts of standards that apply in our public schools. They apply for the youngest kids in our public schools as well, for our precious pre-K kids. This handout on the House floor, and for folks who may be watching, the public may not have it, but it was already accurately quoted. There was a crosswalk completed showing the alignment between the parent-aware standards and the requirements for VPK programs, with all the expectations and all the standards that apply. Talking about the months of work that go in, well, yeah, think about the months of work that goes in to set up a public school and each of the individual people in that school and each of the expectations and each of the standards. I don't see an effort to try to require sort of a duplication or triplication of effort when it comes to our public schools. This says this would be a duplication of effort to take programs that already meet or exceed the highest standards for 4-star, and then having an extra effort that we do. That is growing government. That'd be requiring going into every single pre-K classroom and having lots of additional staff doing all those sorts of things. There's already those high standards. So members, I appreciate the chance to highlight how this works. I would urge a no vote on the amendment. We are doing a lot of things with early care and learning. I know that this evening we're going to be continuing the discussion about that. But this is something, the way to address this is not by taking this additional effort we do on top of our pre-K programs that have the expectations we have in the rest of our public schools. Let's vote this down and continue on with this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Further discussion. Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And would Representative Pinto yield for a question?
He will yield for a question. Representative Zalesnikar.
Representative Pinto, I respect what you've stated, and I understand that I've seen this sheet, that there is a system within the public schools. So following the line that you're saying, that the quality exists, everybody's been trained, and the systems have been put up, can you tell me then what the thought process is and why we wouldn't have the county come in to survey to, after the kids are all there, to do any type of verifying on counting blocks and all the things they do in the centers? for this verify, the survey process, when you set up a parent-aware program, it's not just setting it up to assure that you have the program in place. You get surveyed frequently. I think it's every year or every 2 years. They're coming in to just continually verify because it's children. It's little children, babies all the way to kindergarten. So if the academic program's set up, is the process then in place that somebody is doing the same steps that the centers are doing and the families for that 33-month and older, where you're counting blocks, you're checking the refrigerator, you're doing all those things in the same capacity that the centers have to do in the family child care to assure that the food program, the intake, the schedule for the child sleeping, their sleeping arrangement, that somebody's verifying that's all happening according to the statement assurance? Does that occur?
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Zalesnikar, thank you for the question. I'm going to give sort of two answers. So the first thing I'm going to say is we could, in addition to the licensing board for educators, for teachers, and the licensing board for principals, and the oversight of superintendents and school boards, and everything else that we have in our public schools, we could also have counties go into our public schools and assess everything happening in our public schools. I think that that would be additional layers of government that would not be supported by Minnesotans and do not make any sense. And that would be as true for the younger kids in public schools as it is for the older kids in public schools. So that'd be one answer that I'd give. I'd also just note, though, that my answer kind of points out, I think we're kind of coming at this, one challenge here, Representative Zalesnikar, as I'm going to take what you're asking me in a very serious way. We have an early care and learning system in our state that has been broken for a very long time, right? It was sort of built at a time where we kind of thought the brain development started at age 5, and we kind of built schools and built things in a certain way. So in a way, we've got this sort of clash coming in here where we're trying to forge, and I think that this body has done really good work in the last couple of years to forge a system over time that kind of pulls all these different strands together. Right at the moment, though, what we have is we have kids who are receiving education and care in our public schools. Some of those kids are older, some of those kids are younger. What we're talking about here is saying, hey, we're going to recognize the standards we have in our public schools apply throughout whatever the age of the child. We do recognize that there are younger kids who are receiving education and care, and actually even older kids too, in other settings as well, trying to harmonize those things. What I will say is we have a system called Parent Aware that we can say that the standards that are in public schools meet or exceed those standards in Parent Aware. And so as we're moving forward together, we're going to say we're not going to add an additional layer of this oversight and intrusion of counties, et cetera, that we're not requiring in other ways in public schools. It does not make sense to do so for those younger kids either. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Pinto yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Zalesnikar.
So if I heard what you said correctly, the answer is no. You would not support any type of verifying from an outside agency. The system is set up, the statement assurance happens for the 33-month-old children to kindergarten. With that said, would you be open to looking at the same opportunities for the centers and the families who have been in good standing as a child care provider to have the same trust that is given to the children that are the same age in the public school voluntary pre-K?
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Zalesnikar, if you are proposing individual licensure and credentialing of early care and learning providers, of family child providers and child care center providers, that's certainly something that we should discuss, and I absolutely appreciate the conversation with you. That may be something that would make some sense as we're increasing those standards. So if that's something you want to talk about, very interested in doing so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Pinto yield to one more question?
He will yield. Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Representative Pinto. And my question is, in this line of thinking, is it possible, if this isn't going to be changing, for a level of transparency to happen to parents? I'm assuming this is on a Minnesota Department of Education website, this form, right? But when you're a parent looking for childcare, I can tell you this is not where they're probably going to be looking. It's not very transparent because parents are asking me these questions. Parents are asking me, Why is it different? Child care providers are asking. So I think in full disclosure, we should be very transparent with the parents that it is this, that they are not surveyed, that it's not like centers. They're familiar with centers and they're familiar with families. And now we're expanding voluntary pre-K with 33-month-old children. My request is that they have that full transparency that this is the model. Thank you, Representative.
Representative Zalesnikar, remind me, did you ask him to yield and did he say yes? Are you?
Yes.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure what the question was exactly. I guess what I'll say is, like, Representative Zalesnikar, we're trying to, of course, have high standards for our most precious and vulnerable and such incredibly important time of life, trying to build a system that works to do so. We can look to our standards in the public schools and recognize that they meet or exceed those in Parent Aware, and we're trying to provide the support that we can. To the extent that we can have the kind of reassurances in the settings that you're describing, we can have that confidence. That's a wonderful thing, and we're trying to make sure to communicate that to parents and frankly, provide support to all those doing this incredibly important work. Thank you, Speaker.
Representative Zalesnikar.
Members, I would urge you to vote yes for this amendment. What it does is give transparency. It makes the system be, in my opinion, at least a transparent process. And with the 4-star rating, if we're going to use 4 stars, then I think we need to be transparent with our parents so they know exactly what that is. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. No. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk.
I forgot the roll call.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Zalesnikar moves to amend House File Number 5237. The second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A13.
There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Zalesnikar moves to amend the Zalesnikar amendment to House File Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A45.
Representative Zalesnikar. We are on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's a technical error, so that's just correcting a section that asked that just be added to that. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is similar to the one that we did before on Representative Mueller's bill, I believe. So their amendment originally just took away all the levy interactions, but still required the seats to be funded. So it would have raised property taxes, which I'm sure they don't want to do, so it should be accepted. Please vote yes.
Further discussion. There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails and the amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the underlying amendment, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I have no other items to say except that I think you probably are more educated on what Parent Aware is and what we are facing in the state of Minnesota and what parents are facing to make sure we have transparency. And while I appreciate that this is in the Minnesota Department of Education, that's probably not where parents are looking in Parent Aware. And I think we need to do more to educate our parents on how these systems and layers are working as they're selecting what they're doing so that they understand that family child cares have educational models and centers have models and they have all kinds of jurisdiction to do that. So members, I urge you to vote yes. Thank you.
To the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I would urge a no vote. This would eliminate the pre-K, those additional pre-K seats. We know what a great difference it can make for young kids and would urge a no vote. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bakeberg moves to amend House Law Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. Amendment is coded A24.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A24 amendment is an amendment that creates an Office of Attendance and Truancy. We've talked extensively in this chamber and in committee just about the attendance and truancy crisis across the state. I really appreciate the measures within the underlying bill that Chair Joachim has included and the work with Representative Keeler as well about a pilot program. But what this bill does is it will help us to coordinate services of those of the pilot, of the study group, but really just the districts and the counties, because they need to work in tandem around attendance and truancy. It does reallocate money from the EDI Center. We've talked a lot about some of the frustration with the EDI Center at the Department of Ed, specifically around discipline. So it reallocates those funds to be able to create this Office of Attendance and Truancy. With that, members, I would encourage a green vote.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Bickberg, for all your work on this and with your collaboration with Representative Keeler. And you're right, all the stuff in our underlying bill really gets to the heart of absenteeism, and I hope to collect a lot of good data. This does, as you said, takes away not just some money, all the money for the equity office the second year, and transfers it to something that we may want to go there after we collect all the data, but this is definitely putting the cart before the horse. I'd ask for a no vote.
Further discussion. Representative Bickberg.
Before I forget, Madam Speaker, I would request a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Bickberg.
So I think one of the things, the urgency for this, and I already talked about it a little bit, but 69% of our students across the state are attending school. That means we have 31% that are chronically absent. We need to really attack this, and we need to be able to utilize the funds that we currently have. And Chair Joachim is 100% correct. It does take the money away from the EDI Center, and school districts are uniquely meeting the needs across the state that the EDI Center is currently doing. We do not have the resources to be able to address this truancy issue. That's why we need some work at the state level to be able to coordinate services across the state. So I would encourage a green vote. And this is an example, another example of reallocating funds that we allocated last year in a way that will better meet the needs of our districts. Thank you.
There being no further discussions, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Just got a paper copy.
The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
There you go.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 yeas and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hudson moves to amend House Bill number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A16.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the amendment addresses the provision in the underlying bill which begins on line 1418 involving a student attendance pilot program. So this provision provides $3.3 million for a student attendance pilot involving 9 school districts. And the goal here is to try to come up with ways to improve student attendance. The state tracks consistent attendance, defined as a student attending school at least 90% of school days during the year. A student that is not consistently attending school and thus missing more than 10% of the school days is considered chronically absent. The statewide rate of consistent attendance is 69.8%, which means that more than 30% of students statewide are chronically absent from schools. Obviously a problem that we're looking to solve. This pilot program involves 9 school districts, including Minneapolis, and the bill designates Minneapolis to be the lead district, which has special duties as outlined in the underlying bill. And just to go over those, if you'll bear with me. Those special duties include convening virtual quarterly meetings of the participating districts to share updates on implementation to facilitate collaboration on promising practices, developing a template for each district to report its goals, strategies, policies, or practices for counting and reporting attendance and absences, challenges, efforts to assess effectiveness, data on student absenteeism and lessons learned, and also reporting progress and results of the pilot program in accordance with Subdivision 4. What my amendment does is it changes, because in the underlying bill, the lead school district is designated as Minneapolis, the Minneapolis School District. Currently, they have a consistent attendance rate of only 45.8%. While one of the other districts named in the underlying bill, Moorhead, is proving significantly more successful at 74.9%, which actually exceeds the current statewide rate of absence. So it occurs to me that we should probably have the school district that is meeting with the highest degree of success of those that are listed leading this effort, and that would be the effect of this amendment. I appreciate your support.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this pilot project was very carefully crafted to hit every region of the state, and school districts were targeted not just because of a high absenteeism rate. 74% is still bad. We want all of our kids in school. But they also had to have the capacity to utilize the funds, and they're willing to participate in the demonstration projects. And Minneapolis is going to be tasked with doing a lot of the wrangling and developing the reporting system. And we wanted to make sure that they had the capacity, or whoever did that had the capacity to do that. One of the reasons why we picked Minneapolis is you don't serve on education, so you didn't hear the testimony, but there was a We Want You Back program that Colleen Keibel in Minneapolis had started that has been seeing some tremendous results, and wanted that her capacity, not just on that program that she's helped develop, but she was back when they developed Check and Connect, she was instrumental in that as well. So we wanted somebody that had the capacity to look innovatively and helped guide people through the process. By putting Moorhead in here, they would be doing the work, and I'm sure they're capable, but there's no extra money for them to do the work, which would be a concern. But members, I'd ask for a no vote.
I recognize the member from Clay, Representative Keeler.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you, Representative Hudson. I can't see you over the thing. I do appreciate as the member serving for Moorhead, I do appreciate this, and also I really love that our district has been able to be one of the best in the state when it comes to attendance. The truth is we still have a lot of work to do. Even being good in the state, we're still not very good. I've had a lot of conversations with my district, with my superintendent and other people in the district, and participating in this pilot program is about the capacity that they can do, and they're totally fine with the setup that it is. And so I just wanted to make sure that we know that we did have those conversations in our district, and Moorhead is also totally fine with the way that it's originally set up in the bill. So I would echo Chair Joachim's ask in a no vote. But also thank you, Representative Hudson, for thinking about my district.
Further discussion. Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representatives Joachim and Keeler, for speaking to the amendment. not going to ask for a roll call on this. I appreciate the discussion. I would just suggest that if Moorhead has been able to meet with a greater degree of success in spite of having access to fewer resources, it's a pretty decent argument that they're being efficient and know what they're doing. So I hope that their input will be deeply valued in this process, and I would continue to request members to vote green. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bakeberg moves to amend House File Number 5237. The second and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A10.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the A10 amendment is a bipartisan, bicameral study group to review the education mandates that schools are currently dealing with, and then make recommendations for revisions and reviewing them. So this, just to be clear, this study group does not repeal one of the mandates. I wish we would have taken some of the other amendments that would have taken some of those mandates. This doesn't do that. It doesn't repeal any of the over 65 mandates that were passed last session. It doesn't repeal any of the mandates that school districts have been asking us to review all session long. All it does is ask or create a bicameral, bipartisan study group to look at the totality of mandates that are above the federal requirements. That's it. So with that, members, I would ask for a green vote, and Madam Speaker, I'd request a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Bakeberg. I know this is something that you really care deeply about, as we all do, too. We all try to work in collaboration with our school districts across the state, and that's why we have committee hearings, that's why we do school visits, that's why I work in the schools during the interim. But what I have learned about study groups is that how you craft them yields a result that you want. Unless you're very careful, and I don't see any definition of what a mandate is. Everything we do up here is a mandate. We create laws. Laws are mandates by nature. But it would need a lot more fleshing out. And also not too happy that you're taking the money from the Minnesota Promise Fellows, which is a proven AmeriCorps program that actually works with attendance and getting students engaged in school. So members, for many other reasons too, I would say please vote no.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Bakeberg would yield to some questions.
He will yield to a question. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker. Representative Bakeberg, I see that you're trying to put a study group here together to review legislative mandates. And I'm just wondering, how many mandates again last year were there that passed that were unfunded?
Representative Bakeberg.
I think that the important thing is there were over 65 mandates passed. Some of them had funding, some of them didn't, but still 65 mandates were passed last year in the education bill.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Bakeberg continue to yield?
Representative Bakeberg will yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Bakeberg, I know you're a junior high principal. Do you know what the unfunded mandates are costing your school district, approximately, if you have a round number for that?
Representative Bakeberg.
Not all of the mandates have been totaled, but according to the Reformer article that came out in February, it said that almost half of the $2 billion or $2.2 billion target, half of it was eaten up by mandates. And then the Association of Metropolitan School Districts estimated that just their districts would cost them about $300 million.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Representative, or thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Bakeberg continue to yield?
He will continue to yield. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Bakeberg, have the unfunded mandates kind of thrown your district into a deficit, or are they doing okay?
Representative Bakeberg.
So the school district that I work in, we made budget reductions a few years ago and made some corrections. When we look at across the state, we're seeing declining enrollment within our school system. I think we need to have conversations about why that is. When I look at 54B, the district I represent, one of my districts is cutting about $5 million, and the other two districts are stable right now, funding-wise. Interestingly enough, the district that is cutting under last year's GOP plan would have gotten the additional funding, $5 million in additional funding, which is the amount they're cutting.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Bakeberg. As I said before, Anoka-Hennepin, it's kind of thrown them into a really bad spot. Largest school district in the state, 30 million in the hole, and they've already cut over $5 million from the administration. So I think this is a really worthy study group. Folks, we are putting way too many mandates on our schools, and I think a lot of the mandates are probably doing more to harm the kids in the classroom than to help them. I know with, and also just the Department of Education is not getting back to the Anoka-Hennepin School District on a couple of things that they need answers for, like screeners for the new reading program. But Representative Bakeberg, I appreciate you bringing this forward. I think it's super important that we look at this really closely, members, because things sound like a good idea. Everything sounds like a good idea until you realize that somebody has to implement it. And it's not free to do that. It's not free for a new curriculum. It's not free to train the teachers. It's not free to give people that signed, a contract when they were hired to work just during the school year. It's not free to give them unemployment during the summer months. It's costing school districts a lot of money and also causing a lot of unintended consequences. So members, please vote green on the Bakeberg amendment.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would Representative Joachim yield to a question?
She will yield to a question. Representative Quam.
In the analysis for the mandates, what does the classroom contact time budget impact from the mandates in the last budget?
Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Speaker, Madam Speaker. Representative Quam, let's do a little bit of math here. So I keep hearing the word 65. Doing a Google search, doing a search on a document for must and counting those does not count mandates. I have talked to the school districts. I've talked to the education organizations. I have walked through last year's bill with them, and it's not 65. I keep hearing it. Doesn't make it true. What we did last year was invest in our schools. We cut the special education cross-subsidy in half. And yes, that money had to go to special ed. That's a mandate. We increased ELL funding per student. It has to go to those ELL students. That's a mandate. There was provisions in there that were no cost that were actually asked to be put in by the school districts, but were on the mandate list, which really confused me, because if you ask for it, does that mean it's a mandate? And there were provisions in there too that were said were cost items that really didn't have a cost. The one that in particular bothers me is that I was told that allowing a student to wear tribal regalia to graduation costs money. And when I asked, can you really tell me the cost of treating a child with respect? I was told that they had to change their handbook, which is online. So I have said time and time and again, I would be more than happy to sit down with you. I kept the list that we went over. Representative Chair Pryor and I had a very lengthy discussion about that list. So I'd be more than with the education organizations, I'd be more than happy to go through it with everybody. You know, I know 65 sounds great on a bumper sticker, but it's just not true.
Representative Quam.
I must not have enunciated properly. I was asking about the classroom contact hour budget. Anyone involved with education realizes you've got funding. You've got, you know, the workers, the resources, the facility, but you also have a finite number of contact hours with those students, and you have to budget that so that you devote it to what's needed to teach them. So if the Representative Joachim will yield.
She will yield. Representative Quam.
I'll restate the question. You've got so many hours that you have contact with that student to teach them. What is that portion, you know, in percentage approximate, that the mandates are eating up of that budget? That's not dollars, it's contact hours.
Representative Joachim.
Representative Quam, I know you have more degrees than me, but I can do math too, and I've already answered your question. But if you keep yielding to me, I will just talk about what I want to talk about, which is 20 years of underfunding for our schools. 3 of those years was a 0% increase. Compounding interest will tell you that's hard to dig out of that hole. I have freely admitted on this floor that we still have work to do. We only filled about 1/3 of that hole. And we know our districts are hurting. That is why you see extra funding flowing into the READ Act for training, flowing into the READ Act for curriculum. It was a supplemental budget year this year. We did a lot with our $43 million. I was just at an event with an organization who thanked us for the bill this year. And some of your superintendents were in that room and echoed that statement. So we can dance all night if you want to, but it's really not very successful. We might as well just move on, and please vote no on the amendment.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And to people listening at home, obviously, they don't know how many hours of that contact time are being burnt by mandates. All I hear is dollars, 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 dollars. And that contact time with a student is important. Part of that is, you know, it's like class size. If you have larger classes, you have a decreased amount of individual contact time to cover, questions or additional assistance students need. Obviously, you know, this amendment talks about doing a study group on education mandates, and I think that's a pretty good idea because maybe they'll actually be able to look at the full impact of a mandate. It's not just dollars, of which we keep getting that feedback on. It is the time, contact time with the students. It is the staff time, para time, and et cetera, that burns up the resources that are available to a district. And since obviously the author of the bill doesn't have that information, we need a study. So vote green and support this study because we need that information to make appropriate decisions that impact our students. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Mauer, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. And I rise to support this amendment. And honestly, it's one of those things where it's just kind of frustrating because if we were doing our job by listening to our districts, I think we could have averted having a study like this because of the fact that we would be listening to what they're saying and actually deciding based off of the feedback we're hearing. Since we're so fond of talking about our own personal stories, I will tell you that I spent all of summer, and then I went back to my schools in December and went through all of my schools. I make a commitment to my schools to visit them at least twice a calendar year, and so do it right after session ends to how you doing, and then do it as soon as I can back around. And it just so happened that the majority of time that I did it this last time was in December. And I got a really unique experience to be able to sit down and listen to my districts during their Truth in Taxation meeting, which I know a lot of you think, man, that's a bore, but actually it was super interesting to listen to what they are going through. During that time, I actually got to listen to teachers begging for more money, begging for relief for high insurance, begging for a way for them to stay in the job that they loved. I listened to stories of teachers crying, literally crying, sobbing, because they can't make it on what their schools are able to pay them because of how much is being taken out from insurance and so forth. And in response, what I heard from my superintendents were the same amount of passion, of tears, because they desperately know how important it is to invest in quality educators. But what held them back was that they couldn't use the money the way that they wanted to because it's all tied up in the gazillion mandates that we had. When I talked to them about what they needed, they said what's so frustrating is that we appreciate the historic funding, we just couldn't use it where we wanted it, which is to our teachers, to our students. We couldn't use it for that. We had to use it for all this other stuff that you mandated us to do for. They love being able to not have to use their general funds for special education cross-subsidy. Thank you. But man, wouldn't it be nice to use some of those extra general funding dollars to something that we actually need, that we see in our district right here, right now? Wouldn't it be nice for that? And instead, no, we have here, in this building right now of people who are not in the classroom every day, some of us, listening to whoever comes in front of us, but not actually thinking outside of this room of how is this going to impact our schools right here, right now, in the real world. I had districts who told me for the first time in over a decade that they have to cut. In over a decade. We have the majority party going around telling people that this historic funding, look at how amazing it is that we're able to invest in our schools, and our school districts are cutting at historic rates. Man. I listen. I'm the representative that had to listen to the tears and the stories and the frustrations and the anger and the questions. We hear from the principal feedback form that apparently took forever to listen to in Ed-Fi, that the one reason why principals aren't more involved is because they don't even believe they'll be listened to. They don't believe that they're actually going to be listened to because we're too busy trying to do what's best for whatever we think is best. How do we listen to the people who actually do the job every day? Just an idea. And so maybe if we would have done that, we wouldn't have to spend $64,000 on a study group to find out how we actually are going to impact our education system with the mandates that we believe that we're the best and really are crippling our schools. I listened to them, and I heard from my districts all the messages that got sent out after the session last year. Historic funding, make sure that if your school district is not giving you the raise that you deserve, that you go and twist their arm because they're lying to you. I heard that. There are advocacy groups going around saying, well, they are intentionally hiding money from you that you deserve. No, they are not. They have their hands tied behind their back, and they wanted to give that money to you. They wanted to be able to pay their teachers more. They wanted to invest in their students, but instead they had to do this. And so instead, to keep quality educators, they actually have to cut quality educators. I'm not quite sure how that works, but here it is. That's what happened. So be careful what you go around telling people, because the reality and how it's playing out in my district is that it's crushing our schools. And the money that we decided to invest didn't go where it needed to go. And then my educators look around and see we're putting $735 million in the big dig instead of in our schools. Couldn't do anything about teacher pensions, we have to do palace for politicians. Couldn't do anything about reading, any more about reading, palace for politicians. Couldn't value our teachers more for more money on their salaries, palace for politicians. Where are our priorities? Maybe we wouldn't need this study group if we actually listened to our teachers and our schools about their priorities and what they see in their actual districts. Please vote green.
To the author of the amendment, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to go back, this reformer article is very interesting. The headline says, political leaders told voters schools got historic boost in state aid. And here's the interesting part, but left out the fine print showing that nearly half will go to mandates. The reformer is not a right-wing news article, that's for sure. Then when you read the body of the article, and I'd encourage you to read it, on page 3, it says 8 months later, they're still doing the math, but the Minnesota School Board Association, the Association of Metropolitan School Districts, and others estimate that up to half of the $2.2 billion had already been earmarked for as many as 65 new mandates. So this amendment was intentionally drafted to not just look at last year's 65 mandates. It was drafted to look at everything that's happening in schools before any of us were serving in the legislature, because some of those, frankly, are outdated. And that takes time. Not everything is a dollars and cents thing in a school. If it takes time to write a report, Representative Hill, you know that. You're not working with kids. So that's time away from what we're supposed to be doing. And there are times that it is good to have a mandate. In this study group, they can look at it and say, yep, that's a good mandate right there. Let's do that. Like the science of reading. So it was intentionally crafted the way it was. The second thing I would say is it is $64,000. We took that number because Representative Keeler and I are working on that attendance study group. So that made sense that it would be the same amount of money. And we took that money, Chair Joachim is correct, from the Promise Fellows, from AmeriCorps. They have that's a $1.5 million allocation to that nonprofit group. So it's really a choice. We can allocate dollars to nonprofits like we did last year, about $40 million to nonprofits, and some of them are outstanding. They're great. I just have a fundamental difference that those nonprofits should have to go to the school district and sell their service to the school district instead of coming to St. Paul. Because then that money is going to the school, and if the school thinks that that's a better way to meet their needs, then they'll do that. But we didn't do that last year, and we're not doing it again this year. Instead of doing a study group on mandates, now we're not repealing anything, we're just studying it. We can't even do that. And it's not just the ones passed last year. Folks, our schools are struggling. It's not just our principals, even though we heard in committee that we want to make life hard for the principals. We want to make it hard for superintendents. Teachers, kids, paras, cooks, custodians, bus drivers. It's hard. Let's not make it hard for anyone. This is an opportunity to help. We had a testifier come in and describe the mandates as torpedoes to their school district. Think about that. An educator came in and testified that these mandates are torpedoes. Maybe we should start listening. Vote green on this amendment. Let's establish a study group. And let's review and then make some recommendations, and then we can fix it next year.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Carroll.
There you go. Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Becker Finn.
No.
Becker Finn, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 yeas and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
West moves to amend House File Number 5237, the second and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A12.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A12 amendment is another one of the signature reasonable amendments that you've come to know me for. And this amendment allows school districts to have some flexibility in the way they distribute their funds. And it's very clear that they can't move any funds that they aren't allowed to move by a federal law or court order. And it also requires public input, which is incredibly important. It's one good thing about local control is the public has the ability to have input. They have to have public input before they move any funds. So if they're going to move funds out of somewhere people would rather them not, well, they can come tell the school board so. And why is this important? Well, our schools have come to see that this historic funding is actually a historic disappointment. My school district, well, the biggest one in my area, in Blaine, Anoka Hennepin, which encompasses most of Blaine and in particular Blaine High School, is making cuts. Cuts, despite billions of extra funding. Billions. It's how could billions of dollars still lead to cuts? Well, it's something we've heard many times today. 65 mandates. If you give somebody some money and then you tell them micromanage 95% of those dimes that you give them, well, they're not going to be able to actually use the money for what they think is best. So this amendment allows school boards to do what they think is best because they actually know. You know, I don't know that much about Minneapolis School District. Well, I do know they're facing cuts too, but I don't know that much about what St. Louis County and whatever school districts are up there. Why? And I guarantee you, you don't know about many of the school districts on our side of the aisle. So why are we assuming that we know better, loading them up with mandates and not giving them flexibility? So if we're going to load them up with mandates, why don't we give them the ability to move the money around? So say, like, for example, $500 million for free school lunch regardless of your income. Okay, well, what if a school district doesn't use all that money? Should it just sit there? Should they just be forced to spend it on more and more food that is not being consumed? Or should we use it to fill the special education cross-subsidy, to raise teacher salaries, to improve the experience of students in the classroom? That is what regular people at home, not special interest groups, regular people expect us to spend their tax dollars on students, teachers in the classroom. Sure, we need administrators, absolutely, but they're also telling us that they need flexibility in these funds. And this is specifically written, one, for public input, and two, to make sure that we're following any restrictions that they're bound by law. Because we are in a situation where we spent billions and billions and billions more, and it didn't make it to the kids. Some of it did, but Blaine High School and Anoka-Hennepin School District are facing cuts. So even though there was all this money spent, Blaine is suffering. And it just doesn't make any sense. So, you know, I actually am always the mind, which is why I worked together with my last amendment to actually get that adopted in bill. I'm of the mind where I don't mind improving Democrat bills because I care about my community. I care about Blaine. So this bill would allow Anoka-Hennepin to fill in that gap. And that's incredibly important. They should be allowed to make their decisions because we don't know what's best. Our local school districts know what's best. It's very important that they're given this flexibility because if they don't have this flexibility, the next time we have $18 billion, well, which will probably never happen, but the theoretical next time we have $18 billion, well, let's get that money to the kids, to the students, to the teachers, to improve educational outcomes because we are suffering egregiously in student achievement right now. It is incredible when you look at the numbers on math proficiency. It's how can we spend over a third of the state budget on education and our students aren't proficient in math? That's not what people expect when we have billions of dollars spent. So one way we can make sure those billions of dollars are spent properly is allowing the school districts to make the decision because they are closest to the people. And while we are close, they are much closer and they understand what their people want. So if we adopt this amendment, rather than Anoka-Hennepin having to make cuts that'll harm schools in Blaine, well, they can work on their budget and find the money with the billions of dollars that was spent. It's an incredibly common sense amendment. It includes public input. It ensures guardrails that they're not moving funds they're not allowed to move, but it allows the 65 mandates that were forced upon them to be less harmful because they can use extra money wherever there's extra money to ensure that the teachers and the students are getting the support they need to get us back to proficiency because our schools used to be a shining star in this country. There's still many great schools, but like Blaine High School, if these schools are forced to make cuts, if they're forced to make cuts, it's going to be harder and harder and harder and harder for them to get their students to the top-notch level that our state residents expect. So members, the A12 amendment is crafted in a way that is not sticking you in the eye. It is very clearly a reasonable amendment that our school districts are begging for. So I urge members' support of the A12 amendment. Let's trust our school districts rather than assuming that we in St. Paul knows what's best for them. And Madam Speaker, I request a roll call.
Representative West requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion. The member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I would ask for a no vote. We had discussions around mandates. Won't go over that again. This bill does move the 2025 money, as you said, to school districts to use however they want. 2025 fiscal year starts July 1st, 2024. And as many of you have said, your districts are already making those decisions around that money. And I am under no illusion when you talk about the billions of dollars that we had last year that you would have put more money on an education formula. We saw your proposals. We've seen underfunding when you're in charge. So you would have not had put that money on school formula. We have what we did last year because our leadership pushed for a bigger target. So just to quickly explain, one, the majority of our funds that are distributed to our schools go to the education formula. 80% of a school district's budget is the education formula that they get to do whatever they'd like with. In some districts, that's up to 85%. So they already have that flexibility. And we have accountability too, not just to our taxpayers, but to our students in the classroom to make sure that they have the needs, that their needs are met. You did mention universal meals and being able to utilize that money. That's a reimbursement account, so you only get paid for the meals that you serve. So there's no extra money lying around. Now, the school nutrition account can build up over time, and we just provided flexibility in this bill for them to do other things with it because they asked, it came with a bill. And members, I think our districts would prefer that we spend our time finding ways to increase funding to their classrooms, equalize their operating levies, get more teachers in the classroom, and making sure our students are set on a path for graduation, than for 1 year letting them take the last, be about 8% of their budget that's not encumbered, that isn't already flexible, to do what they want with. So members, please vote no.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And back to the subject and topic of the amendment. When I was on the school board and on the ZED governing board, a portion of that time I spent as treasurer. In that position, I became very familiar with the federal silos and also some of the state silos. And what we always did was use the federal dollars first because they were the most constrained, and then we looked at the flexibility to cover. And again, for ZED, it was students that needed special education and additional help. And so it is a little bit more complex there than the general funding. But when I got on the Education Committee, every time that we were debating and talking and it got into flexibility, I said and spoke up for local school districts having the flexibility from the state to be able to cover the areas that, that didn't quite fit. Students are individuals. They don't always fit into these little silos. And what is wrong with allowing the locals that actually know the faces and the names of the students to be able to have the flexibility to use the funds where it's needed for their students? So I'm for the flexibility and the amendment. Vote green.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative West, for bringing this amendment. I meet regularly with my superintendents. I represent 7 school districts of very different sizes, very different communities, and they all have very different needs. And the number one thing that when I meet with my superintendents, they ask for is more flexibility. And I just think this is so important to them. This is the number one thing they ask for. And then they quickly say also more resources. But they really need the flexibility. And I really think it's important that we should provide that for them. That's what they're asking for. They know best what the needs of each community are, what Delano needs versus what Rockford needs versus what Osseo Maple Grove needs versus Wayzata versus Buffalo, Hanover, Montrose. Those are just some of the districts I represent, and they're all very different. So members, just in one little house district, we have very different ways they want to spend the money. So statewide, we've learned over and over again in this body that one size fits all doesn't work. So please, let's give them the flexibility they need. Please vote yes on the West Amendment.
The member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I haven't spoken yet on any of these amendments today, but I think that this one is really critical. And we talked about this last year. The GOP had an amendment to take the funds that were proposed and give those funds directly to school districts so that they could do what they need with. And our Democrat colleagues were telling us this long list of all the good things that they were doing with this education bill last year, of all the wonderful things they were funding through the education bill. And I thought, good news, our GOP amendment funds those things too. And there were lots of head shakes. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Well, of course it does. If those things were the things that our local school districts needed to fund, then it funds them. And the Democrats said, no, we know better. We know better than your local superintendents. You know better than my superintendent in North Branch, even though I doubt a single member of the Democrat caucus has ever stepped foot in a North Branch area school. But you know better what our schools need than our superintendents, than our school boards. It's just not true. It is just not true. And what I appreciate, well, maybe I shouldn't say this, but the West Amendment doesn't touch any of these 65-ish new mandates you put in place on our schools last year. Doesn't touch them. So our schools are still required to do all the new things you have forced them to do. This doesn't change that. But what it says is that where they are able to pull funds, they should have the flexibility. Our local school districts, our local superintendents, our local school boards should have the flexibility to use those funds according to the needs of our own districts. What could possibly be objectionable about this? Why do we have this need as a legislature to control every last penny in our own local districts as though we know better? Because I promise you we don't. And of course, the other problem with this is we have created a one-size-fits-all approach. We're gonna do this the exact same way for all these districts across the state. It doesn't work. We have different needs. We have very different needs, and our districts need and deserve the flexibility to use those funds according to the needs of our own districts. I cannot for the life of me understand why this particular amendment would be objectionable. Because you're concerned that they're already dealing with the next fiscal year? Well, great. I bet they can get together pretty quickly and adjust course if they are told that they've got some flexibility. I promise you that my superintendents, I've got 3 of them. I'm amazed by Representative Robbins' 7. I've got 3. I guarantee that all 3 of my superintendents would be just fine with the tight timeline. They're okay with that. They are okay with getting together with their school boards and changing course if they're allowed to do so. In fact, they would be thrilled. They would be thrilled. So come on, let's not, I mean, these silly excuses, these silly reasons we give on the floor, well, we couldn't possibly change this. Of course we can. We are choosing not to. We are choosing not to. We are choosing to micromanage school districts across the state of Minnesota when they don't need it. Not only do they not need it, but our kids would be far better served if we allowed our local superintendents and school boards to make these decisions on behalf of our kids. Our kids are the ones who would be better served. So I'm not sure who we are beholden to right now and why we would prevent this, frankly, relatively small level of flexibility for our school districts. This is not revolutionary. This amendment is not going to revolutionize our school districts, perhaps unfortunately. We're talking about a relatively small amount of resources that could be used at the discretion of the people who know the needs of their students. So why in the world would we not do that? Because they couldn't possibly handle these changes at such a late hour? I promise you, they can handle the changes. And they would be thrilled to do so. And you know, when we talk about how we should be finding ways to increase funding and get teachers in the classroom, well, guess what? You had an opportunity to do those things. But last year, you made it more difficult to keep teachers in the classroom. And I can promise you that because I've got a good friend who's a special education teacher in North Branch School District right now who is likely not going to be there very long because she's in the tiered licensure program. And frankly, our school desperately needs her. Probably not worth it to her to jump through the hoops that you have created and that you have demanded. And she is one of the best special education teachers our district has. And you know why? Because she cares about those kids. And she puts in the time. But you made it more difficult to keep her in the classroom. So don't give me this garbage about we should be getting teachers in the classroom. Well, you made that more difficult. And while you put all this money into school last year, you didn't solve the problems. And frankly, our school districts are clamoring for money. Does anybody know? I wonder how many school districts right now have already approved a strike? Because the teachers, that all that money that we put into schools last year certainly didn't make it to the teachers. I mean, we've seen several stories just in the last few days about districts that have approved strikes. So you put all this money in, our teachers certainly don't feel like it made it to them. But you know what this amendment would do? It would free up a little bit of funding. It would free up a little bit of funding that maybe our school boards, our superintendents could use in negotiations with their teachers. Maybe it would free up that funding so they could actually solve a real problem for themselves right now. Because once these teachers go on strike, then the rubber really hits the road. The people who lose are our kids. That's who loses in these situations. They're the ones. Once again, here we are. We talked about this last night. We do so many things to make adults feel better. when what we should be considering is what is in the best interest of these kids. And mandates on this money and where this goes does nothing for the kids of the state of Minnesota. It does nothing to further the education of our children. Nothing. But the reality is, a little flexibility that this West Amendment would give us could actually make a tangible difference. This could free up funds for a district to use in these negotiations right now. These negotiations that are failing because with all the money we put into schools last year, somehow teachers did not get their share of that. Maybe because we spent so much of that money in mandates. Because we decided that we know better. We know better. This West Amendment is quite simple, actually. There's hardly anything to it. We're not taking away your mandates. We're not taking away all the rules that you placed on schools. Frankly, this particular amendment doesn't deal with the problems you created in making it more difficult to keep teachers in the classroom. Doesn't deal with any of that. All it does is provide a little flexibility with, frankly, a relatively small pot of money for our school districts. But we're being told that the Democrats are going to recommend voting no on this because, boy, it would just be a burden. It would be such a burden on our superintendents and school boards to change course at this point. I promise you that they will not see this as a burden. They will be grateful for any additional level of flexibility in the funds they have to spend on the children in their care, to make sure that they are using those funds to educate the children in their charge to the best of their ability, so that they can use those funds as they negotiate and maybe even negotiate themselves out of some of the strikes that are coming. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be something if we as a legislature could do something that doesn't even cost us more money? Doesn't even add any money to the pot. But we could provide enough flexibility to districts that they could actually avert a strike. Wouldn't that be amazing if we could do something that simple for our districts? This is about the easiest yes vote I've seen. We're not adding more money. We're not taking away your precious mandates. We're not touching your licensing requirements that have made it more difficult to keep teachers in the classroom. We're not doing any of that. All we're doing is providing some flexibility. Members, vote yes on the West Amendment.
The member from Isanti, Representative Johnson.
Madam Speaker, members, Representative West, thank you for this wonderful amendment. Members, this gives school districts something that they desperately need: flexibility. Flexibility to move funds around if they need to cover costs in areas that they're short funds. Now, last year, put a lot of money on the formula to give to the school districts. Well, they don't talk about who gets most of the money, not the schools in greater Minnesota. In fact, one of my superintendents gave me the information that with the added increase on the formula, they received $6 million more. But the 65 mandates were like a big hole in the ground cost them $12 million. They went backwards $6 million, and they were hurting before that. Just like good business practices, being able to be flexible and moving those funds around where they need to, they can cover costs. Right now, they can't do that. If you've never run a business, you don't know what it's like to figure out where you're going to make how you're going to make those payments. But having the flexibility to move funds around allows you to do that. Now we got this amendment. It doesn't let them move all the funds. It's a small percentage. And guess what? The Department of Education can actually tell them which funds they can move, because they have to put a list out by the first of the year. So if they have funds in those accounts, they can actually move them to where they need them. But they need the flexibility in order to do their work. Like Representative Robbins, I have 7 school districts in my district, and each one has a different issue. Each one is different. But with this one-size-fits-all that we're pushing down their throats, it doesn't work. Members, support the West Amendment, vote yes. This will give all the school districts across the state the flexibility that they need to do what's best for their districts, what the parents of their students want, and what those areas need in their school districts. Thank you.
The member from Dakota, Representative Koznick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Been a long day talking, but this is personal here. Representative West is offering an amendment that will help the Lakeville School District in particular, who has just given notice to the school board, I think yesterday or today, notice that they may strike. And while we appreciate the funds that were given last year, the mandates that came with it are tying up the ability to meet the needs and requests of teachers and students and parents. And just a little bragging, tonight there's a track meet in Shakopee, Representative Tabke's district. Proud to say my daughter's on the track team and couldn't be there, but the relay team came in second again today. So she's a senior. Her and her friends will be counting down the days of school. And I hope that they actually get to graduate on time. But this is in jeopardy because of all the mandates that we've had. And we have an opportunity with the A12 amendment to ensure that this bill overall doesn't continue the trend of growing government and bureaucracy at the Minnesota Department of Education, and it doesn't leave students unfunded and teachers unfunded and overburdened with more mandates. What the amendment does will allow the school district to use their funds a little bit less restricted to meet the needs of teachers and the request of teachers and students and parents. I'm certainly not going to get in the middle of their negotiations, but I can guarantee that a little bit more flexibility will ensure that kids graduate on time, that teachers' request and need for income growth is respected. And just to give you an example of our school district in 2012 started spending down reserves that they had. Typically the school district, I'm told, tries to keep 10% savings reserves, and in 2012 had to overspend their revenues by $12 million, in 2023 by $16 million, and a couple years ago they also did about $7 million in adjustments. And back to that track team, one of the new teachers was also a track coach. And when we had to do the $7 million in adjustments, and spend down our savings, that track coach got let go. Lucky for him, he was able to find a teaching job in Northfield. But because of some fundraising that the track team did, he's back coaching track again this year and is one of the first track coaches that my daughter had that believed in her and got her into running in track. And so finally, in 2024, back to the school district, we got our spending $1 million under revenue, meaning we were able to start building back our savings. And now savings are only at about 1% revenue or 1% reserve. And so Representative West, your amendment and members across the aisle, if you could have it within you to trust our school boards. I trust our Lakeville School Board. I hope you trust your school boards to be able to do what's right and meet the needs of their district, their students, the teachers, and of course the parents and taxpayers. And if there's one amendment you take today, Representative Joachim, if there's one amendment you take today that would make a big difference across the state of Minnesota, because Lakeville might be the current district with the strike notice, I guarantee it might be yours over in Minnetonka. Minneapolis just avoided it. Maybe it's down in Mankato, Stillwater. You name the district, they're going to face the same thing. And so Representative West, your amendment to relieve the school districts of some of the funding mandates and use the dollars as they need and see fit is going to help a lot of kids. And so, again, it is personal, it's current, but it's personal here in Lakeville. This is an opportunity to make sure that our teachers are respected, our kids can finish their school year on time, and that we can trust our school districts to use the state resources that we provide them in the manner that they seem fit individually, independently for each school district. So I almost beg, I don't like to beg, but today I plead with you very personally to pass this amendment and do the right thing for our teachers and our students.
The member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I'll be quick. I mean, we've made the point again and again, flexibility, right? I want to try to provide you with an analogy that perhaps will be helpful in illustrating the point. So let's imagine, for instance, we were to pass an increase in the minimum wage. And let's say that translated to a particular employee getting an extra $100 a week. If the employer, for whatever reason that I can't fathom, were to try to provide that compensation in the form of, say, a gift card to Home Depot, we would not find that to be acceptable. I imagine you wouldn't find that to be acceptable. Why? Well, because you're not really compensating the employee. Sure, it's something that has value, but it doesn't have the ability for them to use their judgment to make decisions about what they need and to spend their resources accordingly. And again, I can't imagine why an employer would want to do that, because it doesn't save them any money. They're spending the same amount of money in order to do that. It takes extra trouble. They got to go get the gift card. Unless, of course, the intention was to try to, for some perverse reason, control how the employee was spending their resources. And again, I don't know why an employer would want to do that. But that's basically the situation that we've put our school districts in. And again, member after member after member has talked about speaking to their own superintendents in their own districts and having this frustration of how is it that you can provide historic funding and yet people are still facing deficits. People are still not able to make ends meet. It's because they can't do this. It's because they can't do what the West Amendment would affect, which is the ability to, again, Notwithstanding any law or fund account restriction to the contrary, school boards may move funds from any reserve account or fund to any other account or fund, as needed, according to their own judgment, in order to meet the needs of their students, their teachers, their district, their schools. Why would we not want to do that? Very simple. Vote green, members. Thank you.
The member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There were some comments that I heard earlier that Republicans wouldn't have done the numbers in the formula. I think we had a Republican education bill that we put forth that actually had 5 and 5 in the formula. That had the same dollars as what was in the Democrat bill that ultimately passed. It did not have the mandates. And I would very much argue that if that bill had been the education bill that came out of here last year, we wouldn't have Lakeville schools about to strike. We wouldn't have had what happened in Minneapolis and all the other school districts that are very much struggling to make ends meet. So Republicans support local control. We support education, and we believe in our superintendents and our school boards. We believe that they know best how to spend these dollars within their school districts. And we are hijacking the education process and the education through the education funding system. We are not, I'm on the Ed Finance Committee. I am not an education expert. I'm not. I leave that to our local school boards, our teachers, our administrators, the people that are on the ground and can actually make those decisions about how best to spend the dollars. There was a little debate we had, I don't know, a month ago or so, and it was about the education, the school lunches. And there are some school lunch accounts that have extra money in them because they've actually made money through the school lunch program. Good for them, I would argue. And they wanted to be able to use it for furniture in the school lunchroom. I would have thought that they could have anyway, because isn't that part of lunch? You got to sit somewhere, right? But the fact that they had to come to the legislature and ask us to do that, to me, is just insane. They should be able to do that. If you have extra dollars and you don't have any chairs for your kids, you shouldn't have to come to this body and ask if you can buy chairs with those dollars from the lunch service. We have to start relying more on the intelligence and abilities of the people that are actually on the ground. We are United States. We are 50 states. We always argue that states have rights, that states should be able to decide their own, how they spend their own dollars, what they do. And we've seen, especially in the last decade, states take different paths. Minnesota's certainly taken a different path than Florida, for example. And it's an experiment. It's an experiment, and it's the beauty of this country, is that we do things differently and we see what the results are, and that's how we know the better route to take down the road. And we have to rely on our school districts to also do that. So I urge us, this is a great, great amendment. I would arguably go much further than the amendment does, but it's a start, and it doesn't cost this legislature and the state anything. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the West Amendment? Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, you say Republicans wouldn't have funded schools. You say it's only 8% of their budget we're giving flexibility to. You say it's all going to be okay. Well, it's not going to be okay. And the reason I know that is because that's what our school districts are telling us. Republicans proposed a 5 and 5 increase on the formula. If you didn't believe that, well, you should have called our bluff, our supposed bluff. If you adopted our DE amendment brought forward by Representative Bakeberg and Representative Myers, I guarantee you would have seen green on the Republican side of the aisle. And funnily enough, 5 and 5 is exactly what the teachers union asked for, but they didn't get. But if we were ever going to do 5 and 5 on the formula, it was when we had $18.6 billion. Now with the increase in, the Department of Education did pretty well. We have a lot more bureaucrats, but Anoka-Hennepin is cutting 40 to 45 positions. 40 to 45 positions to save $5 million. Now, you also said it's only 8% flexibility. Well, that 8% is a big deal. Anoka-Hennepin School District, $662 million budget. $662 million budget. They need to cut 5 million. That's less than 1%. Less than 1%. So if they have 8% flexibility, I think they can find that 1%. The bill being proposed today that we're amending, that we should amend, won't save our school districts. They're being crushed under 65 mandates. Giving them flexibility will save jobs. It will save jobs. 40 to 45 in Anoka-Hennepin alone. It'll help teachers because a lot of those jobs, as you know, are the support staff for our teachers. And it will empower our students to learn because cutting staff does not help our students. So let's give them this small measure of flexibility because I know Anoka-Hennepin, Blaine High School, will be able to fill their gap if they were given the flexibility to do so. And I commit to you, I think our entire caucus commits to the school districts around the state. Next year, we're going to be in a deficit situation. But we're not going to balance the budget on the backs of our schools. We're going to balance the budget by getting rid of this ridiculous 40% increase in state spending that expanded these departments to an absurd level when our school districts didn't get what they needed. And we'll make sure our schools are taken care of because we need to get our students back to excellence. So members, I urge you to vote green on the amendment. It's only 8% flexibility. It is not groundbreaking, but it is what our schools need. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle. I think tab key's got it now. Cagle.
One more time.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Franson moves to amend House File Number 5237. The second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A8.
The member from Douglas, Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, imagine you're 11 years old. You're 11 years old, you're doing your elementary life, and something terrible happens to you in school. That terrible thing, sexual assault. You're 11 years old, you're sexually assaulted by another 11-year-old, drug into a bathroom, having to figure out how to escape from underneath the bathroom door, the stall, and due to such horrific events that have happened over a couple of months, your behavior starts changing and your parents notice. And your parents ask you what's happening, what's going on in your life. And the child comes out to his parents and says, I was sexually assaulted at school. Not once, but numerous times. Imagine your parents take it to the school, and the school says there's nothing that they can do to remove the child. The other 11-year-old that was the perpetrator of the sexual assault. Imagine your parents getting, or the 11-year-old parents getting a restraining order, and for a couple of weeks, the student, the one that sexually assaulted the other 11-year-old, is taken out of school, but then is allowed back into the school. Imagine if that was your child, 11 years old, having to face your accuser, or not your accuser, the person that assaulted you each and every day. And the only recourse is that there will be somebody walking with the student that was the assaulter and keeping the student away from you, or away from the 11-year-old child, the other one. Imagine your child not being able to handle that, being able to see somebody each and every day at school who had done horrific events to him or her. The child becomes suicidal and then is removed from the school that he has been at his entire elementary school life. Members, the amendment before you just makes it easier for the school to remove a child that has a restraining order on them into an alternative learning facility. I think we can all agree that when horrific things happen, we shouldn't treat the person who has been assaulted or who has put a restraining order on another student for another reason. We shouldn't make that student feel like they are the guilty party, treating that student like a criminal, like they don't belong, and having that child being removed from the situation. Meanwhile, the person that did the horrific crimes, the student that does the horrific crimes, is allowed to stay in the same school, same schedules, same teachers, same people that he knows. And as the student that was assaulted now has to form new friendships, different schedule at the school, different teachers. So members, I bring this forward to you today with the hopes that we can move it into conference committee and continue having a discussion, because this child that is a student in my district, he has the same right to attend the school that he has always been at. This student should not have to be forced, in order for his own mental health, to attend another school, while the individual that did the victimizing continues on, same old, same old. So members, that's the amendment before you. And Madam Speaker, I ask for a roll call.
Representative Franzen requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. The member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to thank Representative Franzen for being an amazing advocate for the family in her district. And thank you also for the conversation that we had last night around this. I think you're right. I think we can all agree that this should never happen to a student while they're at school. And that there's something that was missing in the execution of this whole thing and some work that we have to do around this. And I think it would take a lot of stakeholder work. There's current procedures in place right now to remove students when they're a safety threat. And it sounds like the school followed those procedures, but a court overturned the action from what you were telling me. But this amendment that you have, the way it's drafted, actually breaks federal law. So there are only 3 reasons why a student that has a disability, and I know from our conversation that wasn't the case with the student you're talking about, but in the amendment, it does mention it, that you try to do the, on line 1.9 to 1.12, a student that has an IEP can be removed from into an alternative setting if there has been possession of a weapon at school, or on school grounds, or at a school function. They knowingly possess illegal drugs or are trying to sell a controlled substance on school grounds, on school premises, at a school function, and then also has inflicted serious bodily harm upon another person at school and in all those other areas. That is when that can happen immediately. Otherwise, you can lose federal funding. And I know you put a reference to the dispute resolution process, which is great, but that doesn't trump federal law. So I'd be more than happy to continue to work on this and see where those holes are that are clearly in the system that caused this tragic incident to the student in your community. But I would like to do that with a group of stakeholders and to really make sure we get this right. So members, for now, I would ask for a no vote.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Franzen, for bringing this amendment. I have had similar incidents in my districts, and as I said, I represent 7. I know of 3 different school districts, so it doesn't matter which one it is, that there's been similar incidents. One was a sexual assault, and in that instance, again, the victim had to change classes and change her schedule and change everything in her experience, and the perpetrator was walked to and from classes but didn't have to change anything. And this was said to be the victim impact plan. Another student in a different district got a concussion from being thrown against a locker, and again, that child had to move their schedule, and the perpetrator, nothing changed for them. They had the same lunch period, the same classes, the same friends. This other child who was the victim had to adjust everything. Again, it was the victim impact plan. In a different situation, a child's arm was broken. And that child was also told they would have to move everything, and that child chose to go to a different school. But they had to move schools to feel safe. This is not something that just happens rarely, sadly. I know of 3 incidences, and I'm sure there are more. It's not well reported, I found out in trying to find the numbers in my different school districts. But members, the child who is victimized is not the one who should be re-victimized by being removed out of their classes and out of their routine and away from their friends and their normal lunch period. The person who has committed the assault should be the one who has to make the changes and hopefully seek help and be provided help, just as the victim should also be provided resources. So members, I appreciate Representative Franzen's bringing this forward, and I actually think it's very limited. She is limiting it to only students with a restraining or protection order, that's very narrow. That wouldn't address the situations that have gone on in my districts where, well, I think in one maybe there was, but in the others it was just a situation where there was an assault, and I don't believe a restraining order or protection order was received. So the Franson Amendment is very narrow, and I think it's very responsible, and I would urge members' support. And I do appreciate Representative Chair Iwakim that you're willing to continue to work on this. And I would encourage you in that work to think more broadly than just the protection order limitation, because I think a lot of students are suffering who have been victimized, and we need to find a policy that will ensure that students who suffer in this way are not the ones who are having to change their whole lives, and then the perpetrator doesn't have to make any changes. So thank you, members. I appreciate it.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I remember what ALCs were utilized for, and one of those things were behavioral issues, especially violent behavioral issues. If this is federal, I know of multiple cases across the nation within the last few years where violent students have been moved to a different school or a different setting. So I'm not sure if the interpretation is off or when that interpretation changed from when I was involved, but especially if there's a court order. So the legal system has verified there are behavioral issues. There are violent behavioral issues. There are concerns about the safety of others, and I can't understand how you would have the federal government say, you can't do that to this narrow situation when there are highly documented cases across this nation that are much less well-defined. So let us just vote green.
The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Chair Joachim, for at least acknowledging the seriousness of this problem, even if I guess the answer is, at least the answer from that side of the aisle is, well, there's nothing we can do. I think there is something we can do. I think we can at least put a marker in this bill and say we should go forward. But I really do genuinely appreciate the concern now coming from the other side of the aisle about violating federal law. I really do. That's great. I hope that we can continue that, especially as we, have some discussions on some other bills that might be coming up tonight. Last year we passed an entire bill, House File 100, that was purposely intended to defy federal law. And that's not even getting into the multiple laws that were passed that violated federal law in other ways, including 3 laws that were passed last year that are currently enjoined by federal courts for violating federal law. And don't say you weren't warned. But I was concerned, Representative Franson, hearing Chair Joachim say, that there's still more stakeholder involvement or more work that needs to be done. So Representative Franson, if you will yield.
She will yield. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Franson, can you just give us a little bit of background about the work, the dialogue that went on with the folks on the other side of the aisle that went into developing the A8 amendment?
Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Niska. So, first off, the language for the bill did come late. As you know, it's short session, and we have over 5,000 bills introduced, and sometimes you just don't get your legislation as quickly as you would like. So, it came late. We decided, meaning us Republicans here, chatted about it, and I chatted with the parents of the student about the steps because the bill was introduced so late. So we decided to offer it on the education policy bill, Representative Niska, and the at any rate, there was an amendment that was offered from Representative Pryor to place, to just enhance the language to make sure it was okay. And the other side of the aisle was willing to accept that language during that time. However, something came up. Yes, so the 24-hour deadline that I hate so much and I don't like, we missed the deadline in introducing that, Representative Niska, and it was under my impression that the speaker was going to allow us to introduce that amendment late. However, our team decided that we would not, we would follow the rules and reintroduce the amendment here on the finance bill.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Representative Franson. And, you know, it sure sounds to me like you were working at least as timely as the changes we got to the Office of the Inspector General amendments that were adopted earlier today. And I guess what I would say, Chair Joachim, is if you agree with Representative Franson that this is a situation that should never happen, that something is missing and that we should be engaging in that stakeholder work to fix this problem, then we should be moving forward with a solution and not just saying no. Because the situation that Representative Franson is addressing is just completely unacceptable. And we should all agree that that's completely unacceptable. And frankly, if the feds tell us that we can't solve that problem that's happening in Representative Franson's district, we should tell them to shove it, and we should vote yes.
Further discussion to the Franson amendment. Representative Franson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, on lines 1.4, it says a school district may. It's a may, it is not a must. A school can address these issues on a case-by-case issue, okay? On April 26th, the mom sent me an email. In the email, she said, I had my child look up the bill online, and he was so dang happy. He can't believe that because he came forward, all these big things are happening. Imagine if that was your child. He was so dang happy. He wants to go back to his school. He wants to be with his friends. In this body, people have resigned after being accused of being a sexual harasser. They have resigned from this body, from the legislature, for simply being accused. This student was sexually assaulted, physically harmed, and yet he's treated, or she is treated, like the person that was in the wrong. So members, I ask you to rethink the no vote and vote yes so we can continue working on this in conference committee. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Howard.
Okay.
Howard votes no.
Howard, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 64 ayes and 65 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Knutson moves to amend House File Number 5237, second and Grossman as amended. The amendment is coded A9.
The member from Cass, Representative Knutson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, the A9 amendment is pretty simple. What this amendment would do is delay another one of the mandates that we passed last year until the state provides funding. The mandate that we put on about 10 of our schools last year is to change their mascot based on resembling the Native American culture. This amendment does affect a school in my district. It affects, like I said, at least 10. I think there was another one that was included very recently down in southeastern Minnesota, but at least 10 schools in our district. Some of the costs that we're hearing from our schools that they're accruing include changing jerseys for every single sport that the school offers, murals on their walls of their gyms, gym floors. They have to grind down the center of their gym floor and completely redo it. Another big time-consuming part of this is that the schools are now having to reach out to all the people in their community and start the conversations of, what are we going to call ourselves? What are we going to do? How are we going to rebrand ourselves? And that takes away administration time, school board time, teacher time, parent time, student time. It's a big burden on a lot of these schools. Not to mention other little things, clocks. One of my schools has a clock with the mascot in every single room in their school. All have to be changed. Anyway, the price tag for this is coming in at about $1 million a school, give or take. And we've strapped our schools. They have no extra money. Literally, I talked to a superintendent that's dealing with this morning, and they said that they're going to have to cut teachers if we don't fix this. The last thing we want is for our schools to have to cut teachers. So again, all this amendment would do is push back the deadline until the state can provide funding. Madam Speaker, I ask for a roll call vote.
Representative Knutson requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Knutson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I request a green vote.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Knutson, for bringing this forward. I don't know if you've been tracking the education policy bill. The conference committee actually took the Senate language to delay this implementation by a year already, so it won't happen until 2026 now. You're right, there's some more discussion to be had around this, but as you said, it's in state statute that we passed last year, and it's there for a reason. There's an appeals process districts can go through to talk with the local tribes. We have a lot of bookends around this. What I don't see is the bookends in this bill is, one, it doesn't have a funding stream for MDE to pay back these funds. There's no money appropriated for MDE to do this. I don't know where it's going to come from. And two, it has a very wide array of what a district can get reimbursed for. So I think this needs more work, and we have that time because the extension is in the Ed Policy Bill until September 2026. So I'd ask for a no vote, members.
The member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too have a school district in my legislative district that faces the same situation. Their enrollment is about 800 students, give or take a few, and again, the cost to their estimated district coffers is about $1 million, $900,000, give or take some. And I appreciate the announcement that this is going to be delayed for a year. And then the concern in the amendment, and thank you for the amendment, by the way, that where is the funding going to come from to cover the cost of the amendment? Well, we didn't hear that same concern when this bill was passed a year ago. And here we talk again about mandates, and mandates that maybe don't cost anything. Well, this one certainly does. And whether or not you agree with what this bill does, and in my school is moving ahead with making plans to change their nicknames. When they tried to appeal to the tribes to keep their nickname, I think they got back positive on most of them, but there were 2 or 3 that said no. So they have to go ahead and begin making these changes, as we've talked about, are pretty substantial in a lot of ways, and they do get pretty expensive if you add them all up at the same time. But again, just support the amendment, and we need to look at the long-term effects of some of the things we do here. And again, I would call for a green vote on the amendment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Similar situation in my district. One of my schools is changing their name. They've accepted the change. They've already selected a new name. This is not about the change, it's about the severe expense burden that's placed on these schools. This school operates in a community where they have competition. There's a parochial school in the community. Of course, there's other public schools too that they compete with. If they're forced to cut programs and lay off staff, they won't be able to compete with those other schools, and they'll lose students. And we all know that student count and the money that comes with students is what keeps our schools alive. As Representative Anderson said, this is another unfunded mandate, but one that can have a very severe impact on a very small number of schools in our state. It just reeks of unfairness. I want to thank Representative Knutson for bringing this issue forward and highlighting it. I realize we have some time to deal with it, but passing this amendment tonight would send a signal that we intend to take this seriously. I urge members to vote green.
The member from Morrison, Representative Grisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members, and thank you, Representative Knutson, for bringing this amendment. We should absolutely pass this with a green vote. Just simple back-of-the-envelope math, Representative Anderson's district, 800 kids, $1 million. That's $1,250 a kid. That's $1,250 per kid that had no, they're being affected by this when they didn't bring this issue up. We're taking away from their education because, again, the suits in St. Paul thought they knew better, and we've created a situation. And the disadvantage falls on the schools that are being hit the hardest, the schools like Representative Anderson's, where I've been in those schools, where the superintendent oftentimes is pulling double duties. I've been in a situation where I was teaching in the morning and the custodian in the afternoon and a coach after school. This is just not the right way to handle that. Those kids are going to get penalized $1,250 per year until this is paid off per pupil unit. We talk about per pupil units for something that kid never had an input on. Representative Knutson, I support your amendment.
The member from Carlton, Representative Dotseth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. Representative Knutson, excellent bill. It
I as well can parrot what every one of these other members have shared. I also have a school that is being affected by this, and we're really looking at the disadvantaged schools that this is affecting. We look at, we're policymakers, right? We got to look at what this causes when these unfunded mandates are put upon these schools. We can do better than this. I just want to say thank you, Representative Knudsen. Encourage you to vote green.
The member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, thank you, Representative Knudsen, for this amendment. And I also appreciate your comments, Representative Kresha. This is politicians in St. Paul acting before they really think. I have a school district, too, who's suffering from this. It's going to cost them over $1 million because they have to replace the name Thunderhawk. Not Thunderbird, Thunderhawk. Their mascot is just a really cool-looking hawk, wings spread out like this. Pretty cool-looking bird with the name Thunderhawk, which is just, honestly, just a cool name. But apparently in Lakota history, there was a chief by the name of Thunderhawk. And I don't think they knew that when they chose their mascot and the name for their school. Thunderhawk. Come on, isn't that just a cool name? Now they're going to have to spend over $1 million to replace it. It's not right, folks. Please support this amendment.
Representative Knudsen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, members. You know, I do just want to make something very clear. This amendment does respect the decision that this body made last year to move in this direction. However, we're recognizing that this is going to financially strap some of the smallest schools in our state. And who's going to suffer in the end? It's our students. Our schools are broke. They don't have money right now. They're cutting teachers. And now we're making these at least 10 schools decide, cut teachers or meet this deadline. That's ridiculous. They're not asking to completely repeal the whole thing. They're just saying, give us more time or figure out a way to fund this for us. We can't do this. Yes, I did know that this is being discussed. I followed it get passed in the Senate earlier this year, and I'm very thankful for that. It's extended for a year, and now, great. Now that it's in our conference committee report, that's excellent. But that's just kicking the can down the road. So we're going to deal with this again next year. I mean, we need to offer these schools a solution. We love to pass all these mandates, but they have actual effects. They really do hurt the students of Minnesota. You know, the school in my district has been a school since 1923. They have been the Braves for 101 years. 101 years, and now we're making them change. They have succumbed to that. Okay, we're going to change. But we can't afford to right now. They're asking us for help. They're just asking us to provide the resources needed for the mandates that we pushed on them. I'm pretty sure that MDE can either find the compliance costs within their agency budget, or at the very least, we just push the mandate out until we, as a body, can find funds to help our schools be in compliance with this. Members, please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment.
Jeez.
Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn Gaween.
Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Howard.
Howard, no.
Howard, no. Keel.
Keel, yes.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Cretia moves to amend House File Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A25.
The member from Morrison, Representative Cretia.
Thank you,
Let me
Madam
just
Speaker.
check for a minute which amendment we're on. A25? Got it. Representative Cretia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was ready for the 21, but 25 would be fine. And so, members, finally an amendment you can vote for. And it's such a good amendment that I would like to ask for a call of everyone to pay attention. See, I'm trying to get my majority leader to smile because she hates when I do unexpected things. Anyway, on the A25 amendment, what we are doing is we are restoring local control of our schools, putting the control on curriculum and instruction back into the hands and removing the mandate for schools to include ethnic studies into instruction. This repeals the ethnic studies course and an instructional mandate that was enacted by the majority last session. Why would we do this? This new mandate around ethnic studies were among the 65 mandates pushed into the schools. As noted by school officials in one of the testimonies, the mandates are like torpedoes. Whatever the number is that you want to talk about, whatever it is, we heard in testimony over and over, the mandates are a burden on the schools. This is one that we could remove. This is one that we could help. And this body should not become the new state board of education. And so with that, I'd like to request a roll call and a green vote.
Representative Cretia requests a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The member from Hennepin, Representative Sensor-Mira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to encourage members to vote no on this amendment. If it feels like we've been here before, we have. We just have voted and had a discussion about this amendment a few weeks ago. I want to remind members that last year we did a really good thing for students across the state of Minnesota. We voted to ensure that students will have a reflective and representative curriculum so that all students can be seen and heard in the classroom and have access to accurate and honest histories in the classroom. This came after years of student advocacy, student organizing from students across our state who said this is important. This is how we can be engaged in school. This is how we can see a connection between what we're learning in the classroom and our outside lives. So I would encourage members to vote no on this. Let's not undo the progress we made around curriculum. This is incredibly important, and I would encourage a no vote on this amendment.
The member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. And let me just say that teaching diversity is important. We should be teaching diversity in our classrooms. I mean, from when I started teaching, this state has become much more diverse than it was then. And it's important that we, in our education system, reflect that diversity. That said, I don't think that we need to mandate a particular course to do this. I mean, through our training, through our preparation to be teachers, this should be a natural course, not something mandated to do.
Discussion. The member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Would the author of this amendment yield for a question?
He will. Representative Novotny.
Representative Creshaw, this summer I went up to North Woods, or Lake of the Woods, and I went up to the northwest angle up there. And I met with the recently retired teacher who had taught at that one-room school for the War Road School District for 40 years. And had a great conversation over breakfast with her and her husband, and talked about the difficulties of life in that school and the things that they had to go through environmentally and all the other things that they had to take into consideration. And there's kids from Canada that are boated in until the ice freezes, and then they're snowmobiled in over the winter. And am I to understand that if this goes through, a kid who spends every day of his life hunting, fishing, trapping is going to have the same standards and the same education in the state of Minnesota as a kid that lives in Brooklyn Park?
Representative Creshaw.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for your question, Representative Novotny. So I understand if this amendment goes on, we'll actually give that school and those teachers the control to do it best for their kids without us telling them, and look how far away we are from them, that we should know best. We just simply don't know best. Don't know best. So thank you for the question. I hope I answered it.
Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for clarifying for me, because this amendment really makes a lot of sense then. It really does. Because I can't imagine everyone, the one Minnesota in education for kids that have such a different experience and lifestyle and what they grow up in. Never mind the fact that they're coming from, there's First Nation children coming from this school, that it's closer to boat them to an American school and sometimes bus them into War Road than it is to get to their school in Kenosha or Kenora, whatever it is, that Canadian school on the north end of the lake. So thank you for bringing this bill, Representative Creshaw. It makes a lot of sense to me.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carroll.
There you go.
Carroll, no.
Carroll, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Howard.
Howard votes no.
Howard, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
No.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Creshaw moves to amend House File Number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A21.
The member from Morrison, Representative Creshaw, to your A21 amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, the A21 amendment simply suspends the implementation of the most recently adopted social studies standards. As the representative mentioned, yes, this is a rewind. We're doing this again. Why? Because bad news doesn't get better with time. It's still bad news. And this continues to be an idea that we should not do. I've heard all these ideas came up from the students. You know what else we've heard from the students? Safety. And what did we do in response to safety? We tried to take SROs out, and the body had to go back and fix that. We've heard about the students who said, I just want a decent education. I want to be able to be competitive. And yet we still see Governor Walz's numbers abysmally low with poor math and reading and literacy rates. We've heard equity. We heard Representative Novotny. The students in the Northwest Angle, they just want the same opportunity to be able to compete in a world that they're going to have to face. And yet we continue to act like the state school board here. And members, we just simply can't teach the reading and math skills that these students need when we're putting ideological ideas behind the curriculum. And when we talked about this the last time, I brought forth the education for liberation. Okay, so many people out there, oh, this really isn't that big of a deal, it's not gonna happen, except at Columbia University right now and the University of Minnesota, those ideological ideas are into practice in the student body, and we're seeing horrific results. We're seeing the students against the student body and against the administration, and they're taking action because we continue to teach ideological ideas that are driven by outside groups where it has no business in the academic world. Members, I urge, did I ask for a roll call?
Not yet.
Oh,
Representative Krisha requests a roll call. Seeing 15 or so hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll just leave it at this point. This was the point I made the last time I did this, and I'll make it again. You just can't make Minnesota a great place to raise a family if the educational agenda coming from the outside groups continues to be to hate the state, to hate our country, to hate each other, and to hate other groups. You just can't bring that in and still work on academics. Members, I ask for a green vote on this amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Sensor-Mira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would again encourage members to vote no on this amendment. Representative Krisha, I heard you say tonight that you do not believe that the state should become a state board of education. And so I'm a little bit confused by this amendment because this would actually undo work that was done outside of this legislative body. Our standards for various subjects, as we've discussed tonight, are reviewed and renewed, edited, and made anew every 10 years. They're not that done, they don't do that in this legislature. They do that with a group of outside experts made up of students, parents, teachers, community members, subject matter experts. And we always do them in various subjects. We do them in reading, we do them in math, and we also do them in social studies, which is where the ethnic studies standards that I believe you are talking about are embedded. So we have always been able to teach multiple subjects. We've always been able to teach reading, math, social studies. I agree with you that there are like serious concerns about the way we're teaching reading, and we are addressing that. But there's no reason why we should delay these needed changes to our social studies standards. I don't think that this body knows more than a group of experts who spent years working on this, who collected feedback from over 800 people through an online portal, who went through numerous public hearings, and then the standards were finally approved by a law judge. I trust that process. That is a process we use for all of our standards. And so I would encourage members to stand by that process and vote no on this amendment.
Discussion. Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The beautiful thing about the legislature is at one point or another, you're always going to find yourselves on different sides of issues and inconsistent. It's interesting when we talk about this, and the representative makes good points, but yet here we come along and we continue to mandate the schools in other areas. So we're going to go back and forth on this. I don't believe that we are failing in ethnic studies and social studies, but we are failing in academics of reading and math. And those standards should be addressed, but putting ideological ideas into our curriculum just doesn't make sense. I ask for a green vote.
The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carol.
There you go. Just seeing if you're paying attention.
No, you got to vote.
Carol.
Carol, no.
Carol, no. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, no.
Becker Finn, no. Howard.
Go. Howard votes no.
Howard, no. Keel.
Keel, aye.
Keel, aye. Cagle.
Go ahead.
Cagle, no.
Cagle, no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lawrence moves to amend House Bill number 5237. The second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A28.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Lawrence.
Why, good evening, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much. I'm at day 14 in being the House here, and still happy to be here. It's a great learning experience, and I'm glad to be a part of it. On April 2nd, most of you know that I was sworn in. And after that date, at that date, most of the heavy lifting in the committees had been done. I came in at a very late position in the committee work, and so I was assigned to the Education and Finance Committee, which I was welcomed and glad to be a part of it. However, we only had 5 meetings at that point in time. But I'm grateful through those 5 meetings, I got to see the process. I got to get my feet wet and kind of understand what are the issues going on, what's happening in our educational system, and how is it being handled, and the work of that committee. What I hear from tonight and what I see is schools need dollars. I talk to my districts, the same thing. And we're the body that helps create that. We're the body that helps put dollars out there into our schools and to allocate them for that. Now tonight, I'm not reallocating dollars out of the education finance bill that we have before us. I'm not asking to do that, okay? That's not part of what I'm asked to do. But I am gonna step out on a limb a little bit. And hopefully won't get it cut off, but I'm gonna step out on a limb a little bit. And this is an amendment that not only would help my district would benefit from this amendment, as would many other districts out there. And it's a benefit that, as we hear, dollars are needed in those districts. With all that's gone in the last couple of years, even the dollars that we get, there's still shortages within our school districts. And then there's dollars available to help at this point in time. And these are real dollars. So in Amendment 28, the seasonal tax-based replacement aid, this amendment would reset our priorities around education. And from the discussion tonight, I think we all are kind of on that page. We are trying to reset our priorities around education and focus on the education of our children in the state of Minnesota. And so reset our priorities around education, and it addresses a critical inequality in school finance system. And this is something I sat down with my superintendent for my local district what, a day or two after I had been elected, and we had breakfast, and this is something that he did talk to me about, the inequity that's going on within the formula that's affecting, especially in our district, which is somewhat outstate, North Metro, right? And so north of the Metro at this point in time. So this is something that does affect my district and many others. And what I'm proposing to do is this amendment would establish a new school building account. Okay, so we're establishing something new, all right, a new building account, and instead of fully funding, and we've had a lot of terms tonight, we've had the hole in the ground next door, we've had the new palace for politicians. I'm just going to say the $730 million investment that was passed to make next door. That $730 million investment, it would take that, it takes a portion of the annual payment to make use and put into seasonal tax-based replacement aid. And what that does is that puts schools, it balances the playing field, it puts monies into school districts, and it puts dollars into school districts' hands. And one of the things that I noticed is the few days I got to be in the Educational Finance Committee is that there was dollars talked about. I think $43 million was the number that was the target number. And there's a lot of organizations that came and requested that money. There's a lot of organizations that got that money. The READ Act, I think, is one of the parts of that bill that really puts money into districts' hands where they get to invest the dollars in students and they actually get there. And a lot of it went elsewhere. And so this is an amendment that actually would put those dollars in the district's hands. And I think that's a big factor that we need to consider. There's a lot of seasonal recreational properties that are out there that are taxed differently and aren't in the formula for school boards. So this helps balance that aspect of it. And the fundamental thing, and I know I'm new here, all right? I admit that, and I'm learning an awful lot. But I do believe this, and I think a lot of us do, that education is important. I do believe investing in education. I believe in investing in the state of Minnesota's school system. And I mostly believe in investing in the students and the children of Minnesota. And instead of investing in new legislative office buildings, and I found out because I've toured an awful lot in the last few weeks that I've been able to be down here and be a part of this, there's a lot of empty space down here in the Capitol. Open building, open office space that is down here. And so instead of investing in new buildings for our legislative office buildings, we should put more money into our schools. This is an opportunity to do that. And so I'm going to ask for a green vote on Amendment 28 and ask you to support that. And thank you.
Representative Long.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
State your point of order.
Under Rule 3.21, amendments must be germane. As the representative pointed out, he is amending an account that is not in the bill, and he is correct. The capital area building account is not in the underlying bill, so it is not germane.
I find the point of order well taken. Did you want to appeal the ruling of the Speaker,
I did
Representative Lawrence?
Madam Speaker, may I appeal the ruling of the Speaker?
You may.
May I ask for a roll call vote on that?
You may, and if 15 of your colleagues can raise their hands, you will get a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Lawrence, I'm so tempted to tell you what Representative Davids told me when I was a first-termer, but maybe when we're done on the floor. Representative Lawrence.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know that we've been through the rules the other night, and we talked about things being germane. We've talked about I've heard a lot of rules reflected over the last few days here. This is germane. This is important. This is an education finance bill. This is where this belongs. This is completely germane to it. It doesn't take and move any dollars within our educational finance. It adds finances to our educational finance policy bill, or bill that's being put forth tonight. So as far as the germaneness of this bill, I would argue and state, Madam Chair, that this is very germane to the subject at hand.
The member from Morrison, Representative Creeshaw.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll offer advice first that we should never refer to ourselves by our tenure in here. You're a representative. Welcome. Be a representative. Don't add an adjective. To that, what I would also offer is advice to the body on custom and usage. A member should at least be here 21 days before we throw the rules at him. So I would hope that, Madam Speaker, you would find against, I hope the body would find against the Speaker. And clearly your amendment was well thought out, and it is not as raised in the point of order. So members, please vote against the Speaker, and let's let him continue and get to a vote on his amendment.
Reminder, the question before the body is, should the judgment of the Speaker stand as a judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or a red vote would go against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll on the appeal. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll.
Here you go, Carol.
Carroll, yes.
Carroll, aye. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, aye.
Becker Finn, aye. Howard.
Howard votes yes.
Howard, aye. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. Cagle.
Hagel, aye.
Cagle, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 61 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Altendorf moves to amend House Law number 5237, the second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A30.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. The A30 amendment today is to help divert some funds to our schools that need it most and to help pay for things that are major infrastructure like their roofs that are leaking. So we can call this the Leaky Roofs Amendment. Members, we have seen this last session $19 billion surplus, and our schools are worse off today than they were last year. We went from a historic surplus, and we are now having historic problems in our schools, including things like this with leaky roofs. In fact, there are estimated to be hundreds of schools across Minnesota that are having problems paying for major infrastructure, especially in smaller districts, that they just do not have the funding to fund these large and expensive projects. This is going to be a burden that's going on our local taxpayers, and quite frankly, Minnesotans have had enough with the taxes here in Minnesota, with seeing what's happening at the Capitol, raising our taxes. So I ask today that we would divert the funding that's going towards, we've all seen outside, this large monstrosity outside that is being built here. We like to call it the Palace for Politicians. $730 million that I'm not sure any Minnesotan asked for, and certainly this legislative body did not vote on. We did not vote on that funding here in this body. And so I am asking with this amendment that we divert the funds to where it's needed most, and we show our schools that the priority is them, that the priority is not us here in St. Paul, that the priority is our local schools, our local teachers, and our local students.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Hollins.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Please state your point of order.
Under Mason's 3.21, an amendment must be germane to the underlying bill. The A30 amends Chapter 16B, which is not in the underlying bill, and therefore it is not germane.
I find the point of order well taken. Representative Altendorf.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I would like to appeal that ruling.
Representative Altendorf appeals the ruling of the Speaker. And
I would like a roll call, please.
Request a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you for giving me that grace. Absolutely, this is germane to the topic, as this is funding that is coming out of the education bills, and we really need to be focusing on our schools. As we've heard all night long, story after story of our districts that are really suffering to pay their bills, to fund their teachers, and to keep their schools going. They're looking out the next couple years at this huge financial deficit that's coming, and I really strongly encourage that the body helps me in voting with me and against the Speaker so that we can have this amendment.
Question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as a judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A red or a no vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll on the appeal. Will the clerk please call the names of the members voting remotely?
Carroll.
Carroll, aye.
Carroll, aye. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, aye.
Becker Finn, aye. Howard.
Howard votes aye.
Howard, aye. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. Cagle.
Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 61 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 5237, as amended.
Third reading as amended. Discussion to the bill. The member from Hennepin, Representative Myers.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, I think the discussion is, on education, and it's something that we can all agree on. It's near and dear to everybody. It's near and dear to everybody back in our districts. Every person has either been through public school, private school, or homeschooled. So we know the importance that it has in, molding people for the future. For my family, I got 3 small kids that are in school, one that's 3 and will be, in school shortly. But we all have a favorite teacher. And, at my house, it's, Mrs. Friends, the art teacher. It's Mr. Berlin, the math teacher. It's Lear Laoshu, our Chinese teacher at our school. And we have some great educational opportunities, throughout the state. But one thing that we have to stop doing is a top-down approach. And we need to start supporting our local schools, our educators, and our school boards with more flexibility. I share, I have 5 school districts in my district, and some of those I share with several of you guys from across the aisle, and I've seen several of you at some of these events. And I've had a lot of opportunities to speak with teachers. I've been to, the rallies. I've spoken to union leaders have actually come to me and talked to me. School board members, parents. They have a level of frustration that they're going to continue to see with this bill right now. And that frustration is, why aren't we listening to the boots on the ground? And the boots on the ground are those experts. They're those teachers, those principals. And I know some people want to make life harder for principals, but what I want to do is say, Happy Principal Day, which is tomorrow, to those principals that serve our communities, like Representative Ben Bakebird. They do a lot. We should be trying to bring people together in the education space to work together to bring those solutions. And when I've talked to so many people, the one thing in common is, why aren't they listening to us? And I had an opportunity to talk to a lot of people, draft a bill that, I deemed the boots on the ground bill. And what that bill did was amplify the voice of educators, administrators here at the Capitol. It would have required, if you sat on an education policy, an education finance committee, that you had to spend 12 hours shadowing a teacher, meeting with an administrator. And when I went to those rallies and I listened to the teachers and they talked about those 65 mandates, they talked about the local frustrations they have with funding. I shared those concerns, but I shared those concerns that I had in St. Paul because of that, because of the bill that passed last year. I sat inside a meeting, and there was somebody from, the other body at one of my schools that we share. And it amazed me when that person said, how did our good intentions get us into this situation where some of my schools are cutting $5 to $8 million? When somebody that's been down here for a long time says that, I think it reiterates that we're not listening. Step back, have a little bit of humility. Talk to those boots on the ground, those teachers. We have to stop listening to so many people down here in the dome and get back home and start listening to these people that are teaching our kids. Like Mrs. Friends, Mr. Berlin. You know, we're missing so much here, and we can, you know, deny it in this body, but we've read articles. You've heard from teachers, superintendents. There's going to be up to $400 million worth of cuts just in the metro, and what's that mean? Teachers are going to be sitting at home, and class sizes are going to get bigger and bigger. And who's that going to impact? Teachers that want to serve, teachers that want to stick around, our kids, parents, and our local school districts. What I'm going to continue to do is continue listening to my teachers, continue to reach out, continue to have them share their concerns, their priorities. I wish we could have had a hearing on that bill. I wish we could have gone into those classrooms, listened to those teachers, because when I met with them, and I had a group, I even had Education Minnesota in my office. And they said, man, we would have loved to have seen that bill pass, because then they could see the mandates that were pushed onto the teachers that people here just seem to not understand. I'm going to continue listening to those teachers. I would ask you guys to have a little bit more humility when it comes to this stuff. We need to listen to the boots on the ground. We need to spend more time at home, stop listening at the Dome. And my hope is that in the future, we can make better decisions and better policies.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A few notes across on this. When I talk about results and expectations, it's about the kids deserve better. And why do I think they can actually get better? Well, the districts around me are doing a whole lot better than the state average. Last year, of the districts that are a part of my House district, 1 got 100% graduation. 5 were above 90% graduation, and the low one was in the mid-80s. A lot better. And we should actually start looking at the successful districts that provide for our kids and copy some of those things they're doing. So I've been in and out. I've got one district that's been in and out of statutory operating debt. So if you think these are all rich districts, no. And it's very hard to be at that level of underfunding. But, you know, frankly, the district I live in is the lowest per pupil funded school district in the state of Minnesota. And it seems to be able to perform. So, you know, maybe you should look around where we have success and copy success instead of some of the contents of the mandates are copying failure. My home district didn't have the money to replace some math textbooks. And they looked, and the quality was pretty poor. So the lowest funding school district got together, developed a math curriculum. The following year, that won the National Intel Math Award for math curriculums. So instead of just looking at dollars are important. Look at trying to copy what works instead of, you know, pouring it down the drain with repeating failure. I wanted to ask the chief author, how many failing schools are there in the state of Minnesota? Some people might look at, well, that's harsh. But before the pandemic, one thing that caught my eye, Florida used to be down way below Minnesota. They went and started giving an A to F grade per school site. The parents knew, the public knew, and that turned it around because focus was put on, you're not doing the job good enough. Our kids deserve better, and there is impetus to improve. So before the pandemic, one of their groups that had been having trouble in the national standardized tests, the male Latino students scored better than 24 states, including Minnesota, for the state average. We need to look at the states that have turned it around, especially for students that have been disadvantaged or minority students that need assistance. We've got states that have done things that have worked. We have people making amendments to try and change and improve. But if we don't look at success and try to copy that or allow it as an option, we're failing. The one school that was in the 80% graduation, Rochester, has for decades was way above the state average until they started copying a couple of the larger districts up here. And now they're having issues. And one of the things that I was looking at is the fact that with 90 to 100 different languages spoken in the Rochester School District, when I first started in the legislature, I used to bring that up because they were succeeding with much greater diversity than schools that were failing. I wish we could have assisted in preventing issues. Now, on to the unfunded mandates. If you know what a lamprey is, you know that it attaches to a fish and sucks away the life of the fish. Unfunded mandates, when you got a school district that's way below the state average for funding per pupil, unfunded mandates cost the same for every school district. So the unfunded mandates, a lamprey, sucking the life out of successful school districts in my area. Funded mandates can also be a lamprey, sucking out resources and precious student contact time. I know when I tried to bring it up, it all went back to dollars. But the mandates are affecting much broader than just the dollar cost. The resources that are short and the precious time to teach our students. The issue that's been going around with amendments and discussion on teaching reading. And I was shocked to hear there are so many teachers. I mean, there's a letter from the Minneapolis Foundation saying there has to be tens of millions of dollars of extra funding to teach teachers how to teach the students to read. I was shocked because, frankly, down in the districts around my area, they're teaching the kids how to read. So again, let's see where things are working and copy success. But if we really need to teach a bunch of teachers how to read, how to teach reading, we should be addressing the colleges and universities that are training our teachers and require them to actually train successful and useful techniques to help our students. A lot of amendments were made to try and improve. But anybody watching, you can see just as much attention was given to them as I'm trying to enlighten them. So, apparently, we want to continue the downward trend of the last, I don't know how many years, it depends by the district. And we don't want to allow the people and empower them, the local ones that know the name, the faces, know the children that need it, the flexibility to be able to actually deliver what those students need. Because the one-size-fits-all copy that the failing school districts in the metro across the state, you're just pulling down the underfunded schools around me that, even though they're way underfunded, actually are doing a better job than the vast majority of the school districts. So ignore success, continue to copy and fund failure, and our students are going to suffer.
The member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. I've spoken a couple times on some amendments which weren't taken up by the majority party. But I think I had hoped that after the bill was passed last year and we heard so much negative from our schools over the fall and this winter, that this legislature would take the time to fix it. We'd take the time to give more flexibility to our local districts. We'd take the time to maybe, at a minimum, delay some of the mandates that were put in place, or maybe at another point to be able to help our districts fund some of the mandates that were placed on them last year. But that's not happening. And I just want to say to our schools, I'm sorry about that. Get through. I hope we don't have strikes. I hope our kids can do well. I hope our teachers aren't laid off. I hope our class sizes don't increase. And we're going to have to start over next year. And we don't know what the outcome will be, obviously, this fall. But Republicans on this side of the aisle, we will be there to try and make some of these same arguments. And if we're in the majority, we'll be putting forth bills like we did earlier last year. Because the schools matter, education matters. Our teachers matter. And we have to get back so that we're not coming in 36th on a U.S. News and World Report article that I read 2 weeks ago. That's crazy. Minnesota should be the best. Should be the best again. But the only way we're going to get there is if our students can read, is if we give our principals the ability to control decision-making locally, and our school boards and our parents. And that's my hope, that after this year and after what happened last year, that finally, we'll get the message here as local policymakers and we'll change our tune in 2025. Thank you.
The member from Goodhue, Representative Altendorf.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Tonight, I want to talk a little bit about, I'm going to call this the story of two news headlines. And it goes something like this. Last year at this time, we saw in many of our news sources, the headlines read, record funding to public schools. Record funding, $2.2 billion, record funding given to our public schools. Do we remember those headlines, members? 1 year ago. Fast forward, and what are the headlines today? Minneapolis, $300 million deficit. Teachers are picketing. Contracts are not being signed. In my district just last week, Red Wing Schools announced $2.5 million deficit. That's the headline, $2.5 million deficit. So I ask you members, after a long night of discussion on education, which should be one of our top priorities in Minnesota, how in the world can we be sitting in this chamber so divided? See, both headlines are true. The headline from last year was true. $2.2 billion given to our schools. And the headline this year is also true as you read them, that our schools are struggling. I would challenge any majority member to stand up and to tell us what school that is in your district that is happy with the education bill that passed last year, that's happy with the 65 new mandates that was put on them. I challenge you to stand up and to name the schools, because I have talked to every school district in my district, and they are desperate. I've also talked to school districts in the majority school district areas, because being on the Education Finance Committee, they said their members are not responding to their calls. They're not responding to the emails. So let me read to you some of the comments that I'm getting back. We are needing to spend down our unreserved fund balance. In the next 2 years, we're looking at major cuts if something doesn't happen differently in St. Paul. We need to increase our operating fund. Representative Altendorf, our teacher negotiations are not going well. I can't blame them, because the public sector salaries have raised faster than what we can do here in education. All of these are quotes. These are real people behind these quotes. Unfunded mandates are going to create bigger inequities across Minnesota. Let me explain that to you. This is a smaller school district, and he said that he's afraid the tax base that his community has will not be able to make up the difference. Where a school district like Edina, Eden Prairie, and some of the other bigger school districts have a broader base to help make up some of these deficits that they're facing. And this is from a superintendent. Relying on school boards to do the dirty work is what the Minnesota legislature passed in 2023. St. Paul, let's just change that. The majority party railroaded through in 2023 a large omnibus education bill packed full with mandates that has been suffocating and strangling our administrations, our school boards. It's affecting our teachers, it's affecting our students. And it's very disappointing today to see the disconnect of the majority party. It's very disappointing to hear so many people are struggling in our school districts that are begging for financial help, and the majority party literally is just saying no. They're not listening to the local school boards. So again, I challenge one member of the majority party to name names of school districts that are thriving, because they're not, and you know they're not. We have never been in such a terrible position with our education that we are today after we gave them the $2.2 billion record increase. And members, when they try to say you cannot fix 20 years of underfunding in one session, you know what? I don't think there's a single Minnesotan out there that's naive enough to believe with a $19 billion surplus, you could not fund our schools. You showed your priorities in 2023 because you had the pocketbook, you had the funds to do anything you wanted in Minnesota. You showed your priorities, and your priorities were not for our Minnesota schools, they were not for our students, they were not for our teachers. It was for your woke agenda, 65 new mandates, strangling our education systems. This is truly a travesty in Minnesota.
The member from Scott, Representative Bigberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members, for a good discussion. It's been a few hours, but thank you for a good conversation. I think it's important that we start out, and I want to just recognize a couple of the positive aspects of this bill. And there have been things that we have worked together on, and I think there are some positive things that are going to impact ultimately our kids. The first one was late to the game, to be honest with you, and I want to give Chair Joachim credit. There's a lot of conversation about food service, and districts are growing a food service fund. So adding in that districts can purchase lunch tables with their food service funds, that makes a lot of sense. That's logical. And that's what happens when we listen to the boots on the ground, as Representative Myers talked about. We hear about these logical things. The attendance pilot, that's a positive aspect. Let's really look at some best practices, and there's some money for it. So let's do that. I think we need to invest in that. And Representative Keeler, I just want to say thank you publicly to you again for working together. And this study group, again, will be able to look at some things that we can do to address chronic absenteeism across the state. So thank you for that. And again, you didn't steal my bill. So I want to, Representative Mueller, Representative Hill, and myself, we had the opportunity to be on a panel with the School Board Association on MSBA Day on the Hill. And we got an email following up from actually a school board member from Representative Garofalo's district. And I just want to read a section of it. He says, legislative overreach jeopardizes public confidence in public education and has harmed the ability of school boards and education administration leaders to effectively manage their districts. This is the part that really jumped off the page to me. The citizens of the state of Minnesota turn to you and turn to you to continue to work in a bipartisan manner to repair some of the damage done to local management of schools in the 23 session. That's a pretty powerful statement. And I want to zone in on public confidence. We've had a lot of discussions and debates about different aspects of the bill. But one of the things, if you did what Representative Myers talked about and talked to the boots on the ground, regardless of political perspective, you're going to hear that there's hardship in our schools. That is a fact. If you look at data, you're going to see that enrollment is declining. That's a fact. That ties into the school board member from Farmington saying public confidence in education is declining. Now, I want to be very clear. This is not a knock on our educators. This is the burden that we are putting from a legislative standpoint that is eroding confidence in our system. Not our teachers, not our staff, but it's the system. And we are responsible for fixing the system. And we had some amendments to try to give another perspective, and frankly, they just weren't taken. And that's frustrating. Because fast forward to the end of May, early June, I'm going to be sitting in my office, and I'm going to have to try to figure out how to implement this stuff, along with principals from across the state. And then we're going to plan for August to have workshop week, and then the teachers are going to have to implement this stuff. I love the talking points around this place. I actually get a kick out of it. One of them that we've talked about is, well, mandates are accountability. Number one, I'm glad that we're actually talking about accountability. But quite frankly, local school boards don't need accountability from us. 20 years of underfunding, you can't fix that in one session. Okay, and I've been in education all those 20 years, and I've seen the ups and the downs of funding. But if we truly, truly wanted to attack underfunding last session, we wouldn't have burdened 65 mandates. It's not my words. AMSD talked about it. They collected data from their member districts, frankly, mostly from your districts. The Reformer article, about half of the $2.2 billion target is eaten up in mandates. Now, that's not fun to hear. And that's not a Republican talking point. These are reputable groups talking honestly. Because the other thing that we have to talk about in this chamber is we have to be open to constructive feedback from stakeholders. We have to be humble enough to say, I got it wrong, and I need you to tell me when I get it wrong. They cannot fear retribution. And to be blunt, I have heard that over and over and over in this building. Oh, Ben, I can't say that because my bill will never get heard. Or I won't get this or I won't get that. That's a bully. And in my world, as an educator, you get suspended for that. Probably the biggest thing that is most concerning to me is this us against them narrative. We heard in committee that we want to make it hard, or we know we're making it hard for principals. We know we're making it hard for superintendents. I'm sorry, but that is a ridiculous statement to make. It's insulting, and I hope, because I would never impugn motives, but I hope the justification is because it's hard for kids. No doubt. If you just talk to an educator, we'd tell you that. And then we can work together to find a solution to make it better for kids. The other thing I hear is, oh, well, you guys would have never done that. And I'm going to repeat what I said last year when that was said. Education is my #1 priority. I ran because of it, and I will continue to stand on education being my #1 priority. I won't speak for anyone else in the chamber, but I know that there are a number of members that this is a #1 priority. So you are flat out wrong. What I can guarantee is we wouldn't have wasted half of that target, whatever our target was, on mandates to cripple our schools. This bill continues the trend of growing government, growing bureaucracy furthest from the classroom, all while leaving students and teachers underfunded, overburdened with more and more mandates. Vote red.
The member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you,
I
Madam
know it's
Speaker.
Anoka because you kept talking about the Blaine Bengals. So go Bengals.
Go Blaine.
Representative West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Much appreciated. And thank you to Chair Joachim for working with me to get the OIG language in a suitable form. We'll have to see what he thinks about it when it comes down to it, but it is something that needed to be done. However, when you look at the Feeding Our Future scandal, you don't need investigative authority to realize that feeding 7,000 kids when there are only 4,000 kids in the area isn't right. You don't need investigative authority to know that you probably didn't feed 5,000 kids out of an apartment building. You don't need investigative authority to know that if the same kid on the spreadsheet is 9 in one and 12 in the other because they use random name generators for the kid and random number generators for their age, you don't need investigative authority to know that's not right. A site visit anywhere would have demonstrated this fraud, and we wouldn't have squandered $250 million. So we did not need investigative authority at MDE to stop it. It should have been stopped. There were warning signs, there were whistleblowers, and it was not dealt with, and now they're coming. But now establishing an office that is strong, that has subpoena authority, that can really proactively investigate and cooperate ongoing with law enforcement to ensure that these fraudsters are brought to justice, that is a good thing. But I don't want to let the Minnesota Department of Education off the hook when this could have easily been prevented with one site visit. So thank you, Madam Chair, for including this language in the bill. I am excited to get after these nasty people who take our money.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Hicks.
Thank you, Speaker. I just want to thank the bill author for such a great bill and take 2 seconds to just highlight, someone mentioned USA News and Reports on High Schools today, and I would encourage everyone to take a look at that list. I am very proud that our community is much higher in that list than they used to be, and I'm very impressed with the commitment that they've made to our students. And someone asked, I challenge anyone in the majority to stand up and say your district is happy with the changes from last year. And I can stand up and confidently say our district is.
The member from Mauer, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, members. There is so much that has already been said, and we've been talking for a long time today. But I do want to just talk about, just focus, obviously, my comments on literacy. Just like Representative Bakeberg, my #1 reason for running for office is education. And I know many of you on the other side of the aisle that education is important. This is a bipartisan concern. And it also happens to be the #1 probably issue of our families. Even if you don't have any children, or you don't have any school-age children, you have nieces, you have nephews, you have grandchildren, brothers and sisters who have children that are in our school system right now. Everyone cares about education, and everyone wants their child to have a good education. And part of that, really the foundation of that, is reading. And while we talk about the massive steps that we made last year, it was incredibly underfunded. Many of that money did not go to our classrooms. They went to some other place, at the U of M or to MDE, and did not allow either enough resources, enough time, enough clarity for our classrooms to be able to do this momentous change, a change that we all agreed needed to happen. And so, coming back in our second year here of the biennium, the goal of what we're supposed to do is to focus our funding on where it is needed the most. And since a foundational skill is reading, and we are trying to shift to the science of reading, that's what I'd like us to do. Since we're trying to do that, that should have been our focus. I was talking to one of my principals the day after we debated the Ed Poly bill. And he was asking me how things were going, and I said, you know, I tried really hard to get a mandate moratorium except for the READ Act so that you guys could focus, because I know you're really trying to implement this with fidelity and integrity. And he goes, oh my goodness, did that pass? That would have been amazing. And I said, I'm sorry, it did not pass. And I said, actually, the Ed Poly bill and the Ed Phi bill, they actually have a couple more mandates. And he looked at me and he said, please tell me you're joking. I said, I'm sorry, I'm not. It is a priority for our schools to teach reading. I don't think there's anything more important than that. As we heard from the civil rights activists, from the Right to Read movie, this is the civil rights issue of the day. Reading is what opens the doors to growth, opportunity, and prosperity. If you can't access information in the information age, you are left out. You are left to a life of dependency, and the statistics show it. It should be the number one priority. And in my years of being here at the legislature, all we've heard is pushback from charlatans of reading instruction. Pushback from MDE that, oh, well, we shouldn't have been able to be held accountable. We only really have 2 people focusing on literacy out of 400 employees. Several million more dollars that we've given to MDE, several millions of dollars that we've given to the U of M. The majority of that money that was in the READ Act is for things other than the classroom, other than our teachers, other than our students. And we had a chance today to make sure that more funding went to the number one priority of teaching our students how to read, the core foundation of how we learn to learn. Can't read, you can't learn. That's how it works. And we should have, as a body, not just in the education committee, as a body, this should have been the #1 priority. We should have taken the money instead of putting it all over and spreading it around as thin as we can, just kind of Band-Aid out of a lot of things, made core investments in literacy. And we're not doing that. We're not doing that. One of the first things that I learned from the previous chair of Education Finance was that we put our money where our morals are. I learned that from the previous chair of Education Finance. He's not here anymore. We put our money where our morals are. It is an injustice to not teach students how to read. And if our morality is supposed to be reflected in where we invest, should have been more investment here. This bill falls short. I would encourage a red vote.
The member from Dakota, Representative Vernig.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I could talk about the role of the school board members. I could talk about what it was like to change from the Chiefs to the Cougars back in 1994, 95. I could talk about critical infrastructure. I will never miss an opportunity to talk about roofs on the floor or in committee ever. I could talk about absenteeism and how important that demonstration project is going to be for 9 schools and then all of those that will benefit from what we learn. I could talk about health standards. I work with school nurses, and I can tell you that there are teachers out there clamoring for health standards. There are nurses clamoring for health standards. There are students clamoring for health standards. I can tell you that Miss Davison in the 4th grade taught my daughter about periods and prepared her for when that time came, and I am so thankful for health standards to be developed. I'm going to talk about the READ Act. I have 3 children. I have a 2nd grader, a 6th grader, and an 8th grader. My 2nd grader and 6th grader picked up reading quite easily. When my 6th grader and 8th grader, my 2 oldest, when my 2nd grader started school, we recognized something wasn't quite right. He wasn't picking up reading. He wasn't understanding. It was the same school, the same teachers, the same curriculum. I come from a school district that up until just recently was a reading recovery school district. And when he was not tracking, the teachers came to me and said, "Oh, don't let him get in reading recovery. Don't let him get in reading recovery. He will not graduate." If we did not have the READ Act last year, I firmly believe my school district would still be employing reading recovery to this day. My child has learned to read, not because of the curriculum at the district, but because of private tutoring. I can afford that. I have family who supports that. We can make that happen, and that is not every student in the state of Minnesota. I believe the READ Act will provide the resources to kids across the state, not just in my great school district, 196, but all students. It sets a framework. It gives teachers resources and a path forward. Is there work to be done? Yes, I firmly believe that. But I also firmly believe that in the years to come, there will be a lot of kids like mine that won't have to struggle, but who will be able to move forward and read at grade level. Districts and students are doing well with what you call mandates or investments. They need it, it's important, and we do put the money where our morals are. The significant investment in our, I wasn't here last year, right? $17 billion, I hear that. But this budget, the largest portion of the money goes towards the READ Act, and it is vitally important on both sides of the aisle. So I thank you, Chair Joachim. I thank you, everyone who worked on this, both now and last year. I thank Representative Edelson for everything that she did, because the READ Act will ensure that kids like mine and others across the state will learn to read. Thank you.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, we all want our kids to read. Mine have grown, and they're not in the school districts anymore. But I think there's good reason why the teachers are frustrated and education is feeling stressed, because the message everyone heard is historic investments. We heard it over and over, and they thought it was going to be a magnificent improvement across the state. And what's happening is teacher layoffs, district cuts, and they have more work on their plate than they ever have had before. We have great teachers in Minnesota. We always have. But we are not the shining light on the hill. We can say all we want to say, but all you have to do is look at the numbers. There are states that are going up in their rankings, and we should be following the same. The other reality is, when we had a $17.5 billion surplus, because I was here last year, we made a choice to grow government by 40%. We grew government by 40%, and we made a choice to do that. Instead of bringing the money out of St. Paul to Hermantown, to Proctor, to Two Harbors, to Grand Marais, to Ely, you name the city, Le Sueur, we brought the money to St. Paul. And that is why our teachers are confused on how this historic investment is going to change their life in the classroom for their kids and all of your kids. And so while we told them it was a historic investment, it's really become a historic disappointment. It doesn't matter what tagline we want to brand it as, they're living it every day. In fact, just this week I got messages, every one of my districts is in cuts. How are they in cuts with a historic investment when we had $2.2 billion? And the amount of money that they're in cuts is exactly the difference from a 4% and 2% on that formula. If you would have cloned the Republican bill and taken a 5% and 5%, it would equal the cuts. $737,000 short for one district. The other one, $500,000 to $600,000. The other one is $500,000. And that's not even what's going to happen in 25-26. So I urge you to go back and ask your teachers what's going to happen. Because we haven't seen the beginning of picketing. And we don't have $17.5 billion because we spent it in 5 months. So I can see why our teachers are frustrated. They have every right to be frustrated. Because they were sold a bill of goods, that it was going to just be monumentally changing their lives. It's changed their lives all right. It's changed their lives with less time with the kids, more work on their plate, and they're tired. And they're wondering how they're going to retire. And they didn't get the pension reform they wanted either. They got it reduced to 65. So the victory lap isn't going to happen in your communities. We can do it down here in St. Paul, in this chamber, but it's not the victory lap the teachers and the educators and the districts are taking. There is a lot of work to do in education, and we're going to need to buckle up and get it done so that our kids have the atmosphere they deserve, and so do the teachers. Thank you.
The member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd just like to say a big thank you to Chair Joachim, Vice Chair Clardy, for just the respectful committee, your hard work. It's much appreciated. And thank you to our CA Polly and the rest of the staff who helped things run smoothly as well. That was great to work with all of you. I'll just share a few of the things I do support in this bill, and I appreciate the special ed teacher pipeline in here. I think it's going to help our local schools grow some more special ed teachers and meet those needs. The READ Act, the food service flexibility, as Representative Bakeberg spoke about, the attendance pilot, good things. There are some concerning factors to me. I'll talk about reading, and we are addressing that, and I know on both sides of the aisle we value literacy. And I've said before, reading and literacy, as we would call it, was my favorite part of teaching, and it still is. I can walk into a bookstore or a library and just be in my glory. And I probably don't bring my money or credit cards into bookstores because that's dangerous for me. But I loved teaching reading, and my students, watching their eyes light up when you found a book that they loved. And I used to, actually, I brought my dog to school every year for his birthday. And some of you met Coulter, my previous dog, who used to come to the Capitol sometimes. I actually taught him how to read. He read 3 different words on flashcards. I could hold the word sit, and he would sit down, and he'd lay down and put his paw out, and I'd bring him to school. I'd do that for my students, and they loved it. And I would say, you know what? If Coulter doesn't practice, he forgets his words. And that's how it is for you all, too. You need to practice reading. You got to read, read, read. And it was true. My dog, every year, I didn't brush him up on it until right before I brought him to school. And I'd hold one word up, sit, and he'd do all 3 at the same time because he knew it was one of them until I worked it through again and he got good at them. But anyway, it's so fun to get kids excited to read. And I welcome the changes in the READ Act that we saw. It's greatly underfunded. And I know, you're in a hard spot. You have to balance many, many things. But I look at the reading crisis right now, where less than half of students can read at grade level. And I compare it to the various crises that we've dealt with in the legislature, at least during my time here. For example, I remember there was years where we had great flooding. And we met as a body and passed special legislation to fund the flooding, the issues with that. I remember the bird flu crisis where millions of birds, chickens and turkeys, right, that were dying, and we funded that. Well, when we have 500,000 kids in our state who aren't reading at grade level, that's a crisis because they grow up into adults, from children to adults that can't read. And that puts them on many different paths, having a hard time finding a good job, hard time affording to take care of their families, and so on. So I look at last session, we put about $70 million into the READ Act. And this session, another approximately $37 million. $70 million last year when we gave $194 million to a high-speed train to Duluth, or what was it, $730 million to this big palace that we're building here for all of us who will be here next year. Even $120 million to legalize marijuana. So I mentioned that in committee when we were closing, and I said, well, when these kids who can't read well grow up to be adults who can't read well, and they're finding it very frustrating, I guess at least they'll have pot around that they can smoke and soothe those frustrations that they're feeling, right? I mean, that's kind of bad, but that's true. So it's a concern. It's a big concern. It concerns me that there's more mandates in this bill. It's like 65 weren't enough last year, and I did hear one of the school superintendents call those torpedoes. So we have now sent a salvo of torpedoes onto our schools, and now we're even adding more. Parents vote with their feet. And a lot of families have pulled their kids out of schools the last number of years. And they're doing it because they're frustrated, because it's not meeting the needs of their children. Since 2019, when Governor Walz entered office, our reading proficiency has gone down 16%, math proficiency 17%, science proficiency 23%, and I could go on. And we could blame it on this and blame it on that, but we need to deal with it now. We dealt with the pandemic when that came. We disagreed on various methods, but I know tons of money was thrown into that. Well, we better start funding and doing a good job with taking care of our students who can't read, and even those who can, let's bring them farther. Students vote with their actions. We've got lots of behavior problems in our school right now. I would bet that a lot of it is related to literacy and not being able to read, because when you can't read, you struggle in every other subject. And kids know that inside. They know when they can't read well. So I'll stop now. I appreciate the work, but I am voting no on this bill. It's tough because I love education and there's some good things in this bill, but I just don't think it makes the grade. So thank you much.
The member from Dakota, Representative Clardy.
Good evening. I'd like to uplift a couple aspects in this bill that haven't been addressed. And one of them is student teaching. We have a pilot program for student teachers, and it's going to give us students from 7 different colleges and universities in Minnesota, and they will be right in the classrooms in the 24-25 school year. And we keep talking about how important it is to have that pipeline to have teachers in the school. So that's one thing that I'm really proud about that's in the bill. The second thing is we have a special ed partnership project that's going on with our intermediate school districts. And with that, they will be training students. So it's people that are already working in the system that probably do not have a bachelor's degree, but that are working with the special ed kids. So it's a perfect training ground. And then they will be partnering with Mankato, or University of Minnesota at Mankato, to get their accreditations in EBD and ASD. So we're getting students that will be highly qualified to go right into the classrooms. Those are really big, 2 aspects that are really going to help our educational system. And then on a personal note, I wanted to just remind you, I've been teaching for 28 years, but one thing you probably might not know about me is I grew up in Burnsville, and that was back in the 50s. We were the first Black family out there, and the reason I'm bringing that up is there's a lot of discussion about the importance of culturally relevant materials, okay? So there's a lot of stuff that my family went through, but I want to fast forward to when I had a child. And she went to a school, and me as a parent and a family had to uplift that whole piece that wasn't being done in schools. And I just want you to just think for a minute about your background and think if you were the only one in your elementary school, in your neighborhood, in your high school, and if you never saw anything in your books that just affirmed you or validated who you were. It does make a difference. I have a note from a teacher that my daughter got when she was little. And it said, "Please keep the beads quiet in her hair." That was her teacher. So the point being is the culturally relevant books are not just for kids of color, but they're for the adults and the people in the community, so they understand the why this is a discussion and why it's important to also have ethnic studies. So that's my story. I'm sticking with it. Thank you.
The member from Morrison, Representative Grisha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members, for a very robust debate. Of course, run through the thank yous, and I'll start with the nonpartisan staff. And I see that Mr. Strom has switched sides on us. He keeps going back and forth. But I want to thank all of the nonpartisan staff, all the work you do and all the great questions that you answer very quickly for us and turn things around when we need those. It's just fantastic. And of course, to the partisan staff on the DFL side, you guys are great. It's fun to catch you off the floor once in a while and share treats. And so, Polly, that was fantastic tonight. I can't vote for the bill, but it was a really, really good treat. Nice try. And of course, Jody on our side as well. To the members and all the members, Vice Chair Clardy and Representative Chair Joachim, thank you very much. The conversations we had, I believe, got to a bill that we have today that has some really good pieces in it and has some things that need some work. And to the members on our side, Representative Bennett, who I always enjoy working with and covers me when I'm late for committee. Thank you very nice. Thank you very much. That's nice. So to the bill, I'll say it this way. We all have the same people coming in and out of our offices. We all hear the frustrations. Not very often do the people that come to one member's office and then to my office, they're not there to share everything that's going on wonderfully in their worlds. They're here to share their frustrations. And the nature of this place is they're going to share those frustrations differently based on perspectives and, frankly, who's going to listen to their problem of the day. And I get that. I get how that works. And we've heard here today from Rochester, which luckily is supported and has a lot of good things with the Mayo Clinic, all the way up to a War Road that in a one-room schoolhouse that's very remote. And so we hear these different stories and all these different things, and our job many times as legislators is to listen to the frustration, but to boil that back and try to find the best solution that gives the more local control and the control to the people that are closest to the problems. There are some very good provisions in this bill, and I think going after the problems at hand, the literacy rates and the math scores and all of that that's in front of us, we've all heard those, and we come after them from different angles. My biggest frustration is allowing the outside voices to take on too much power. And frankly, when I see that we have groups already trying to influence the curriculum for the READ Act and the curriculum that's going to go there, that really profoundly worries me that we are going down the path of letting interest groups and companies that can create materials and make money off this. They're more interested in putting a product out that's going to sell and be at a price point for schools than they are actually coming after literacy rates. And we saw that. That's what got us here. And so, members, all of these worries are real. They're real. And what we have in front of us is a bill that hits the mark on some areas and I think falls woefully short in others. And it's not because a lack of effort. My goodness, this is some of the hardest working legislators I've served with across the aisle and on our side. And when you hear Representative Hill talk about his experience in the school, Chair Joachim when she talks about her experiences, or Representative Bakeberg or Bennett or myself or Mueller, we're living those and we're seeing them and we're bringing those in real time and in real life here, and we're looking at them through different prisms of light. And one bill, one idea can't solve all that. Absolutely, we need to be culturally relevant. Absolutely, we need to expand minds. And absolutely, we need to let the teachers run with that. We don't need to be pushing that from the top. Members, expectations matter. We can put the best out there that we can, and then we have to let our teachers, our parents, take it from there. We talk a lot about mandates here. Let's not forget the other mandates that our kids feel. When they come from a broken family, or when they come from difficult situations of being bullied, or when they're dealing with all the other things that life has to offer, those mandates and frustrations are equally bad. And when you compound those on top of really heavy mandates that we feel like 134 members must tell them how to do things, we have the tendency to make it worse. We have the tendency to make it worse. So let's not make mediocrity equality. Let's not do that. Let's not close the belief gap. Let's close the belief gap, and let's believe in our students once again. Let's believe in our teachers, and let's let them do the job that we know they can do well. And finally, let's challenge our students through academic rigor and not put ideology into the curriculum. Let's let them reach their best potentials. And I'll say this again, I just don't see how we create the next generation of citizens with hatred for your country, for your ideas, and for your religion. Members, I'll be voting red on this bill.
The member from Hennepin, the author of the bill, Representative Joachim.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And members, really, thank you for the robust discussion tonight. We've had some of them in committee. We've had some of them in my office, and I thank those who've taken me up on that opportunity. It always helps to have bills to look at, to get things done. We try to do that flexibility. And we did some really good work this year. Now, I know we share a different way to get to the same path in the same place, but I know we all agree that our students are where we should be focusing on, and that what's best for our students should be that end goal. And I do honestly believe when we do work together, we can do good things. I did hear a lot of catchphrases tonight, and I've never been good at that, about getting these little quippy things that fit on a bumper sticker. Anybody that's talked to me about equalization knows that. But our kids deserve more than bumper sticker politics. And I want us to be really careful about that here. Because we tend to fall into it. I keep hearing that number 65, and we've had that discussion earlier tonight. My door still remains open if you want to go through each and every one of the things we've directed our schools to do and the funds we gave them to do it. Now, I've been at this for a while. I came into politics in 2003 because ECFE saved my children from me. It gave me the tools to be a better parent, and they were going to cut and decimate the program. And that's how I got involved. And those, shortly after 2003, you talked about schools being worse off now. They were taking loans out because we shifted from giving them 90% of their funding the first part of the year to 60%. That was a Governor Pawlenty shift, 60-40. Luckily, we're finally back up to that 90-10. I'm also really, really proud of the work we did last year, because we had a lot of ground to catch up on. Like I said before, 3 years of 0%. That is really hard to climb out of. And that is why I keep saying, and it's not a catchy phrase or politics here, you can't turn around 20 years of funding overnight. We did not fix everything for schools last year. I wish we could, but we did fix a lot for kids. We talk about the money we put in our schools, but we also know that kids can't learn how to read if they're hungry. We did universal meals. Kids can't learn how to do math when they don't know where they're going to sleep that night. We put money into housing. We put money into economic development so their parents have jobs. We put money into transportation. We put money into access of health care. There was a lot of things we did that wrap around our children so that when they do go to school and we do make those investments, that it can really, really stick. The READ Act, someone said it on the floor tonight. System change is hard, and it takes time, and we're going to keep investing in that. I'm proud of the work we did around the special education cross-subsidy, ELL funding, CTE, universal meals, but what I'm most proud of, sounds silly, but indexing the formula to inflation. I have been talking about that for 20 years because our districts needed the stability moving forward. And we did that. Districts will have a 2% base. No more 0% increases for our schools, which puts them backwards. Members, this is really hard work. It's hard work. You're not going to make everybody happy. You're not going to be able to say yes to everybody. But if you keep our students at the center, I think we can all get there together. Members, it's a supplemental budget year. We got very lucky to have more money to spend on our kids. And this bill before you does that. It invests what we did on last session. It reinvests more investments in the READ Act. It provides our districts flexibility and funds for innovation, puts more teachers in our classrooms, keeps more students in our classrooms, and we take some comprehensive look at some of the systems that we have so that we can keep moving forward. And I really do hope from all the conversation that we've had tonight that these conversations start earlier than on the House floor next time, and that we work together towards these goals, because I really do believe that once we do that, we can do big things. So members, you have a very efficient and effective piece of legislation in front of you, and I would ask for a yes vote.
The clerk will take the roll on the bill. Will the clerk please call the names of the members who are voting remotely?
Carroll.
There you go.
Carroll, yes.
Carroll, aye. Becker Finn.
Becker Finn, aye.
Becker Finn, aye. Howard.
Howard votes aye.
Howard, aye. Keel.
Keel, no.
Keel, no. Cagle.
Go ahead.
Wait, Cagle, aye.
Cagle, aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 68 ayes and 61 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.